Chapter 36. The next morning, Yu Beiping returned to the base, and Tang Zishi also went to work at Runai Hospital. As soon as she touched the ground, Zhou Yanxi called her over. Xiao Wu, who is in charge of purchasing, is sick. You go and help buy all these things. A list was handed to her. Zhou Yanxi pulled the corner of her mouth and said sarcastically, "The dosage is not right. It's okay to buy something, right?" Because of Yang Shuo, Zhou Yanxi and Yang Qi's attitude towards her had improved, and I don't know why they turned 180 degrees again. Tang Zishi took the list doubtfully and flipped it in her hands. They were all some routine drugs, which should not be difficult to buy. She agreed, "I will buy them as soon as possible and send them to the warehouse." Zhou Yanxi nodded, her eyes flashed, and after looking at her, she twisted her waist and walked away. Tang Zishi didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly said hello to the pharmacy, changed her clothes and walked out of the hospital. Yang Qing had nothing to do in the morning, so she drank tea and read documents in the office. Zhou Yanxi knocked on the door and pushed in without waiting for her to answer, which made Yang Qing frown. "Can't you knock before entering?" "I knocked." "Then can you wait for me to answer before entering? This is basic courtesy." Yang Qing was still angry and put the teacup on the table with a bang. 2 or 3 drops of tea splashed out. Zhou Yanxi was not angry either. She took a rag and went to help her wipe it. "I was wrong. I apologize to you here, Director Yao." Calm down, calm down. Tell me what's the matter." Yang Qing's face was still not very good. Zhou Yanxi didn't care and added some tea for her. "I sent that little girl to buy medicine. Didn't you just buy it 2 days ago?" Yang Qing looked at her meaningfully. Zhou Yanxi said slowly, "Someone asked me to find something for her to do." Yang Qing frowned and warned her, "Don't make trouble for no reason. I have also seen your niece's information. Her level is average. Even if it is a fair competition, she may not be better than Tang Zishi. Besides, you saw it in the parking lot that day. Professor Yang has a close relationship with the dean. Now, he is a big celebrity in our hospital. He has excellent skills and there is no need to offend him. Are you afraid?" "It's not that I'm afraid, but there is no need." Zhou Yanxi smiled and said, "But why did I hear that Dean Zhou is going to retire?" Yang Qing was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. "Retired?" she asked subconsciously. "Who will take over?" Zhou Yanxi subconsciously looked around and said mysteriously, "Vice Dean Law has been in our hospital for so many years. He is the director of an important thoracic surgery department and has a strong background. I heard that he has some relationship with the Zhou family. What do you think?" Yang Qing had to think about it. The point was made. Zhou Yanxi smiled and poured herself a glass of water. "Don't be too conservative. It's time to find a piece of wood to get ashore. Don't drag it on and sink to the bottom together." Yang Qing has always been a moderate person. She has been doing well on the principle of not offending anyone. But who doesn't want to move up a level? Her mind became active. "It's just this news." She looked at Zhou Yanxi thoughtfully. Zhou Yanxi understood her concerns and nodded meaningfully. Vice Dean Luo is going to move up. As her only daughter, Lu Qing is of course a hot target for flattery. It's all Tang Zishi's bad luck. Why offend her? This woman has always been very petty. If she wasn't afraid that Yang Qing would interfere and stop her from dealing with the little girl, she wouldn't bother to remind her. The point was made, and the meaning was enough. She didn't mention Lu Xing much and turned to leave the office. Ren AI Hospital only had one major drug supplier. It was her first time there, and she was afraid that she would not be able to reach an agreement, so she contacted the person in charge on the phone. The person on the other end was very easy to talk to, and only told her to go to the company at 5 p.m. to wait. Tang Zixi was relieved. When she arrived at the bottom of the company building, her heart was lifted and lowered, and she was already focused when she entered the door. This should be considered a large company. The floor under her feet was not tiled, but natural wood grain marble. It was expensive, and it was a very rare light purple gradient texture. The overall decoration was simple and elegant. "Miss Tang, please come this way." A receptionist greeted her and led her to the elevator. When she reached the top floor, the person only took her to the lounge and served her tea. "Please wait a moment, the manager is inside and will come out to talk to you in a while." Tang Zixi said, "Thank you. This tea is a bit bitter, and you can't taste the variety. It looks a bit like homemade mulberry leaves in the countryside. After the taste, it exudes a little sweetness, lingering on the tip of the tongue, making people feel refreshed." She sat there for a while and felt a little bored, so she turned her head to look towards the inner room. The lounge was very spacious, with stairs leading to the inner room. At the corner was a half-open frosted glass, and the crimson gold-threaded curtains made the milky white inner wall a little dim. There was a Venetian blind near the window, and the sunlight came in after several turns, leaving only a few faint shadows under her feet. The room was even darker. The only sound she could hear was the distant conversation from the inner room. She was so sleepy that she began to doze off, and then she heard the sound of tables and chairs moving, and then several people went outside along the stairs. Tang Zixi woke up with a start, and looked up to see Zhong Hangyin smiling and seeing the guests off, and then turned back to look at her. What a coincidence! Tang Zixi stood up suddenly. He understood everything now, and didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he turned and left. Unexpectedly, he moved faster and raised his hand to press the door handle. "Since you are here, have a drink before leaving. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Tang Zixi sneered, "I don't think we have anything to say." Zhong Hangyin seemed to not care about her cold words at all, but took advantage of her weakness. "No reminiscing, but it's okay to talk about business, right? If you leave like this, what about this shopping list?" He took the list that she had been holding in her hand. Tang Zixi paused. "Come in." After making sure that she would not leave, Zhong Hangyin took the lead on the stairs and led the way for her. Tang Zixi held his breath and paused for a while, but still followed him to the inner room. The large golden curved velvet sofa was soft to sit on, but very elastic. Zhong Hangyin didn't ask her, turned around and poured her a glass of corn juice. "I remember you used to like to drink it hot, drink it." Tang Zixi just glanced down. "You also said it was in the past. Now I don't like to drink this." "Then what do you want to drink?" "I don't want to drink anything." Tang Zixi didn't dare to challenge Yi Beiping, but it didn't mean she was afraid of trouble. For Zhong Hangyin, she could ignore him no matter how big his face was. Zhong Hangyin knew her temper long ago, just smiled, turned around and changed her water. "Tell me, why did you trick me here?" Tang Zixi's face was unfriendly, and there was a bit of hidden anger in his eyes. Zhong Hangyin looked normal, as if the previous troubles she had made on the project had never happened. She smiled and said, "Aren't you here to purchase medicines?" Tang Zixi nodded, not wanting to talk to him about anything else. She took a picture of the list and gave it to him. "That's all. Take a look." Zhong Hangyin took it and only glanced at it once before putting it aside. "What a coincidence, some of the products on it are out of stock." Tang Zixi exploded when he heard it. "Are you deliberately tricking me?" Zhong Hangyin. It was a miracle that she could endure it until now. If he was not a supplier, if she was not working at Ren AI Hospital now, would she raise her hand and cover his face with a pot lid? Zhong Hangyin was also well-mannered. He didn't get angry when he was yelled at like that. He just bent down to add tea for her, drink some tea and calm down. After the incident of Project Pressure, he understood that he could only use soft methods to deal with Tang Zixi. not hard ones, otherwise this young man would get angry with you. The longer they spent together, the more he looked down on Jian Ying, and the more he remembered Tang Ziqi's kindness. The more he couldn't get her, the more he missed her. It was like a snake gnawing at his heart, and he couldn't help thinking about her. Fortunately, he recently found a young model who looked a bit like her. Because she was in a hurry to debut, she was very attentive to him, which was considered to relieve his longing. But she was a fake, after all. Thinking of Shen Rou, Zhong Hangying sighed in his heart. But Tang Ziqi didn't have the time to pay attention to him, so, you don't plan to provide the medicine. You are breaching the contract. Zhong Hangying smiled with his arms crossed. It's sold out, but I didn't mean to not provide it. What kind of agreement did I break? Tang Ziqi couldn't argue with him, and he was so angry that his chest was stuffy. She couldn't rush to the warehouse to check. Zhong Hangying looked at her with interest in his eyes, as if waiting for her to ask him for help. He knew in advance that he was the largest supplier of drugs to Rong AI Hospital. Without this channel, Tang Ziqi would not be able to raise these drugs in the short term. With Zhou Yanxi's help, he didn't have to worry about her asking him for help. But Tang Ziqi didn't beg him, nor did he say anything. He just grabbed his bag and walked out. Zhong Hangying didn't chase him. He looked at her back and raised the corners of his lips. She was tough now, but she would turn around and beg him in a few days. He was in a good mood. He lit a cigarette for himself, thought about it, and called Shen Rou. He was Shen Rou's big money bag now, so how could he not answer the phone? The phone rang only twice before it was picked up. The voice on the other end was soft and sticky, with the unique tenderness of a Jiangnan girl. Mr. Zhong, do you have something to talk to me about? Shen Rou was different from Jian Jun. She had just graduated and was still a little immature like a college student. She was not very open about her face. Every time she called him, she felt like a thief. But what Zhong Hanyin liked was her nobleness and face-saving spirit. Jian Jun looked no worse than Shen Rou, but she was too unrestrained. At first, she was fresh, but soon she became a little annoying. Zhong Hanyin really couldn't stand her recently. She always pushed her calls to the secretary. Thinking about it, she had broken up with Tang Ziqi for such a vulgar woman who was not presentable. She suffered a great loss. Thinking of this, she disliked Jian Yin even more. Mr. Zhong. Seeing that he did not respond for a long time, Shen Rou said, "Are you listening?" Zhong Hanyin came back to his senses, cleared his throat and said, "I'm in the company, come over now." It sounded like a negotiating tone, but the taste in his tone was unquestionable. Shen Rou bit her lip and felt humiliated, but now she needed his help. Her future and livelihood depended on him. How could she disobey his wishes? She could only respond reluctantly, picked up her bag and went out as quickly as possible. Chapter 37. Tang Ziqi did not expect to meet Shen Rou here, and even more did not expect that Yu Beiping would come to pick her up. The two sides just looked at each other, said nothing, and turned to leave. She got in the car, but she was still worried. Yu Beiping put the car in reverse gear and asked her, "What's wrong?" "Something bad happened to me." Shen Rou. No. When she mentioned Zhong Hangying, her tone paused again. She didn't want Yu Beiping to know, so her tone became weaker. "Nothing." "Forget it if you don't want to tell me." He smiled and drove out of the area. There were many vehicles on the road, and it was stuck in traffic for 3 minutes after driving for 5 minutes. Yu Beiping simply stopped following closely, put on music, and listened with one hand on his head. Seeing his focused expression, Tang Ziqi reached out and pushed him. "What's wrong?" He came over and rubbed her nose with his nose. "I miss you." "I'm right here." She snorted, saying disdainfully, but her eyes were full of pride. Yu Beiping smiled, smoothed her hair, drove out of the downtown area, and hurried back the way they came. Tang Zushi rubbed over and rubbed his head against his neck. My dear aunt, please calm down. 2 lives were lost in 1 car. Tang Zushi finally calmed down and stopped making trouble with him. Are you worried about something? Yu Beiping noticed her strangeness. Nothing. Tell me if you have something, and I'll solve it for you. You're so arrogant. Tang Zushi glanced at him. You're going to solve the hospital job for me? Well, this. He thought about it for a while, and smiled nonchalantly. Then you have to find Yang Shu. Tang Zushi spit at him, smiled, thought about it, and told him the truth. Someone is causing trouble for me. Then he told him about Zhou Yanqi and Zhong Hanyin. I don't know what the connection is between the two, but it can't be such a coincidence. Zhou Yanqi must have received instructions from Zhong Hanyin to set a trap for me. If I mess this up, she will find fault with me again. Unexpectedly, he laughed sarcastically. I thought it was a big deal. Tang Zushi glared at him. Can you solve it? It's easy to talk when you are not standing. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly and didn't bother with her. When he got home, he cooked a pot of mung bean soup for her and served her a bowl with his own hands. Mung beans can reduce internal heat, so calm down, miss. Tang Zushi liked to drink this very much, but she was not satisfied with his words. You said I have a bad temper. It's so cold, it's not summer yet, why drink mung bean soup? Is this insulting her? No, Yu Beiping had to coax her. I'm not insulting you. Tang Zushi was a little silent. When he is really good to someone, he can tolerate and accommodate everything about her. I used to think that this person was arrogant and cold-hearted, and only had room for herself in her heart. Now I think that sometimes she is really too willful and unreasonable. Not angry anymore. He rubbed her head in amusement, stretched out his long arm, and naturally supported it beside her hand. Tang Zushi poked his arm with her finger. It was hard and the muscles were very strong. She poked it again, as if he was addicted to it. Yu Beiping. What a lively treasure. Tang Zushi had enough fun, and he held the mung bean soup and drank it with a chuckle. She used to drink mung bean soup without chewing it, and she often choked when she drank it. Yu Beiping talked to her many times about this, but she couldn't change it. Look, she is back to her old ways again. Have you forgotten what you promised me? You can't drink mung bean soup like this. What if you choke? Yu Beiping was a little angry. Tang Zushi put down the spoon, carefully raised his head, and glanced at him. There was a smile in his eyes, and he leaned down slightly to support himself by her side, but his expression was a little half-smile, even a little dangerous. Tang Zushi swallowed his saliva, slowed down obediently, and chewed the beans slowly. That's right, be good. Yu Beiping touched her hair, bent down and kissed her cheek, which made Tang Zushi feel itchy. She glared at him with a spoon in her mouth. Yu Beiping was overjoyed. Yang Shu came down from upstairs with the report, pulled a chair opposite them, and sat down. Is that all? He put the booklet on the table. Tang Zushi took the time to look up and found that it was the medicine purchase list that Zhou Yanqi had given her before. Yu Beiping said that he wanted to ask Yang Shu for help, but he didn't expect it to be true. She nodded, but no need to go to Zhong Hanyin. I also have a pharmaceutical company. You can go to Zhonghe. Tang Zushi had heard from Chen Luo before that Yang Shu had his own pharmaceutical companies here and in the United States to sell medicines such as health products he developed, but she always thought they were some small companies, but she didn't expect it to be Zhonghe. The scale of this company is definitely larger than the branch that Zhong Hanyin has taken over now. Zhong Hanyin and I. Yang Shu paused and said, we have some friendship. If he embarrasses you again, I will talk to him for you. Seeing that she was still confused, Yu Beiping added, the company under Zhou Hanyin has many important research results provided by your teacher Yang. Tang Zushi finally understood and was in high spirits. Is this considered a ray of hope after a dark period? Yang Shu only said these few words and walked out the door. Tang Zushi did not forget to wave and thank him from behind, and bowed, "Please, Teacher Yang, you must teach that scumbag Zhong Han a lesson and get rid of harm for the people." Yu Beiping patted her head. "Don't talk nonsense, eat quickly, it's cold." She stuck out her tongue at him. "How old are you? You will never grow up." He reproached her with his mouth, but there was a smile on his eyebrows and eyes. Tang Zushi drank all the mung bean soup obediently, and clung to him, asking him to play with her. While tying his apron, Yu Beiping warned her, "Have you finished your work? No homework at the hospital. And what about your thesis? What's the point of talking about that?" Tang Zushi gritted his teeth and lied with a serious face, "A long time ago." Yu Beiping sneered, "Do you think I'm Yang Shu, so easy to fool?" Tang Zushi pouted and stopped talking. After tying his apron, this man became more elegant and bent down to wash the dishes carefully. Tang Zushi then realized that the dishes that Yang Shu had eaten from in the morning had not been washed, and he was shocked. He doesn't look like such a lazy person. He loves cleanliness so much. Yu Beiping didn't mind exposing his brother's past at all. He is quite smart, but unfortunately he has no ability to take care of himself. In the past, he would always ask hourly workers to come to his house to help clean up. The only dish he could cook was an omelette, which he had to fry occasionally. Tang Zushi was even more shocked. "I didn't expect him to be such a teacher, yeah? It is said that men who keep cats are arrogant, and the ancients were right. What are you thinking about in your little head?" Yu Beiping patted her head. Tang Zushi came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Nothing, I just didn't expect it. Please put away your gossipy expression, otherwise Asher will come back and can't help but slap you." "Who will you help if he slaps me? I won't help anyone when I'm just a child playing house." Tang Zushi. "You are so cruel." After Yu Beiping finished washing the dishes, Tang Zushi dragged him to play a childish game. She played enthusiastically, but Yu Beiping was not interested. Later, she even accused him of not paying attention. Yu Beiping had no choice but to accompany her to play 2 more games until it gradually darkened. She was tired, so she turned off the game and fell on his shoulder. "Go upstairs and sleep." She shook her head, "No." He coaxed her, "It's very late." She glanced at him, yawned again. Thought for a while before nodding and stretching out her hands. Yu Beiping knew that she was too lazy to get up and asked for a hug. He was helpless and could only pick up her soft body. She didn't weigh much, but it was tiring to hold her. He was afraid of dropping her if he held her too lightly, and afraid that she would cry out in pain if he held her too hard. She was young and very delicate. Their room was at the end of the 2nd floor, and Yang Shu lived on the 3rd floor, which avoided some embarrassment on weekdays. Yu Beiping put her down, shook the quilt and covered her. "Sleep for a while first. Remember to get up and wash your face and brush your teeth later." She glared at him, "I'm so tired. Do you want to go to sleep directly?" She was listless. "Okay, I'll take a nap first." She grabbed the quilt to cover her face. "Lazy." He snorted. She lifted the quilt again. "You are hardworking. You are amazing." After that, she covered her face again, still a little angry. Yu Beiping lifted her quilt and reasoned with her, "Isn't what I said true? Little girl, you really can't say anything. Just tell me, I was scolded by my superiors in the hospital, and I will be taught by you, Chief Yu, when I come back. Well, I am just a small follower, whoever catches me can scold me, and you can vent your anger on me. Who made me younger and lower in status, you can say whatever you want. You are still showing off after I said a few words to you." Yu Beiping smiled, bent down to hold down the corner of her quilt, and reached into the quilt to touch her little hand. It was cool and soft, and it was quite comfortable to hold it in the palm of my hand. Tang Zixi turned sideways with her back to him and struggled. What are you doing? He grabbed her little hand, put it under his lips and kissed it, as if whispering to her, nothing, see if you are cold. Not cold. Not cold? Why is this little hand so cold? He grabbed her and pecked her again, his voice full of laughter. This man just loves to tease people, especially her, and use words to bully her. Unfortunately, she is not as eloquent as him, and he always makes her unable to turn over. She rolled her eyes at him with resentment. Don't go too far. What's too far? Is it too far to hold her hand? Or is it too far to touch your own wife? He pecked her on the face. Saliva. She rubbed it hypocritically, and was pressed into the bed by him with a smile. He didn't waste any more words, lifted the quilt and went in, pinching her slender waist. Tang Zixi inhaled and pressed his chest. It hurts. Where does it hurt? He was laughing, clearly with a bit of gloating. He knew the strength of his hands. He cried out in pain with just this little bit. He was probably acting coquettishly. Tang Zixi was exposed, and he could only lie on the bed. Forget it, I'll let you do whatever you want. After all, we are a legal couple. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Keep on making jokes. You feel uncomfortable if you don't make jokes for a day, don't you? He turned her over and unbuttoned her jeans. She felt uncomfortable and kicked him. Be good. He slapped her butt without any hesitation. Chapter 38. Zhong Hanyin received a call from Yang Shuo early in the morning, and he was a little confused. If there was anyone he was afraid of, the first one was his father, the second was his uncle Lian Xingshu, who was far away in Lujiang, and the rest was this cousin. Lujiang is a border city, and further south is the special administrative region. Although there are occasional turmoil, the economic development is also very rapid. Because of the abundance of precious raw materials such as oil and gems, and cheap labor, it has attracted chaebol groups from all over the world. Shenke Group is one of them. The group is headquartered in Hong Kong and only entered Lujiang in 2002, opening branches and multiple product exchange centers. Shenke Group, also known as KS, is a multinational group company with close ties with chaebols and capital groups in many countries. Formerly a pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong, it gradually expanded and entered the real estate and entertainment industries. It has a long history and strong financial resources. It is a behemoth that no one dares to mess with. No one knows what its financial limit is, not to mention the monopoly industries, just the known ones. How many mines there are in South America, how many oil fields there are in Africa. We often see them on financial channels. Strictly speaking, he relies on this uncle to a great extent. Lian Xingshu has a son and a daughter, but they are both useless. The only one who can handle the situation is the adopted son Yang Shu. However, Zhong Hanyin hasn't seen him for many years. The last impression in his memory was when he was 16 years old. He went abroad and met him at a dinner party in Honolulu. He is very good-looking, doesn't talk much, and always seems to have something hidden in his heart. It's hard to see through. Lian Xingshu trusts him very much and handed over the medical industry to him to manage. The Feng Hui Group, run by Zhong Hangyin's father, is centered on pharmaceutical production and sales. The source of medicinal materials and the contact of sales channels all rely on his cousin. If he offends him, he will be in big trouble. Since then, Zhou Yanqi has never troubled her again, and the project she had shelved before has been restarted. It was jointly built for her by Yang Shu and Chenluo. To celebrate, Tang Zixi specially invited them to dinner at home, and dragged Yu Beiping with him. She had already gone out to buy groceries. She couldn't cook, but was too embarrassed to admit it in front of her bestie, so she took all the blame and then turned around and passed the pot to Yu Beiping. Yu Beiping had gotten used to it, and the longer they were together, the more obvious her little shortcomings became. For example, she was too eager for success and too concerned about her reputation. She knew very well that Chen Luo didn't know she couldn't cook, but she insisted on showing off and put in a lot of effort to keep up appearances. At this time, the corridor was still dark. The weather was chilly in early spring. It was outside, the lawn was covered with a layer of pale white frost, which made her feel cold. Tang Ziqi closed her hands and rubbed them, wishing she could shrink her neck into her coat. Without heating, life would be impossible. She was thoughtful before going out, and only wore a pair of stockings. Because she was wearing cropped pants, her slender ankles were exposed between her trouser legs and shoes. When the cold wind blew, she shivered with cold. Yu Beiping put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't be so arrogant. Stay here. I'll go get you that pair of cotton socks." Tang Ziqi had been frozen to the point of being spineless. She looked at him eagerly and kept stamping her feet. "Hurry up. I'll teach you not to think before going out. Next time, remember not to overestimate yourself. With your small body, how much cold resistance can you have?" She watched him go upstairs with one hand in his pocket and an elegant step, which made her kick the step in anger. The concrete floor was so hard that it hurt her so much that she grimaced. As a result, she didn't give him a good look when he came out. "What's wrong?" Yu Beiping bent down and tried to be level with her. He always looked humble when he smiled, but there was an imperceptible teasing in his eyes, as if he had expected her to do this and was just waiting for her to make trouble. Tang Ziqi met his gaze and bit her lip. "You always bully me like this, isn't it too much?" "How did I bully you?" Tang Ziqi looked at him steadily and pouted. "I regret marrying you now." Always taking advantage of her. Being married is more uncomfortable than being married. He picked her up the next second, held her in his arms and walked downstairs. The sudden weightlessness scared Tang Ziqi so much that she screamed and hugged his waist tightly. She was held face down by him, and with his footsteps, the stairs in front of them also rose and fell unevenly, which was too scary. Tang Ziqi was a very spineless person, and she immediately begged for mercy. "Hubby, I was wrong, let me down. What if I get hurt? Aren't you the one who will feel distressed in the end?" This is really shameless, but she didn't blush at all when she said it. Yu Beiping successfully lifted her down from the ground, but he didn't loosen his hands at all, and still carried her out of the yard. Tang Ziqi was anxious now. It was okay to embarrass herself at home, but the neighbors here were all familiar with each other. If someone saw her, how embarrassing it would be. She struggled desperately, and said angrily, "Put me down." Yu Beiping said, "Okay, you call me dear husband, please forgive me." Tang Ziqi, "Will you call me dear husband, please forgive me?" Her voice sounded very pitiful, and she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, her acting skills were not fake, and her eyes were not wet. Yu Beiping put her down and patted her cheek lovingly. "Don't pretend, you don't look like it at all." She was short of breath, and for a moment, she wanted to bite his hand. "We came early, and the vegetable market was selling fresh goods. The stalls near the door were selling vegetables, and inside were stalls selling chicken, duck, fish and meat, which were more spacious than outside. What do you want to buy?" Yu Beiping hugged her, and regardless of the fact that the little girl was still sulking, he smiled and kissed her cheek. She was soft and sticky, and sometimes she looked like she hadn't been weaned. And she had such a weird temper. When will she be more mature? Thinking of this, she liked him more. He was mature enough, and he considered everything more than others. Many times, interpersonal relationships were mixed with calculations and estimates, and they were almost as pure as hers without thinking. He was really tolerant of her and loved her, and he would not get angry, no matter how she acted. If you like someone, all her shortcomings become advantages. How could Tang Zishi pick vegetables? As soon as she entered the vegetable market, her brows were wrinkled into the shape of the word chuan, and she covered her mouth and nose, almost vomiting. Why does it smell so bad? Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing. Haven't you been to the vegetable market before? Tang Zishi was embarrassed to say that he had never been here. He snorted for a while and said, "Of course I have been here. If I have been here, can't I find the smell unpleasant? Have you really been here?" He held her shoulders from behind and looked down at her. In this position, the warm breath just brushed against her cheek, which was a little itchy. Tang Zishi's face turned red unconsciously. "Lying will make your nose grow longer." He pinched her little earlobe teasingly. Tang Zishi had to admit in a low voice, "I came here with my mother, but I stopped a long way away. I thought the smell inside was too bad." Yu Beiping chuckled, "That's like you." Tang Zishi was not happy about this, and looked up at him and glared at him. "You always slander me." "How did I slander you?" "Don't say that, you dislike me." Speaking of sad things, her eyes gradually became misty. This time she was really upset, and a little stubborn, as if she wanted to vent all the anxiety and fear in her heart. "I know you look down on me, and you married me to complete a task. It's not that you like me that much, but I'm more suitable." A girl in her 20s, sentimental, would start to worry about things and think the worst when she disagreed with something. And once this start was made, it was like Pandora's box, and she would think as badly of him as she could. Yu Beiping couldn't do anything with her, but he didn't want to deceive her. "Before we got married, I did have this idea, and I don't deny it." Although she had expected it and knew in her heart that it was impossible for a man like him to fall in love with her at first sight and even fall in love with her, Tang Zishi was still deeply hurt. She felt as if she had been stabbed with a needle and mercury had been injected into her blood, causing her to fall straight down as if filled with lead, into an endless abyss. She had long known that he was indifferent and cold-hearted, but when she heard it from his mouth with her own ears, she still felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't control herself. "Don't cry." Yu Beiping's heart seemed to be grabbed, and he hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her. Tang Zishi became stubborn and pushed him hard. Fortunately, he was a commander of the armed police and had excellent physical fitness. He didn't even stagger, but she was knocked back by the recoil. Yu Beiping helped her up, and she barely stood up. Seeing her shocked little face, he couldn't help but laughed. But with this smile, he knew something was wrong. Sure enough, she turned her face and glared at him even more angrily. "You're really going too far. Is it fun to bully me like this?" Yu Beiping quickly stopped smiling, held her thin shoulders, and said seriously, "I didn't mean that. We have been married for so long, you still don't believe me? Do you think I'm being unreasonable?" Yu Beiping didn't speak. His silence made Tang Zishi feel even worse. She raised her head and stopped making trouble, but looked at him hurt. "You think I'm making trouble? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Why do you make me so insecure? I'm wrong about this. Then, don't you have anything to say to me?" Tang Zi looked at his hesitant face and keenly discovered that he was hiding something from her. Looking at her suspicious eyes, Yu Beiping had a lot of things he wanted to confess and make everything clear. But the words came to his mouth, but he couldn't open them. What should he say? Was the death of her brother Tang Jihoi indirectly related to him, or was he even the cause and source? If that was the case, he didn't say it at the beginning of the marriage, and now he has lost the courage to speak. If before marriage, he wanted to take care of her and make up for the guilt in his heart, then now, this feeling has taken root in his heart. This marriage, from when he felt that they are suitable and can spend a lifetime, to now being inseparable, is like a sour fruit, with sweetness mixed with astringency. I'm sorry. Yu Beiping could only say this as he held her slender body tightly in his arms. At dinner time, Yang Shu did not come because of something at the hospital, so Chen Luo came alone. Tang Ziqi went to open the door when he heard the doorbell, let her in, and bent down to look for slippers in the cupboard. After searching for a long time, she had no clue at all, and her winter shoes were scattered all over the floor. Chen Luo was very insightful and could tell at a glance that she was worried. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Don't look for it, isn't it right next to you? She tapped her toes on the cotton slippers by the door. The beautiful female professor was dressed very uniquely today, a white sleeveless chiffon lace shirt, with smoky grey wide leg pants underneath. 2 circles of thin black straps were wrapped around her snow-white ankles, and her high heels were tall and pointed, making her already tall height even more outstanding. Tang Ziqi saw her so radiant, and then looked at his own situation, and couldn't help but feel discouraged. Chen Luo took her to the living room and glanced towards the kitchen. Yu Beiping was cooking with his back to them. He was wearing a cotton home clothes and an apron. Where was the majesty of the leader when he was out? His back looked very warm. 6th brother Yu is very good to you. I've never seen him serve others like this. Chen Luo smiled and retracted his gaze. Tang Ziqi didn't speak. What's wrong? Chen Luo pinched her reluctant little face. Chen Luo grew up in a single-parent family. She was independent since childhood and had a gentle and rational personality. Tang Ziqi had been attached to her since childhood and felt that no matter what happened, as long as she told her, she could help her solve it. What happened? Tell me. Chen Mo touched her head, one by one, a bit like touching a pet dog in other people's homes. Tang Ziqi enjoyed it very much, squinting his eyes and lying on her thighs. Nothing. Did you have a fight with brother Yu Liu? Chen Luo hit the nail on the head. Tang Ziqi sometimes liked her for being so smart, and sometimes hated her for being so insightful, and liked to expose her shortcomings without mercy. She glared at her fiercely and said, "Are you going to make things difficult for me, Chen Luo?" She was sickly just now, and now she is aggressive and aggressive again. Chen Luo pulled the corner of his mouth. Why worry about her? Only the little devil can torment others. No, I won't ask any more, I won't ask again. Chen Luo raised her hands to show her surrender. Tang Ziqi gave her a satisfied look. You are sensible. In fact, she still felt uncomfortable, but she didn't want to talk about this matter. She could talk about anything else, but this one would hurt her self-esteem. How could her husband not love her? She sniffed and lay on Chen Luo's thigh again. Her lonely eyes were pitiful, but her hands twisted in anger. Chen Luo gasped in pain. My dear, you quarreled with the real person. Why are you taking it out on me? Chapter 39. Snow in early spring is not uncommon in Beijing. However, this year's snow seems to be a little late. It's almost April, right? Chen Luo stared at the window for a while and turned back to ask. Tang Ziqi was eating a box of pea cakes. It was boxed on the outside, and the inside was sealed with plastic. It was not small, and she ate one by one. Chen Luo was shocked and said, "How can you eat like this?" Tang Ziqi ignored her and stuffed another piece of food into her mouth before swallowing it. She ate it in a hurry and choked. She held her chest and couldn't breathe. Chen Luo was scared and rushed over. Yu Beiping was one step faster than her. He poured the water to her mouth and patted her back. The force was neither too light nor too heavy, just right, and she didn't even choke. Chen Luo habitually lifted the hem of her skirt and sat down. Your husband is very good to you, don't always be so petty. Tang Ziqi retorted, is your husband not good to you? Chen Luo smiled and took a sip of tea nonchalantly. We just got a certificate and attended the wedding banquet for 2 hours on the day. The rest of the time, we haven't seen each other for a month. There are rumors flying around. He is either supporting a little star or having sex with female college students. Yesterday, 2 young models came to me and insisted that they were pregnant with his children. What do you think? Tang Ziqi choked. She spoke hastily just now, and now she regrets it very much. Chen Luo and Jiang Yu also got married through a blind date, but their relationship is much worse than hers and Yu Beiping. Jiang Yu didn't like Chen Luo at all. He was forced by the old man at home. He said that if they didn't get married, he would take back the shares invested in his company. Jiang Yu was afraid that the company would collapse and he would have to starve, so he reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, Chen Luo is rational and mature, and has no feelings for Jiang Yu. The two of them live their own lives. No matter what he does outside, Chen Luo only focuses on his own research, and he will not be shaken even if the sky falls. This couple is another couple in their circle after Yu Beiping and Tang Ziqi, a typical negative example. How can you let him mess around outside? Chen Luo's tone is calm, but the content of his words makes Tang Ziqi furious, and even forgets about her own affairs with Yu Beiping. Chen Luo chuckled and shrugged, and it can be seen that she really doesn't care. Tang Ziqi couldn't swallow this breath. Wait until the snow stops tomorrow, pick up a weapon, and I will help you beat him. I must beat him so hard that he cries for his grandfather and grandmother. Chen Luo was amused by her exaggerated expression, don't make trouble for you. How can caring about you be a trouble? I know what's going on between Jiang Ye and me. Thank you, but it's not necessary, Chen Luo said. Tang Ziqi looked into her eyes, which were still clear and deep, full of wisdom and depth. She nodded reluctantly. During the holidays, tell Jiang Yi to be careful and don't let me catch us. It was getting late, so Chen Luo stood up to say goodbye. It's snowing, why don't you sit for a while? No, Chen Luo has a gentle temperament, but he will never change his mind about what he has decided. Tang Ziqi had no choice but to give up, opened the door for her, stood at the door and watched her go downstairs and get into her mini before closing the door. Yu Beiping handed her the hot water bottle that had been heated. There's no heating, be careful not to catch a cold. Tang Ziqi ignored him and went upstairs in his slippers. Usually he would stay up late to read novels, or download 1 or 2 short movies to watch, but today he took a shower and went to bed early. When Yu Beiping came in, she had her back to him, and the quilt was as high as a hill, covering her head and face tightly. His eyebrows moved slightly, and he raised his hand to turn off the light. Sure enough, a little light shone through the quilt. He knew she was reading a novel without having to guess. But it was embarrassing to do it in front of him. After all, she was still angry, wasn't she? After standing in front of the bed for a while, he took the clothes and went to the bathroom. The door closed gently, and after a while, he heard the clear sound of a shower, and Tang Ziqi slowly pulled away the quilt covering her head. She was playing Candy Crush, but she got bored after a while and threw her phone away in annoyance. Yu Beiping developed a habit in the army in his early years, which was to take a shower for no more than 5 minutes. Seeing that the shower sound stopped, Tang Ziqi quickly pulled up the quilt and covered her head, not forgetting to reach out to the bedside table to retrieve her phone. Ziqi, are you asleep? He poked her head with his fingertips through the quilt. Tang Ziqi quickly turned off the phone and pretended to be asleep. After a while, he came in from behind and hugged her soft body. I know you are not asleep, he whispered in her ear. Tang Ziqi was shocked, and then kicked him angrily and pulled his hand away. He then said, I just tricked you, but now I know that you really didn't sleep. Tang Ziqi. New and old hatreds came up all at once. This time, she was really angry. She let her tickle her, and she gritted her teeth and refused to turn back. Seeing that she was so determined, Yu Beiping also stopped, and there was silence for a while. The room was very quiet, and it seemed that they could still hear each other's subtle breathing. Darkness and silence are the best warm beds for breeding emotions. Some people can't avoid wild thoughts when they are quiet, but some people can think more deeply than others when they are quiet, and analyze things more thoroughly. For example, Tang Ziqi, and also Yu Beiping. One gets more confused the more he thinks, and the other gets clearer the more he thinks. Emotion and reason can sometimes complement each other, and sometimes they don't understand each other. Yu Beiping couldn't sleep, so he leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette. Tang Ziqi smelled the choking smell, got up, and reached out to grab his cigarette. "Are you sick?" Smoking in the room. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at her lightly, and smiled annoyingly. "If I don't smoke, will you care about me?" Tang Ziqi was so angry that her teeth were clattering, and she almost squeezed out the words from between her teeth. "I was really blind to marry you." Yu Beiping just smiled and let herself relax, half leaning on the head of the bed. His shoulders were very broad, and his close-fitting cotton shirt was slightly propped up by his full chest muscles. Even when he was dormant, he could feel the hidden power. When he chose the bed before, he lay on it to try. If his head didn't reach the pillow, his feet would reach the end of the bed. Tang Ziqi was not convinced, so he lay on it and tried it himself. The result is of course self-evident, completely self-humiliating. At that time, he was still touching her head and teasing her. "You have short legs, hurry up, your husband will buy you a pair of height-increasing shoes." The careless attitude at that time was exactly the same as now. No matter what time it is, he is always calm and self-controlled. Whether he is gentle and tolerant or majestic, he never shows his emotions too much or loses control. Even when he quarrels with others, he is smiling, but his sharp tongue is very poisonous. Tang Ziqi is just the opposite. At first glance, he looks very imposing, but in fact, he has no substance. He only knows how to glare with a red face and thick neck, and the words he says have no deterrent power at all. Later, she learned her lesson and dared not to act rashly in front of him again. It is very rare to say such words in front of him like this. She bit her lip and lowered her head. He suddenly leaned over to her. Tang Ziqi tried to hide behind her, but he grabbed her shoulder with one hand. In her flashing eyes of suspicion, he quickly took the cigarette from her hand. He pressed it into the ashtray and extinguished it. "Be careful, don't burn your hands." Tang Ziqi was silent. It was grey outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and it was probably still snowing. Tang Ziqi stood over barefoot and raised her hand to wipe the water vapor on the glass. Only then did her vision become clear for a moment. Yes, it was still snowing. The ground was already white, and the narrow one-way street was covered with black marks from the passing vehicles. "Don't catch a cold." Yu Beiping walked behind her and draped her pajamas over her shoulders. The two had never stood side by side in such silence to watch the snow. Tang Ziqi searched his mind and found that it was the first time, so he couldn't help but smile. There was a bit of bitterness in his smile. "What's wrong?" "When I was in Jiangsu, I never thought it would snow in spring." "Is the climate warm over there?" People's memories will become vague when they leave for too long, even if they have lived there for many years. Tang Ziqi thought about it for a while, then shook his head as if to confirm. "It's cold in winter and hot in summer, and you have to change clothes constantly in spring and autumn. If you really want to talk about warmth, of course it's those cities in the south. One year I went to Xiaoming for fun, and the weather was really warm there. If you like, let's go together." He put his hand on her shoulder, and his movements were particularly gentle. Looking at the slender and fragile neck of the girl in front of him, who was only as tall as his shoulder, Yu Beiping's heart softened and was a little confused. When has he ever been so cautious? Once people start to care about something, they will become fragile and become worried about gains and losses. At that time, A heart as hard as steel will soften, and even the coldest heart will be as warm as spring. Seeing her smile, he will feel happy unconsciously, and seeing her feel uncomfortable, he will also worry. He roughly knew that this was probably love. Are you still angry with me? No, Tang Zishi looked back at him and said seriously, I'm waiting for you to confess to me. This was like a knot in her heart. But this happened to be something that Yu Beiping did not dare to reveal easily after repeated consideration. The beginning of spring is a good time for gatherings. Yu Beiping had a rare day off, and the news spread throughout the circle, and everyone insisted on dragging him to a party. I'm in a bad mood recently. Can you please stop making trouble? When he said this, he was sleeping in his bed at home. It was the first time in decades. He didn't want to get up at all. Bad mood? Then you have to come out. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yang laughed heartlessly. There were many people around, and the noise was endless, which sounded very noisy. Yu Beiping really didn't want to go. He drank 2 bottles of white and half a bottle of red last night. He was hungover and his head still hurts. Tang Zishi was determined not to pay attention to him these days. He got up early and didn't care even if he was drunk. He picked up his bag and left. He looked at his mobile phone. It was already 11 o'clock, but he didn't want to get up at all. Finally understood why she loved to sleep in so much in the past. Once people are idle, they are prone to laziness. Otherwise, how can they say that comfort is a warm bed of decadence? Give me some face, Lao Ji asked me to call you. Xiao Yao urged him. After a while of soft and hard persuasion, he simply hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yao came to his house at night and pushed him directly into the car. Where are you going? Yu Beiping rubbed his eyebrows and lit a cigarette in the back seat. The lighter was out of fuel, and the bottom was empty. He shook it casually, and then a fire started in his palm. Dan Tai, you've been there. Yu Beiping thought about it, frowned, and his expression was a little pale under the car lights in the back seat. I don't remember. The light disappeared in an instant, and the car went dark again. His voice was not very strong, which was very different from his usual energetic appearance. Xiao Yang heard Jiang Yu say that he had a quarrel with Tang Zishi, and thought to himself, it's retribution, because he used to have eyes on the top of his head and looked down on those girls. Look, retribution has come. No one can be successful all his life. When you get older, someone will appear and replace the moon to destroy you. Xiao Yao was very happy. He hummed a little song with gloating, started the car, and drove out of the courtyard gate in a short while. It was the evening rush hour. He originally wanted to take a detour from the North Second Ring Road, but he was blocked before he drove 100 meters, so he had to return along the original route. In recent years, the traffic in Beijing has become more and more congested. For people with a temper like Xiao Yang, it is simply a torture of the Qing dynasty. He is also a good driver. He found gaps all the way and arrived earlier than expected. The car stopped and 2 people got out one after the other. Yu Beiping has outstanding facial features, but his temperament is not bad. He stood under the 2 big red lanterns at the door, like a person walking out of a painting. Few people can remain unmoved by the elegance of his lowered eyebrows and eyes. He is truly suitable for both movement and stillness, and he is naturally romantic. From childhood to adulthood, he has attracted peach blossoms. As long as he is there, other men are just decorations. The dim light at night also concealed his 2 obvious dark circles. Let's go, what are you standing there for? Xiao Yao hooked Yu Beiping's shoulder. They walked all the way to the private room. Before they pushed the door, it opened from the inside. A bunch of people squeezed out of the door, laughing one after another. Then, the ribbons sprayed all over them. Xiao Yang cursed and pushed Yu Beiping away, lowering his head and brushing, "Who the hell came up with this stupid idea? Be conscious and stand up." No one answered. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Beiping. After a while, someone said, "Sixth brother, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" "Sorry, we just wanted to criticize Xiao Yang." They handed over the handkerchief, tremblingly, fearing that he would turn hostile and accuse him. "It's okay." Yu Beiping took it, and he didn't get angry about it. He smiled lightly and slowly patted the ribbons on his shoulders. The group of young people were embarrassed. A girl looked at him with hope in her eyes. "Sixth brother, guess who's here?" Yu Beiping looked at her. She smiled and stood aside, pointing her hand behind her. In the dim light, Han Wei walked out slowly and stood in front of a group of people. She had a small face and her long hair was cut into medium short hair. She wore a nude backless dress, which required a high level of skin color, but she could handle it well. "Long time no see, Yu Beiping." Her eyes sparkled, and she walked forward amid the teasing gazes of a group of young people, opening her arms to hug him. Everyone screamed in unison. But just when her hand touched him, Yu Beiping took a step back and dodged expressionlessly. The room fell silent. Han Wei's smile was a little stiff, and after a while, she pretended to be indifferent and retracted it. The atmosphere was a little stiff, and everyone's expressions were weird. Yu Beiping's expression was flat, and he only said one sentence, but this sentence was like dropping a heavy bomb. He said, "I'm already married, so it's better to avoid unnecessary physical contact, so as not to let my wife know and cause any misunderstandings." He glanced at Han Wei again, clapped his hands twice, and said politely, "Welcome back." However, everyone could see the coldness in his attitude. The two were childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and their parents were close. People in the circle had heard more than once that the two families were going to marry. Unexpectedly, in the end, Yu Beiping got married quietly. Could it be that the rumors a few days ago were true? Did he really get married? This group of people are friends of Xiao Yao's cousin, and most of them are young people in the circle. They don't usually play with Yu Beiping and his friends. Xiao Yao is an extrovert and has a wider circle of friends. Yu Beiping didn't like this kind of occasion very much. He said a few words and then said goodbye. Han Wei followed him regardless. In order to run faster, she threw away her high heels and finally caught up with him and blocked him in the aisle. "Yu Beiping, what do you mean? What do you mean?" His expression was very cold, but his brows were slightly frowned, and he rarely showed a little impatience. He is usually very kind to others, and rarely does he lose face like this. Han Wei stared at him with a stubborn look, as if she was competing with him. Yu Beiping found it boring, so he restrained his expression and turned to leave. At that moment, she didn't know what she was thinking. When she reacted, she had already rushed up and grabbed his arm. "Are you really married?" Her voice was a little trembling, and her voice was loud, attracting the attention of everyone in the aisle. Yu Beiping's expression was stern, and he shouted, "Let go." She pursed her lips tightly and didn't let go. Yu Beiping smiled and took out his mobile phone with his other free hand. His fingers fiddled with it flexibly, and he said neatly, "Okay, I'll call the police." Before the number was pressed, Han Wei rushed over to grab it, looking at him angrily. "Do you have to be so ruthless?" Ruthless. His hands were still in his pockets, looking down at her, and his eyes at that moment were as sharp as a blade. "Why didn't you think you were ruthless when Tang Jihui was in trouble? Or maybe Miss Hao's memory is not very good. How about I sort it out for you?" Han Wei shuddered, and suddenly, she couldn't say anything. After a long while, she finally controlled her abnormal emotions, smiled bitterly, and apologized to him. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper." Yu Beiping also calmed down, and pulled the corner of his lip in an ambiguous tone. "It's okay." The moment he turned around, his steps paused because he saw Tang Ziqi standing not far away. Chapter 40. Tang Ziqi is a very suspicious person. After meeting Yu Beiping and Han Wei in the club that day, she always felt a stone in her heart, but since Yu Beiping didn't say anything, she didn't dare to ask, but just kept it in mind. In the next few days, she was in a bad mood and couldn't lift any energy. After finally getting a vacation, she felt depressed. She simply packed a few clothes and went to live in the old house where she used to live in Conso compound. She refused to go out for a few days. Chen Luo couldn't stand it anymore, so he came and broke down her door this morning and dragged her out of the bed. "You are so cowardly, so cowardly." Tang Ziqi waved her away, lifted the quilt to cover her face, and shouted several times before she let out this breath. Chen Luo helped her put on clothes and dragged her to the commercial district. But after walking on the street for an afternoon, Tang Ziqi's mood did not improve much. Chen Luo couldn't stand her anymore. She was a little annoyed with such a good-tempered person. "What do you want, girl? I accompanied you shopping, carried your bag and massaged your legs all the way, but you didn't give me a good face all afternoon. I didn't ask you to accompany me." Chen Luo was so angry that he laughed, pulled her up and stuffed her into the car. "Take you to sober up. You're just a man, what's wrong with you? Look at me and Jiang Yu, aren't we good friends? No matter what he does outside, I can't change him." Tang Ziqi was annoyed. "I'm not as careless as you." In fact, she was quite confused. On the one hand, she liked Yu Beiping very much and admired him from the bottom of her heart. On the other hand, she felt that this relationship was not reliable. Although he was good to her and took care of her in every possible way, he never told her about his affairs and always seemed distant. This man was arrogant and conceited, and he hid things very well. She could not control him. And sometimes, she had no idea what he was thinking, as if she had never understood him. How sincere was he to her? She had no idea. The more she liked him, the more afraid she was of losing him. Chen Luo was also puzzled. He glanced at her and smiled with a bit of gloating. "Is there any man in this world that you can't handle? Miss Tang casts a wink, and any man will fall at your feet. Where is your invincible spirit in the love field? Are you short of breath? If you really die before you succeed, I will despise you." "Who said I would die before I succeed?" Tang Ziqi was very proud and would brag without blinking an eye. "Just look at me, sooner or later he will kneel down and call me dad." Chen Luo smiled along with her. Her cheerful and optimistic attitude always infected her, and it had been like this since she was a child. Chen Luo didn't have many friends, and Tang Ziqi was the only one she could confide in. The atmosphere was just right, and someone next to her smiled and said, "Who do you want to call you dad, Ziqi?" Tang Ziqi was startled, and alarm bells immediately rang in her mind. When she turned around, it was indeed Xiao Yang who was looking at her with ill intentions. Her brain short-circuited for a while, and she realized it belatedly and slowly moved her gaze to the right. Unexpectedly, she met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Tang Ziqi's hair stood up all over her body. Yu Beiping just looked at her, without speaking or looking away. Tang Ziqi accepted her fate, lowered her head and was about to move over to admit her mistake, when suddenly a clear voice came from behind her. "Why are you here? You made me go around in circles." The voice sounded familiar. Tang Ziqi turned around and happened to meet Han Wei's smiling face. She had short hair, looked clean and refreshing, and had a tall and well-proportioned figure. She wore a military shirt, pine green trousers, and her jacket was draped over her elbows. She smiled at Tang Ziqi. The mole at the corner of her eye was very eye-catching. Whether she was smiling or not, she was charming. Her every move was full of femininity. She walked to Yu Beiping, sat next to him, smiled apologetically, and threw her jacket aside. There is an urgent matter at the communication station. A contact point in Shengyi has lost contact. I helped to deal with it. I'm sorry for being late. Han Wei also studied this department in the military academy, a formal communications and command department, which specializes in this matter. Strictly speaking, Han Wei is still Yu Beiping's subordinate. This line of work is busy. Let's not talk about the headquarters, but those stationed in various garrisons have the most things to do. They are currently working in a camp of the communications department under the Armed Police Corps. They have to deal with various emergencies from time to time. Sometimes the weather is bad and the communication equipment fails and needs to be set up manually. Sometimes it is human factors, and so on. It's a technical job, and you have to command a group of people. Sometimes, the success or failure of the entire armed police rescue operation depends on their command center. If the coordination is not good, something will go wrong. It's not as comfortable as working in an office. After chatting with Yu Beiping for a while, Han Wei seemed to see Tang Zishi, and turned around to talk to her. Who is this? The friend hurriedly explained to her, Tang Zishi, he also lived in our courtyard when he was a child, and then moved away. You should not know him. Han Wei nodded to him politely, indicating that she understood, and looked at Tang Zishi kindly. She was about the same age as Yu Beiping, and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Although she had a smile on her face, the intuition of a woman looking at another woman was very obvious. The two of them only looked at each other, and they both felt the hostility of each other. At that moment, they maintained a tacit understanding and glanced at Yu Beiping beside them calmly. Tang Zishi and Chen Luo came out of here together, kicked a stone away with her foot, and cursed. Chen Luo glanced at her and chuckled, love rival. Tang Zishi sneered, bah. She said disdainfully, but her heart was beating, and the alarm bell had been sounded invisibly. Thinking that they were working in the same unit now and facing each other day and night, she felt blocked in her heart. There was going to be a party in the circle in a few days, and Yu Beiping told her about it the next morning. Tang Zishi didn't even turn her head, just go. Yu Beiping also heard that her tone was not good, and said after thinking for a while, if you don't want to go, don't go. Why not go? Tang Zishi threw away the rag and went back to the room to change clothes. When he came out, Yu Beiping was stunned and looked her up and down for a while. What are you looking at? She put her hand on the armrest and looked down at him. Yu Beiping laughed, no, it's just that I rarely see you dressed up like this. You rarely see it. She left him and went out of the room. The two of them ate at a nearby restaurant and drove to their destination. It was a motel. In previous years, they only came here for New Year's parties. Yu Beiping took the card at the door and went directly to the second floor from the driveway. After Yu Beiping found the house number, he parked the car in the garage next to it. After knocking on the door, someone inside came to open it. It was a young woman, about the same age as Tang Zishi, with short hair, matte red lips, and wearing a khaki sweater with a waistcoat. She bent down when she saw them, smiled on the steps, and coquettishly leaned on the door. Sixth brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yu Beiping nodded coldly. Qiu Jianmei made way for them and invited them in. She kept gossiping with Yu Beiping but never looked at Tang Zishi. Tang Zishi curled his lips but didn't care. Qiu Jianmei was her and Chen Luo's high school classmate. They used to have a good relationship, but it faded after entering college. Later, no one knew what happened and she had a falling out with them inexplicably. After that, they never contacted each other again and never said a single nice thing when they met. I didn't expect her to be a member of Yu Beiping's circle. Sure enough, Han Wei was there too. Qiu Jianmei seemed to have a good relationship with her. She left them and went to Han Wei, put her arms around her neck and said, "Look, sixth brother is here, why don't you go say hello?" As he spoke, he pushed her, laughing and joking. Han Wei kicked him back with a red face. Everyone was silent. Yu Beiping is with Tang Ziqi now, this is something everyone knows. However, he and Han Wei seemed to have some unclear relationship in the past, which is also familiar to everyone. When rivals meet, they are particularly jealous. When women fight against each other, there are more swords and swords than when men fight against each other. Look, there are also best friends to help. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Han Wei is also pretending to be stupid. How could she not know that Yu Beiping and Tang Ziqi are a couple? If she said she didn't mean it, why didn't she say anything when Qiu Jiamei talked about her and Yu Beiping, allowing people to misunderstand? The atmosphere became a little subtle. Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping sat down shoulder to shoulder. In the silence, only Qiu Jiamei was still chatting and laughing, intentionally or unintentionally, bringing up the past of Yu Beiping and Han Wei. For example, sixth brother, do you still remember the broadcast that was played when we went to the cafeteria to eat when we were in the Shijiao compound? The march is played over and over again every day, and I get annoyed just listening to it. Only you and Sister Wei Wei remain calm and don't take anything seriously. A master is a master, and he can keep his composure. You two are really in sync and have such good composure, haha. Later, Tang Ziqi felt it was really boring, so he found an excuse and walked out. Yu Beiping stood up, and Han Wei stood up and called him, just leaving like that. Yu Beiping nodded perfunctorily and hurried out. Han Wei's face looked bad, and she pinched her palm. Tang Ziqi didn't take a car, but walked out directly. The motel only had a driveway and an elevator. Tang Ziqi didn't have a card, so she naturally couldn't take the elevator. She was too lazy to go back to get it, so she went down the driveway directly. Just then, a car plate came up from below, and the dazzling light made her squint. Yu Beiping suddenly pulled her from behind and pulled her to his side. Are you crazy? What if you get hit? What's it to you? Tang Ziqi's voice suddenly became sharp. After 2 days, she finally vented her dissatisfaction and looked up at him angrily. Yu Beiping was stunned, as if he was stunned by her gaze. Facing her eyes, he seemed to fall into deep thought and gradually understood something. The atmosphere was a little stiff. After marriage, the first Cold War between Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping occurred after the New Year. The weather was not very good that day, and it was still foggy in the morning. Chen Luo got up early for the first time, picked her up and rushed outside. When they reached the bottom of the building, Wei Shi slapped the military card and bowed pretentiously, "Two beauties, we have been waiting for a long time." The two spit at him together. Show off. They went to a Chinese restaurant on the North Third Ring Road. Wei Shi stopped the car and led the way in front. Follow him, if you lose him in a while, it will be difficult to explain when you go back. Pretentious. Chen Luo spit at him. Tang Ziqi whispered in her ear, he has been in Beijing for all these years, and he still doesn't have a girlfriend, right? Of course. Tang Ziqi understood, as expected. Wei Shi seemed to have heard some rumors, turned around, and stared at them vigilantly. What are you talking about? Are you saying bad things about me? The two shook their heads in unison, with innocent eyes. They said in unison, no, we respect and like you so much. No way. Wei Shi was a thick-skinned man, and without thinking much, he led the two of them into the lobby in a domineering manner. The manager had been waiting for a long time, looking humble, and led them upstairs with a smile on his face. This way, this way. Chen Luo suddenly pushed Tang Ziqi. Tang Ziqi turned around and was startled to see that she was glaring at her. Chen Luo pointed to the front right. Tang Ziqi looked in the direction she pointed, and stopped when she saw it. It was Yu Beiping and Han Wei, eating hot pot face to face by the window. He was wearing casual clothes today, with his jacket buttoned on the back of the chair, and a white half-high collar sweater on his upper body, which made him look less solemn and more literary. The hot steam was steaming and stuck to his glasses, so he frowned and took them off. Han Wei hurriedly opened the glasses case and handed him a cloth towel. When did you become nearsighted? It's mild. I put them on when I checked the documents this morning. I forgot to take it when I went out. Han Wei smiled. I haven't seen you for so many years, and we are in the same department when you came back. Isn't it a coincidence? Yu Beiping lowered his head to pick up some food and said, I have to go out of town in a few days. You can help me with the work at the communication station first. Han Wei was stunned. You want to be transferred? He shook his head. Go to the base of an armed police detachment in another place and exchange work experience with the communications battalion over there. It can be considered as a temporary assignment. How long? Han Wei was in a low mood, and her smile was a little forced. Maybe a few months, or maybe half a year. She forced a smile. That's a good thing. This should be considered as further study, and maybe when you come back, you will have another star on your shoulder. Yu Beiping smiled coldly, took out the prepared documents and handed them to her. Lao Zhang asked me to give it to you. Thank you. The atmosphere of the meal was originally very good, but it became depressing in the end. Han Wei casually asked, by the way, where are you applying to be transferred to? Yu Beiping lowered his head and put down his chopsticks, stood up, slowly put on his clothes and walked outside. Chengdu. Han Wei paused with the chopsticks in her hand, and dropped them onto the table with a pop. Tang Ziqi's project internship site is also in Chengdu. Yu Beiping's car was parked in the yellow line area above the parking lot, some distance away from the restaurant. His license plate is special, and no one dares to provoke him, let alone play a prank like this. The white car body was sprayed with yellow and green paint, and a big pig's head was painted on the front of the car, with 2 circles of balloons. Yu Beiping stood outside the yellow line and watched for a long time, but did not go over. Tang Ziqi came out of the restaurant with a lollipop in his mouth, feeling inexplicably refreshed. Yu Beiping heard her footsteps and turned back expressionlessly. At that moment, Tang Ziqi seemed to be able to feel the sudden drop in air pressure. However, she was no longer afraid of boiling water at this moment. She took the lollipop out of her mouth, smacked her lips twice, and glanced at him lightly. Why are you looking at me? It's not me who did it. Wei Xi took action, Chen Luo gave the orders, and she watched the whole process. She did not try to stop them, nor did she take any action. To put it bluntly, it was a disguised connivance. Didn't Yu Beiping understand her? Even when he was extremely angry, there was a faint smile in his eyes, as if he was looking at her with new eyes, and he nodded resignedly. Then, he asked bluntly, Tang Ziqi, what do you mean? Tang Ziqi sucked the lollipop again and said, I told you it wasn't me. But there was a smirk and pride in her eyes. He knew her smile best. Yu Beiping was like the white snow on the mountain, aloof and self-respecting. Although he was humble to others, few people could really get into his heart. When he was a child, there was a little girl who often surrounded him and forced him to talk to her. When he ignored her, she would find different ways to cause trouble. Her dark pupils and smiling eyes were filled with the joy of having succeeded in a prank. Her purpose was just to attract his attention. Just like now. How old are you, and you still play this kind of trick? Yu Beiping was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and opened the car door with a sullen face. He was about to leave, and Tang Ziqi got anxious again. She pressed the back of his hand and called him coquettishly, Yu Beiping. What? He sneered, and his temper, which was usually not revealed, was revealed at this moment. His tone was not deliberate, and he did not avoid being harsh, but it was scary to listen to. He said, Tang Ziqi, let go of your hoof? Whose hoof are you talking about? Whoever is pressing me is his hoof. Tang Ziqi was furious and glared at him viciously. Yu Beiping was not bothered at all. He looked her up and down as if she was a fool, shook his head slightly, and pushed her hand away. After so many years, you haven't made any progress at all. Tang Ziqi watched him get into the car, and was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys ached. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance, he is not an easy person to get along with. Yu Beiping lost his mother at a young age and had a bad relationship with his father. He was a little bit perverse in his bones, but he had been working in the government for many years, so he hid it well. He started the car and was about to leave. Tang Ziqi rushed over quickly and jumped in front of his car. Yu Beiping's face changed drastically, and he braked suddenly, but fortunately he managed to hold it. Almost in the next second, he got out of the car, grabbed Tang Ziqi's collar and pulled him into the car. With the car door closing with a bang, there were only 2 people left in the car. The space was narrow, and Tang Ziqi felt guilty for some reason. How could he have the courage to stop the car just now? Do you want to die? His tone was leisurely and his eyes were calm. But the calmer it is, the more frightening it is. Tang Ziqi is familiar with him, this is the calm before the storm. She bit her lip, a little scared, but very unwilling. Just say whatever you want to say. Tang Ziqi gritted his teeth, what is your relationship with that Han Wei? Yu Beiping had lowered his head to touch a cigarette, and hadn't put it in his mouth yet. Hearing this, he turned back in surprise and frowned, Han Wei? Yes. I saw you having dinner with her in the restaurant just now. Her tone was quite like a wife catching an adulterer. Yu Beiping thought of this and felt inexplicably happy, and a smile unconsciously appeared in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Tang Ziqi was aggressive. Yu Beiping glanced at her coldly and didn't take her seriously at all. The truth does not lie in the loudness of the voice. Tang Ziqi was so angry that his chest hurt. Yu Beiping. You bastard. Is it fun to call you by your full name? He sneered, and said loudly, if you have the guts, call me again. Tang Ziqi swallowed his saliva. Based on past experience, the consequences of seeking a momentary pleasure would probably be disastrous. But she didn't want to give in so easily, so she simply pouted her lips and didn't say anything. Yu Beiping asked, are you not convinced? She snorted. He took out a lighter to light a cigarette for himself, and then put his slender hands outside the car, shook them casually, and scattered a cloud of ash. He took 2 puffs of the cigarette, looked back at her, and said to her earnestly, if you are not convinced, hold it in. I tell you, in front of me, you are a dragon coiled up and a tiger lying down. Tang Ziqi stamped his feet in anger. He wanted to curse a few more words, but he didn't have much ink in his stomach. He racked his brains and only added 1 sentence, asshole. To Yu Beiping, it was simply not painful. He smiled and glanced at her with the corner of his eye, curse a few more words, and curse beautifully. Tang Ziqi was so angry that his face turned red. He just had this ability, saying words that would make people angry to death in a serious and calm manner. Don't be fooled by his quiet demeanor. When he gets into an argument, he can make people blush with just a few words, leaving them helpless. But he is very proud and usually doesn't bother to talk to people. He doesn't argue with people either. Unless, like now, he is forced into a corner. The 2 of them stared at each other in the car, and gradually, the arrogance in their hearts disappeared. But they still didn't like each other and were holding their breath. Yu Beiping put out his cigarette, started the car and left. He didn't ask her where she was going, nor did he look back at her, which showed that he was still angry, but he was too lazy to argue with her. Tang Zishi said coldly, "Send me home." That was the end of their conversation that day. Chapter 41. Safety education is also a top priority in the pharmacy department. Yang Xin gave her a new task recently assigned by the higher-ups, asking her to compile a detailed report in a week. There are regulations for the use of anesthetic drugs, psychotropic drugs, medical toxic drugs. There is a standard for the use of these things. Tang Zishi cannot guarantee the absolute correctness of some unconventional professional things. He often asks and seeks advice one by one. "Let me help you." "How long will you do this?" A strange male voice, not very pleasant, but friendly enough. Tang Zishi turned around and saw that the other person was a young man in his 30s, with regular features, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a simple smile. Being looked at by her like this, there was a subtle nervousness. Tang Zishi didn't remember this kind of person. "You are?" "I'm from the respiratory department, next door. I spoke on behalf of our department at the safety education meeting before." Tang Zishi had some impression. Luo Yan, 29, attending physician of the respiratory department. The soft power of the respiratory department of Runai Hospital is average, and the talents are concentrated in several surgical departments. Since Director Chen retired, he, an attending physician, has become the most experienced and capable, and is temporarily in charge of a department. It can be said that it is very rare. "Hello." Tang Zishi nodded to him, not very warmly. Although she was so enthusiastic and noisy with her friends, she was still very distant and polite to others outside. Luo Yan didn't care, and continued with the previous words, "Let's make a list first." He pointed to the half-printed manual in her hand. This was just a draft, and she had to ask, then revise, and then submit it to the higher-ups for review. After all, it was the first time for Tang Zishi to do this, so she was not experienced. Also, because she was new here and had limited connections, it was a bit difficult to make a list, unless she asked each department one by one. Seeing her embarrassment, Luo Yan smiled heartily and took the paper. "Let me do it. I have worked here for 7 or 8 years and I am familiar with all the departments. Is it too much trouble for you?" Tang Zishi was a little embarrassed. Luo Yan was natural, colleagues should help each other. Besides, can you finish it by yourself? "Don't think too much, but seeing you like a headless fly, I feel a little sorry." It was just a small episode, and Tang Zishi didn't take it to heart. From then on, Luo Yan came to see her every now and then. Although he was polite and did not overstep the line, Tang Zishi also guessed a little bit of his thoughts. He couldn't help but feel a headache. "Why are you frowning?" The colleague stood on tiptoe to get the herbs and asked with a smile. "Nothing." Tang Zishi leaned back slightly and leaned on the table thoughtfully. Ming Mei turned around and smiled at her, bent down to record the expenses of the herbs, and said to her, "Xiao Luo is a good person. If you don't have a partner, you can consider him." Tang Zishi was surprised and almost asked, "How did you know?" Ming Mei seemed to have expected her to have such an expression, and looked up and joked with her, "We are not blind. Although the respiratory department is close to us, why does he always come to you for no reason? I think he is interested in you." "Don't joke, I'm married." Now it was Ming Mei's turn to be surprised. "Is it true? How can such a thing be false? Why hasn't your husband come to pick you up once?" Tang Zishi was silent for a moment, and said without emotion, "I have my own car." After a pause, he made a light sound, raised his foot and walked away. "No need for him to pick you up." Ming Mei sighed behind him. "Then you have to make it clear to Xiao Luo. I think he may really like you. He is an introvert, and it will probably take a long time for him to confess to you." She didn't say the rest. But the meaning was already there. If she didn't make it clear now, she would kill the idea that she shouldn't have in the cradle. If she refused at that time, Luo Yan's heart would really be broken. But he didn't really say it. If she was wrong, and he didn't like her, but just cared about his colleagues, wouldn't she be self-indulgent? Tang Ziqi was very conflicted and had a lot on her mind for the whole afternoon. In the evening, she went to the parking lot to pick up her car. When she got to the basement, Tang Ziqi patted her head and remembered that her car had been sent for maintenance yesterday. "Let me take you there." Luo Yan's voice came from behind. Tang Ziqi turned around and saw him slowly approaching her with his coat rolled up. He was quite handsome without his white coat, a white shirt, light brown trousers and a vest, looking a bit like those Wall Street investment bank elites. She thought he was not bad before, not the kind of greasy man who pretended to be romantic, but now she really disliked him. Did he really mean it? Was he really unaware of it? "No need, my husband will pick me up." After she said that, she didn't look at him again. Luo Yan was obviously stunned. The atmosphere was a bit tense. A black car came from behind, turned a corner and stopped not far from them. Luo Yan was still pestering her, saying, "Actually, I really do." Beep, the horn sounded twice. Luo Yan turned back in surprise, and the dark car window lowered in front of him. Yu Beiping looked at him slowly, said nothing, and looked directly at Tang Ziqi. His voice was also light, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Why are you still standing there? Get in, let's go home." Luo Yan's body was stiff. This casual look seemed like an inspection at first, and then he looked away after just a few seconds, as if he had made a judgment on him. He was not presentable. Luo Yan's face flushed unconsciously, feeling insulted. This man, wearing a simple white shirt with no brand visible, with his sleeves rolled up, but the kind of open and noble confidence between his eyebrows was not something that ordinary people could have. This was not a simple person, nor was he a coward. At least, he ignored him. Tang Ziqi said nothing, went around to the passenger seat next to him, opened the door, got in, and the car left exhaust gas, and drove the two away in front of him. Only Luo Yan, with a grim expression, was left standing there. At this time, no one was in the parking booth. Yu Beiping swiped his card to go out, went outside, and went directly to the main road. The air was cold, but Tang Ziqi rolled down the window. Yu Beiping drove very slowly, and his slender and beautiful hands were lazily on the steering wheel. Tang Ziqi glanced at him and reminded him coldly, "Hold the steering wheel tightly when driving." She finally talked to him, and he stopped being serious and smiled calmly. "It's past the peak period, and there are not many people now. I know this road better than where I live. If you drive by yourself, of course I don't care." This was a bit stinging. Yu Beiping glanced at her sideways, his eyes indifferent. "If you want to die, I'll drag you along." Tang Ziqi suppressed the anger in his heart and stared back coldly. "Are you interested?" Yu Beiping let her stare at him, his expression calm, looking nonchalant. Especially those black eyes, long and clear, clearly reflecting her own shadow. She bet he was laughing, even though he seemed calm on the surface. She was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. This is not the way home. She finally found the fault. Yu Beiping admitted it frankly, tapping the steering wheel elegantly with his hands, looking serious. "I know. Where to?" She didn't waste time talking to him, lowered her head and opened her phone. "Tan Tai." She sneered lightly, using the tone of dismissing a waiter. "Okay, let's go." But he smiled lightly. Not many people came to Tan Tai today, and there were even fewer seats upstairs. Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping went in one after the other, and a fragrant breeze blew in their faces, faintly mixed with the smell of cigarettes. The burgundy velvet sofa, the painted screen, and the New Year paintings of actresses from the Republic of China hanging on the wall are all old items, and any one of them can be auctioned for a sky-high price. This is a real den of money, but it was messed up by this gang. There were fruits and cups and plates scattered on the ground. Several familiar people gathered together to play mahjong. Crackle, crackle, laughter and scolding continued. It was very chaotic. Jiang Yi, you grandson, you are cheating. Get out of here, I would cheat. One person was kicked out, his face full of gloom, walked to the door, and kicked the screen hard. Yu Beiping quickly reached out to help it, and smiled at the visitor. Why are you so angry? Jiang Yi put his hands in his pockets, frowning, clearly showing I'm very unhappy, but his tone was very calm. It's okay. He stretched his neck to look at Tang Ziqi behind him, and this time he sneered, you're good enough to bring your wife with you when you go out to play. Because of Chen Luo, Tang Ziqi has always disliked Jiang Yi, and he immediately said, how can you compare to you, with a red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside, you are a model in our circle. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, looked at her with interest, and said nothing. Those who are familiar with him know that this person's sneer and frown are just a little impatient. When he is really angry, he will be as quiet as a virgin, his eyes will be more serious than usual, and he will even smile at you, and he doesn't look like a bit of fireworks. Those who are familiar with him also know that Jiang Yi is the youngest among this group of people. Because he lost his mother at a young age, his temperament is the most perverse. Apart from breaking the law and committing crimes, what else does he dare not do? Yu Beiping was afraid that Tang Ziqi would really anger him, so he quickly pulled her to the back and changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to get a haircut from John Thompson? He will be back here for a while and will leave on the flight tomorrow morning. Why are you still wasting time here? Can you catch up? He pointed at the other's messy golden hair. It looked like it hadn't been taken care of for more than half a month. Jiang Yu glanced at Tang Ziqi, expressionless, and walked away. I'm doing this for your sake. Tang Ziqi's eyes followed his back, wishing he could give him a middle finger. You are so shameless, and you still have the nerve to be mean to me. If I were Chen Luo, I would just poison him with hydrogen cyanide. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly. It seems that you really can't mess with those of you who are good at chemistry. Tang Ziqi didn't respond, not wanting to pay attention to him. She dressed up specially today, a thin white striped sweater and a burgundy tight leather skirt, outlining her charming waist. The pattern on the hollow part of the back was faintly visible, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Her eyes are clear, yet sparkling, and an unintentional glance can kill people. Tang Ziqi is a proud girl, beautiful and delicate, like a peony raised in a greenhouse, who needs to be cared for and taken care of with countless gold and silver jewelry. She treats her friends warmly, even acting heartless, but if she really intends to ignore you, she can be colder than an iceberg. Just like now, she doesn't even give him a glance, her expression is lazy and indifferent. It seems that he is not her husband at all, but a driver who sent her here. After several days of Cold War, until now, Yu Beiping finally realized that she was serious this time. No matter whether he really has any relationship with Han Wei, she saw it, she felt uncomfortable, and this account would be counted on him. Yu Liushao, who has always been chased and courted by others, is in trouble, completely in trouble. Now, she is the buyer's market, and he is the one begging her to come back. Chapter 42. After playing mahjong for a while, Tang Ziqi threw away the cards and stood up. Xiao Yang called her, what's wrong? She was a little uninterested, pouted, put her hands in her pockets and walked outside. You guys play, I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Be careful, don't go downstairs, there is a theme today, it's messy. I know. The words passed by her ears, and she didn't take it to heart. She leaned on the railing on the second floor for a long time. Today's theme is swimwear. There is a tea stage downstairs. In the dark, the lights are moving, and the sound is as loud as exploding in the ears. The girls on the stage are walking, and the people below are dancing, and various biddings are coming one after another. Tang Ziqi used to be a very playful person, but he was very sensible. He went out with Chen Luo and others. In order to take care of her, they mostly went to bars and rarely came to such decadent places. After watching for a while, he got bored and turned to the east corridor to find the bathroom. The corridor here is dark, and there is a dark red carpet under his feet. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a quarrel in front of her, followed by a loud shout, "Okay, then you go to hell. Die. I'll stand here, if you have the guts, jump down." Tang Ziqi was startled, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the bottom one after another. Frightened, she quickly ran out of the corner and saw a young man tumbling down the stairs. Liang Jingtao was standing on the stairs, watching him roll to the first floor like a watermelon. The scene was so shocking that Tang Ziqi covered her mouth in fear. Liang Jingtao happened to turn around at this moment. When they met, both parties remembered who the other was, and he couldn't help but frown. The manager came over immediately, and Qiu Jiamei came with him, and kept apologizing for the one who just fell down, with a very humble attitude, almost eager. "I really didn't know he would come to trouble you. Tang, I'm sorry, He insisted on pestering me. That has nothing to do with me, I'm not interested in knowing." Liang Jingtao interrupted her directly. He caused someone to fall down the stairs, but he didn't even apologize, and he was so arrogant Tang Ziqi was stunned, and his impression of this person became worse. Han Wei noticed the movement here, and also came out of the private room and asked about the reason. Qiu Jiamei said in annoyance, "It's Gao Shaosheng, he is simply a psychopath." Gao Shaosheng has been pursuing her since she graduated from college, but Qiu Jiamei is in love with Liang Jingtao and has always been annoyed by him, but he is like a dogskin plaster and can't be shaken off. Liang Jingtao has a crush on Han Wei, she also knows this, but she just can't resign herself to it. Being friends with Han Wei can take the opportunity to get close to him, which is why she is willing to be her follower all the time. Don't think that she and Han Wei are very good on the surface, but in fact, she looks down on her bitch style. Doesn't she know that Liang Jingtao likes her? Don't be funny, she pretends to be confused when she knows the truth. On the one hand, she is pursuing Yu Beiping, and on the other hand, she is hanging Liang Jingtao as a spare tire. Only a steel-straight man with low emotional intelligence like Liang Jingtao can't see it. How can we say that every straight man has encountered a green tea when he was young? Ziqi, when Han Wei turned around, she saw Tang Ziqi and came over to say hello to her. Tang Ziqi smiled and didn't respond. But everyone could see the sarcasm in her eyes. In those beautiful big eyes, the words, "I look down on you," were clearly written. Han Wei smiled reluctantly, as if she was stabbed. Liang Jingtao couldn't stand it, and helped Han Wei. "When someone greets you, you should say hello back, right? This is the most basic courtesy." Tang Ziqi looked at him with interest and smiled directly. "Do you like her?" It was full of provocation. Liang Jingtao's face turned cold. "You? How about me?" She raised her chin slightly. Although she was short, she was actually not weak at all. Han Wei wanted to say a few polite words, but Tang Ziqi had already left with a sneer. Han Wei smiled awkwardly and looked at Liang Jingtao apologetically. "Don't worry. She is just like that, she is quite straightforward, and she didn't mean to target you." Liang Jingtao raised his hand to stop her from talking, and sneered, "Don't, I've experienced it before." Recently, a small ground collapse occurred in Shouyi. The detachment was short of manpower, and most of them went to the south. The armed police fire brigade transferred some people there. The next day, Liang Jingtao escorted an important leader to inspect there and left early in the morning. "What's wrong? You are always absent-minded recently." Gao Zheng raised his foot to cross a ditch and smiled back at him. In the wilderness, the road is not flat, let alone this kind of undeveloped farmland. A heavy rain, coupled with the collapse of the foundation, turned the area of more than 10 miles into a wild land with potholes. Liang Jintang also smiled. Something happened at home. He didn't want to say more, and Gao Zhen didn't ask more. Two familiar people came over in front, also wearing green military uniforms, with upright postures and vigorous spirits, and smiled and greeted him. "Let's go to the rest station and sit for a while. You don't look very energetic." Gao Zheng put his hand on his shoulder, called another guard beside him and left. Normally, he should follow closely, but since his leader didn't allow him to, he didn't follow. In this line of work, the first thing to ensure is absolute obedience. It's called a rest station, but in fact it's just a simple shed made of a few wooden boards. There is hot water at the counter, and there is a young female military doctor who is in charge of sorting out some medicines. When she saw him, she couldn't help but take a second look, and her face turned red. "Chief, would you like some water and canned food?" "No, thank you." Liang Jintang touched a cigarette and lit it slowly. He seemed to be thinking about something, with a slightly hunched waist and a pair of long legs apart. The smoke from his fingertips floated out wisps of white mist. Someone patted him on the shoulder from above, and then sat next to him. "Why don't you follow Lao Gao?" It was Yu Beiping. Liang Jintang was very surprised. "Why are you not in the command center? Why are you here?" "Old Li is at the headquarters. I came here today to give you close guidance." "How is it? Is everything okay?" "Just like that." "Is this your first day when you encountered a collapse? Are there no casualties?" 8 people were injured, but no one died. The rest of the people lost some livestock and some houses collapsed. "That's not bad." Yu Beiping held out his hand to him. Liang Jintang frowned, with no expression. "What?" His reaction was unique. He didn't know how to read people's expressions at all. Yu Beiping laughed angrily. "Give me a cigarette." Liang Jintang took out a whole box and threw it to him neatly. Yu Beiping glanced at it. It was the kind that cost more than 10 yuan a box, with a bright red package. It was vulgar, too vulgar. Usually, he saw those middle-aged and elderly rough men around him smoking it. Who would smoke this? Not only was it pungent, but it was also cheap. Change to another kind of cigarette when you go back. Yu Beiping threw the box back to him. Liang Jintang took it silently, without commenting. When he smokes, he is always thinking about something. His fair face is shrouded in smoke, his jaw is firm, his eyes are clear, but there is a hint of decadence. "Are you worried about something?" Yu Beiping asked him. Liang Jintang did not answer. After a while, he put out his cigarette and looked back at him. His eyes were focused, as if he was exploring something, which surprised Yu Beiping. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Liang Jintang's eyebrows were cold, but there was a little provocation in his eyes. "I just want to see what charm you have that makes so many good girls fall in love with you." "Who are you referring to?" Liang Jintang stared at him without saying a word. That kind of straight gaze seemed to be competing with him. Yu Beiping has never been afraid of any staring. Seeing him like this, he is happy to confront him. His eyes are calmer than his, but his gaze is sharper. "Sometimes I can't understand how low your emotional intelligence is. You actually like a woman like Han Wei." Liang Jintang's eyes were filled with anger. "Yu Beiping? What?" He smiled faintly and spread his hands. "Don't slander Han Wei. If there is nothing wrong with her, no one can slander her. You have to see for yourself what kind of person she is. You are all born as military officers, and your brains are stubborn." After saying this, Yu Beiping was too lazy to explain and got up and walked away. Liang Jintang sneered at his back and stepped hard on the cigarette butt that had not been extinguished. Liang Jintang hated Tang Ziqi as much as he hated Tang Ziqi. The two meetings ended unhappily. Tang Xiuchen probably called and asked her to go back to Xishan for dinner. Tang Zixi didn't want to, so He Shujing persuaded her. She had no choice but to go. Eating a meal was like going to the execution ground. After finally finishing the meal, Tang Xiuchen asked Liang Jintang to send her off. She walked in front, and he followed slowly from behind. His steps were neither fast nor slow, but steady, and she couldn't get rid of him no matter how she walked. After leaving the sentry box, Tang Zixi finally couldn't stand it anymore, stopped and looked back. Hey! Let's discuss something. I have a name. Tang Zixi held his breath and said patiently, Liang Jintang. What's the matter? For this kind of steel-straight man, Tang Zixi knew that he couldn't beat around the bush, so he said directly, I know you hate me, and it happens that I hate you too. How about this? I'll take a taxi back by myself, so you don't have to face my disgusting face all the way. No, the tone was firm, without any room for negotiation. Tang Zixi gritted his teeth. Why not? The chief asked me to take you back, so I must take you home and watch you walk in. Why are you so rigid? She responded with the sound of him opening the car door, slightly raised his hand, and made a please gesture. Tang Zixi. So, she hated this kind of low-EQ straight man the most. It's just talking to a deaf person. Something happened on the way, and when passing the second fork in the road, Liang Jintang stopped the car on the side of the road. What's up? He ignored her and jumped out of the car. Tang Zixi looked over and found that he helped up an old lady who had fallen on the opposite side of the road. She was an old woman in her 60s or 70s, with half-white hair and wearing an old-fashioned suit jacket. She had been lying on the side of the road for a while, but no one who passed by stopped to help her. Tang Zixi was very cautious and felt that the old lady's face was not good. Hesitant, Liang Jintang helped her into the car and drove straight to the nearest hospital. It was too late to say anything now. When they arrived at the hospital, they sent the person directly to the emergency room. There were people coming and going in the corridor, shoulder to shoulder, and it was inevitable that they would bump into each other. Tang Zixi was impatient. He became impatient after standing for less than 2 seconds, took out his mobile phone and poked at the game impatiently. A nurse bumped into her when the cart passed by, and the phone fell down. A pair of hands beside her swiftly picked up the machine that was about to fall to the ground, and with the other hand, she held her and led her inside. Be careful. The voice was as cold and hard as ever. Tang Zixi was slightly shocked, and his heart was touched. He looked at him more unconsciously. Still with that poker face. However, he was not a bad person. For a moment, she felt that he was not so annoying. She kindly reminded him that old lady doesn't look like a good person. Don't be so arrogant and make trouble for yourself. If it's a scammer, you will have to pay for it yourself. Don't drag me into it. Liang Jintang frowned. Why are you so cold-blooded? The world is not what you think. Tang Zixi was so angry that his chest swelled because his kindness was in vain. He deserved to be deceived. The doctor came out with a deep frown on his face. When he saw the two of them, he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Tang Zixi couldn't stand such hesitation. Just say what you want to say. The doctor had no choice but to say, she has a herniated disc and moderate strain. She needs to be hospitalized. She said you hit her and wants you to compensate her. Well, you can pay the deposit first. Liang Jintang was stunned. Tang Zixi looked at his expression of disbelief as if he had swallowed a fly, and she couldn't help laughing until she was hurt. The unhappiness just now was swept away in an instant. If she could add insult to injury, she would never lend a hand. Yeah, this world is not what I thought it was. Liang Jintang said nothing. Her face was not good, and there was a trace of loneliness in her eyes that was not easy to detect. Tang Zixi caught this, his heart trembled slightly, and he stopped laughing at him. Don't be like this. It's not every time you run into such a person. Hey, I'm afraid of you. Tang Zishi left him and went into the ward. The old lady who fell down lay on the bed calmly, holding half an apple in her hand, looking comfortable. How could she look injured at all? The old lady recognized her, curled her lips, rolled her eyes, turned her head and continued to eat her apple. While chewing, she asked vaguely, "Have you paid the money? My son came with him. Don't even think about running away. I've written down your license plate number." Tang Zishi stood in front of her with his hands behind his back, smiling. "Run away? What are you running away for? I've already called the police. Let's see how many criminal records you have, an old woman who commits insurance fraud. Pay compensation? Bah. I won't give you a penny." When the old lady heard that she didn't want to pay, she almost jumped up, "Not paying? You don't pay after hitting someone? Everyone, look, why are young people nowadays like this? They have no respect for the elderly. They are so inhumane. I'm almost 70 years old, my son is working in another place, and my wife is still waiting to give birth. This is going to kill our family. We can't live." If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be scared or his face would turn red. Tang Zishi was not an ordinary person. The louder she laughed, the calmer she laughed. Her mouth was full of poison. "Don't you want to live? Okay, die? Die now. Without you, an old woman who scams people, the air in Beijing would be cleaner. Go die, hurry up, die in front of me. Don't forget to leave your number before you die. Sister is kind and will order a coffin for you." She had a sharp tongue and a clear and crisp voice. Her series of words came out like a string of cannons, so refreshing that the old lady rolled on the bed and threw a tantrum, calling the nurses and doctors. Liang Jingtang heard the noise and came in, pulling her sleeves. "Forget it." "What do you mean by forget it? You are usually very tough, why do you become cowardly when you meet such an old rogue?" Tang Zishi looked down on him, pushed him away, and continued to scold the old woman, scolding her until she was out of breath. Later, the police came and checked the surveillance. The old lady knew she was in the wrong and didn't say anything. "Thank you, police uncle." Tang Zishi politely greeted people at the hospital gate, bowing continuously, smiling and speaking sweetly, totally different from the sharp scolding just now. Liang Jingtang was speechless. His eyes fell on her beautiful face again. She was obviously quiet, but there was a cunning in her eyes and eyebrows, like a little fox, as if she had thousands of twists and turns in her heart. So lively and smart. His heart beat twice quickly. After realizing it, he quickly turned his eyes away. He had never had such a strange feeling before, and he was quite uncomfortable. Chapter 43. In the next few days, Tang Zishi was busy with the project. Yu Beiping also went to the disaster area to participate in the rescue work. The two had no contact for more than half a month. After returning to Chengdu, it felt that the sky was blue. Tang Zishi simply immersed himself in the experiment, truly free of external things. Chen Luo was still wondering why she came back so early, and asked with a smile that day, saying, "It's rare that a lazy bug can be diligent one day, the sun must be rising from the west." Tang Zishi glared at her. "You are the model worker." He pulled the instrument in his hand hard until the instrument issued a red warning of beep beep, and was startled and stopped hurriedly. Chen Luo quickly blocked her away. "Stop it, ancestor, these are all donated by public funds. If you break them all, our laboratory will really become an empty shell, and a good cook can't cook without rice. Get lost." After working all morning, Tang Zishi went to the city center with her card with only tens of thousands of yuan left. As long as a woman wants to spend money, there is really nothing she can't spend. Look, after only 2 hours of shopping, her card has been maxed out. Tang Zishi carried a lot of things left and right, and she felt a little better when she came back. The parking lot was full, so she went around to the alley opposite when she came. Who would have thought that today's inspection would find that all the streets that were not parked within the yellow lines were covered with notices? There was no one alive in front of the bank, under the trees, beside the flower beds, and even in the alley where she parked. Tang Zishi stood in the alley, facing the wind, her windbreaker fluttering in the wind, looking so miserable. At this time, a phone call came in. She picked it up and saw that it was Yu Beiping. She hung up without even thinking. After a while, the phone rang again. Tang Zishi was so annoyed that she hung up and drove away. After hanging up twice in a row, Yu Beiping didn't call again. Tang Zishi was refreshed and opened the window wide. The cold wind blowing in her face felt like shaving her face. But after a while, her heart was heavy again. She was a little worried. In the evening, there was a call from Xishan. Tang Zishi took a look and waited for a while before answering. The person who was talking to him was not Tang Xiuchen, but his secretary Liang Yeping, who smiled kindly. "You didn't come back for the Chinese New Year. Today is a holiday, you should come back, right?" "April, what holiday?" "Qingming Festival." "No way, I just visited the grave last week." Liang Yeping was used to it and knew that she was impatient to come to see Tang Xiuchen, so he said to her in a gentle voice, "Even if you don't come back to see your father, it's good to come back for a walk. You have so many friends, your childhood playmates, don't you remember them? You grew up here, how can you break away from this place?" Tang Zishi's eardrums were hurt by what he said, and he couldn't stand it after a few words, so he surrendered. I'll go. Give me a date." "This Sunday, at 6 p.m., family dinner." "Okay." It was mid-April, it was a cloudy day, and the traffic was not good. Tang Zishi was in a bad time. She got stuck in traffic just after getting off the elevated road. She kept stopping and starting all the way. When she reached Chang'an Avenue, she was stuck in traffic for nearly 30 minutes. Liang Yeping came to pick her up and brought a guard with him. He looked quite young. He came up and opened the door for her when the car stopped. Tang Zishi stepped down and said to Liang Yeping, "It was so congested. I drove around for nearly an hour." Liang Yeping put his arm around her shoulder and led her to the gate of the courtyard with a smile. "That's not bad. When you are unlucky, it is normal to be stuck for 2 or 3 hours." The family dinner was originally supposed to be held at home, but because of limited space, it was later changed to an old courtyard in Xicheng district. Tang Zishi first went back to the courtyard with Liang Yeping to meet Tang Xiuchen. As usual, the father and daughter were awkward when they met. There was nothing good to talk about, and it was awkward if they stayed for too long. Tang Zishi changed her clothes and left early. Liang Yeping watched her go away at the gate of the courtyard. "Drive slowly, don't rush." Tang Zishi waved his hand, motioning him to go back. When they arrived, Tang Zishi drove the car directly into the old alley in the area. She had lived in Beijing for so many years, and she should be familiar with every corner, but this place was unfamiliar. She drove around and finally drove into a dead end. There was a courtyard wall in front, a big tree next to it, and some sundries piled on the roadside by someone's family. She couldn't get up or down, and she was so anxious that she was sweating. After trying several times without success, she simply turned off the engine and got out to enjoy the cool breeze. At this time, a jeep ran over from the intersection. The engine was so big that it scared her. Looking back, the car had already plunged into the open space on the side of the road. The place was right next to the courtyard wall, and there were 2 poplar trees next to it. The car was parked very cleverly, right in the gap between the 2 trees, almost skin to skin. Tang Zishi was amazed at what she saw. This was not a good place to park. The night was already completely dark. In the darkness, the headlights came on for a moment and then went out. The car door opened, and a pair of black leather shoes stepped out. The texture was fine, and they stepped steadily on the solid road surface. This man was really tall. Looking up, he had a pair of straight and slender legs, and a military belt was stuck around his waist. He slammed the door shut with his backhand, and he was not in a hurry to leave. He leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette, looking across with a somewhat indifferent and somewhat nonchalant look. A guest came over, and the door opened and closed, letting in a little warm light, and the face in the dark lit up for a moment. His facial features were deep, his eyebrows were straight, and he was full of heroism. When he thought about something, he would habitually purse his lips and remain silent, with his chin slightly raised. He was a little arrogant, a little cold, and it was daunting. Tang Zishi was stunned at first, and his eyes gradually brightened. Liang Jingtang, she waved and called him, and ran over in a hurry. Hearing the voice, he raised his head in surprise, and when he looked carefully, he saw Tang Zishi smiling before he even approached. He put out his cigarette and brushed off the leaves stuck on his shoulders. Long time no see. Tang Zishi stood in front of him, panting, and smiled happily. Where have you been for so long? On a mission. Did it go well? If it didn't go well, how can you still see me here? Tang Zishi smiled awkwardly, and felt that he had asked a stupid question. He stood up straight, a head taller than her. Let's go. The two of them stepped into the courtyard together. After the porcelain hitting incident, the two of them had reconciled. It only took a few days from the deliberate awkwardness at the beginning to the harmony now. Sometimes they would quarrel, but both of them were generous and didn't bear grudges. They would quarrel on the same day and make up the next day. For example, a few days ago, the two of them watched an anti-Japanese war movie together. It happened to be broadcasting a certain team was carrying out a rescue mission. When the mission time was about to end, they found that one person was missing. The captain asked to retreat for the sake of the overall situation, but some team members insisted on going back. The two quarreled over whether to save or not. Tang Zishi was a bit saintly at that time, very hypocritical, and on the other hand, he also wanted to compete with him, saying that he was inhumane and did not save people who were dying. Liang Jingtang was not moved when he heard it, but pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a disdainful smile, saying that if someone like her was put in the army, she would definitely be a drag. If she was his soldier, he would beat her without saying a word. Tang Zishi was so angry. She didn't really think that the team member was right, but she was singing against him and hoped that he would give in. As a result, this guy, no wonder he couldn't find a girlfriend. Later, I don't know how, the two of them got closer and closer. Tang Zishi also found that although this person was not good at expressing himself, he was not bad-hearted. Once he was recognized by him, he would be sincere to you. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Liang Jingtang said. Tang Zishi came back to her senses and followed him into the house. How long have we not seen each other? He asked casually, lowering his head to take off his leather gloves. Not long. Are you worried about something? Liang Jingtang glanced at her and chuckled. You look like you've lost your soul. Tang Zishi didn't want to mention it, and said angrily, nothing. Why are you hiding from me? If you have something, just tell me. He was also direct. Who wants to bully you? Tell me the name. Tell me what? Will you help me beat him? Liang Jingtang didn't care about her provocation, and said lightly, as long as you, Miss Tang, can tell me the name, I will kill him tonight without saying anything, and I won't wait until tomorrow morning, and I will teach him a lesson for you. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. Her mood suddenly became clear, and she couldn't tell why, but she was not as stubborn as she was in the past few days. Who cares, just let him go, and things will work out when the time comes. The two of them entered together, passed through the atrium, bypassed the corridor, and went straight into the lobby at the back. The Chinese-style hall was crowded with visitors, all dressed in fine clothes. I don't know who suggested playing the music, but it was the style of old Shanghai in the last century. It sounded lingering, like velvet lingering in the ears. It made people feel numb all over. It was called a family dinner, but in fact there were quite a few people coming. All of them were acquaintances in the circle. Tang Zishi went over and took the initiative to greet several elders she was familiar with, and she looked a little sluggish. Liang Jintao was puzzled, asked the waiter for a glass of wine, turned back to help her. "Are you not feeling well?" Usually, she was very active in such occasions, whether dancing or negotiating, she was at ease. She was the one who really stood in the center of the circle. Tang Zishi shook her head. "It's okay, just a little tired. You play first, I'll go sit in the back." After that, she left him and went to the back. Liang Jintong thought about it, but was still worried, so she followed. The two walked on the corridor for a while, and Tang Zishi stopped and was about to sit down on the bench next to him. Liang Jintong pulled her. "Wait a minute." Tang Zishi was puzzled, and saw him take off his coat and spread it on her, raising his hand to signal her, "Sit down." "Am I so delicate?" She rolled her eyes at him and sat down. Liang Jintang sat next to her, slightly spread his legs, bent his waist and opened a lighter. "Are you still arguing with Yu Xiaoliu?" Tang Zishi said, in a vague way, thought for a while and said, "It's not a quarrel." "What do you mean?" "He treats me very well, but I think he is too arrogant and indifferent. He treats me like a child and never tells me many things." Liang Jintang smiled. "He is okay, but he is slow to warm up." Tang Zishi did not respond, which was considered as tacit agreement. For some reason, there was silence between the two. Liang Jintang stood up and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home, it's cold outside." Tang Zishi agreed, stood up, and left with him. At the moment of turning around, Liang Jintao's hand naturally rested on her shoulder. Before Tang Zishi could react, she glanced forward and saw Yu Beiping standing not far away. He had no expression on his face, as if covered with a layer of frost. Tang Zishi's heartbeat accelerated and his body stiffened for a moment. Before he could take a step, Yu Beiping had already turned and left. "Where have you been? Everyone is waiting for you." As soon as Yu Beiping came back, Han Wei immediately apologized to the person she was talking to, and brought the glass over to talk to him. Yu Beiping leaned sideways to scoop up a glass of wine from the table and drank it with his head tilted back. The movement was so violent that some wine slid down his Adam's apple. Han Wei was stunned, her eyes moved slightly, and she smiled and leaned closer to him, whispering to him, "If there is anything that is not going well, tell me, and I will give you some advice." Yu Beiping raised the glass slightly, indicating that he was toasting her, and quietly separated the distance between the two. The meaning of rejection could not be more obvious. Han Shen still maintained a decent smile, but his expression was a little stiff. She wanted to say something to him, but suddenly found that Yu Beiping's eyes passed her and fixed in the distance. At this time, the surroundings were also very tacitly silent for a while. Han Wei had a bad premonition in her heart. She hesitated for a moment and turned back with a stiff face. Then, she saw Tang Zishi, a woman who was unlikely to appear here. Compared with her usual casual clothes, she was dressed quite formally today, even solemnly. The nude backless dress well outlined her perfect figure, with a slender waist, a well-proportioned body, and a swan-like neck. Coupled with her dazzling skin like snow, she was so beautiful from a distance that it was unbearable to look at it. The man next to her was also very heroic. He wore a 07-style military uniform and stood beside her like a guardian. His unconcerned demeanor instantly surpassed most of the men present. Han Wei lowered her head and rubbed her eyebrows, took a deep breath, and then tried her best to suppress the unhappiness in her heart. She was eager to win. Since she was a child, she liked to stand in the highest place and become the focus of attention. When she was in school, she would definitely participate in any class cadre elections. She would participate in any competition organized by the school, whether she liked it or not. She liked to be the first and enjoy the envious or jealous eyes of others. Especially in this kind of occasion, she thought she would not lose to anyone. But at that moment, she knew deeply that she was outdone. After the extreme silence, people around her began to whisper, "Which girl is so outstanding?" Tang Xiuche's daughter. No wonder, I heard that Commander Tang divorced early in his life, and his youngest daughter followed her mother to the east and rarely came back a few times a year. Why did she attend this time? I don't know. However, there was a rumor a few days ago that the Tang family and the Yu family were going to marry, and this daughter was the one who was married off. This person teased, laughing mischievously, "Sixth young Master Yu is blessed. It's romantic. Even if you die under the peony flowers. Why can't I get this kind of cheap thing?" There were many such words, and some people focused their attention on the man next to her. Some people didn't recognize Yu Beiping and smiled and said that the couple was a perfect match. Someone immediately mocked him, "That's Liang Jintang, Tang Xiuchan's stepson, they are brother and sister. That's weird." The newlyweds didn't attend together, but paired up with their own brother. It's a marriage, there should be no affection. What a pity, this girl is so beautiful, Yu Beiping is also a figure, what a pity. Han Wei's heart was like a roller coaster. Tang Xiucha's youngest daughter, Yu Beiping's wife, these two titles kept echoing in her mind, making her breathless. She knew the latter a long time ago, but the former was very unfamiliar. It wasn't Tang Xiuchen who was unfamiliar. In this area near Shijingshan, few people in their circle didn't know him. Even if they didn't know, their parents had mentioned him, and once they talked about him, they looked up to him. His daughter, once crowned with this title, is born with a halo. A princess-like existence. Han Wei had asked a lot when they met before, but no one told her that this little girl had this identity. She was confused and took 2 gulps of wine. The music started, and everyone around her stepped onto the dance floor. She turned back to look at Yu Beiping and took a step forward. He had already passed by her and walked towards Tang Zishi. Across the crowd, Tang Zishi also saw him and stood up subconsciously. Just when she was hesitating, Liang Jintang held her waist and put his other hand on her shoulder. "Dance with me." Tang Zishi was stunned and at a loss. She caught a glimpse of Yu Beiping from the corner of her eye, and his face was as gloomy as water. Obviously, she came with Han Wei. Tang Zishi was unhappy, and in a moment of anger, he put his arm around Liang Jintang's shoulder and went into the dance floor with him. Yu Beiping was stunned on the spot, and after a while, one of his eyelids suddenly twitched. Han Wei came over and put her hand in his empty hand. "I'll dance with you. Little girls have bad tempers, just go back and coax them." She spoke softly and considerately. She put her hand on him, and he didn't want to leave in such an occasion, so he frowned and stepped into step with her. It was late at night when they left. The night wind outside was very cold. Liang Jintang took off his military uniform and put it on her, then he straightened her collar and smiled. "You were absent-minded all night, what happened?" "No, I was just a little bored and distracted. I heard from Chen Luo that you used to like this kind of occasion the most. Now it's changed, isn't it okay?" "Okay, of course." Miss Tang said to change it, then change it all. "Anyone who dares to say no will be detained and sent to prison and serve a heavy sentence," he said seriously with a hearty smile. Tang Zishi couldn't help laughing out loud. His laughter was clear and generous, as sweet as a silver bell. The two stood at the gate and talked freely, with a distance of no more than 1 foot between them. You didn't need to look closely to know that they had a close relationship. In the eyes of others, they were just like a couple. Yu Beiping came out of the gate with a sullen face. He looked at them calmly without saying a word until Tang Ziqi and Liang Jingtang had talked enough and slowly turned back. Her steps stopped and her expression slowly calmed down. "What's wrong?" Liang Jingtang saw that she looked different and looked in the direction she was looking. The two men's eyes met in midair. At that moment, no one spoke. Strictly speaking, Liang Jingtang and Yu Beiping were not very familiar with each other. They had only interacted more recently in a disaster area. Neither of them was stupid, and they could see what the other was thinking at a glance. Compared with Liang Jingtao's calmness, Yu Beiping seemed uncomfortable. Emotional confidence that can't be faked. Although he smiled peacefully and looked calm and composed at first glance, his clenched fists hanging at his side exposed his true emotions. Liang Jingtang had no doubt that if they were the only two people there at this moment, he would definitely rush over and beat him up. The atmosphere at this moment became strangely quiet. Tang Ziqi, who was standing between the two of them, was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the low pressure at all, and there was a sense of grief for him. Yu Beiping said, "Tang Ziqi, come here." Tang Ziqi was still afraid of him and wanted to go out, but Liang Jingtang stopped him with his long arms. Liang Jingtang said, "Where are you going?" Tang Ziqi looked up at him. His face was cold, and he looked at Yu Beiping without blinking, obviously trying to support her. Chapter 44. "Ziqi, come here, I have something to tell you," Yu Beiping said from the opposite side. Because of Liang Jingtao's presence, his expression was not so stern, which gave her some face. Of course, he rarely spoke harshly, and his sternness was in his bones. He was a typical person who was intimidating without being angry. He had accumulated a lot of prestige with her. Although Tang Ziqi seemed to be indifferent on the surface, she was nervous in her heart. She wanted to move to his side, but when she thought about it, she remembered the incident between him and Han Wei, and she became dissatisfied again, so she stiffened her neck and did not respond. Liang Jingtang looked at her sideways and smiled. "That's right, that's it, don't listen to everything he says. Husband and wife are equal, who does he think he is? If you are not satisfied, divorce him." Before Tang Ziqi responded, Yu Beiping sneered, "Divorce? I don't agree. Can this military marriage be divorced? This is rare. I heard it for the first time today." Liang Jingtang said, "Of course we have to divorce if we are not satisfied. As for how to divorce, please don't bother." Yu Beiping was so patient that he couldn't help but laugh at him. It's his own wife, divorce is not his business. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such a person. However, seeing Tang Ziqi like that, he didn't plan to pester her anymore. Before leaving, Yu Beiping looked at her again, which made Tang Ziqi shrink and hide behind Liang Jingtang. There was a little bit of lingering anger, a little fear, and even a little loss, afraid that he would turn around and leave in anger. In short, the mood was complicated and mixed. Feeling dull, she instinctively imitated an ostrich and curled herself up. "Don't look at him." Yu Beiping was about to leave, but later he turned back and walked towards them. Liang Jingtao narrowed his eyes and didn't move. When the distance was about 2 meters, Yu Beiping stopped. He didn't look at Liang Jingtang, but slowly fell on Tang Ziqi behind him. "Think it through, then go home. Those people outside, on the surface, are nice to you. But in their hearts, they may have some bad ideas." Yu Beiping's expression softened. "Little fool." This time, he really turned around and left. Tang Ziqi subconsciously raised his head and watched him leave without looking back, feeling a little lost. Liang Jintao will send her back to Haidian in 2 days. He Shuqing didn't say anything to her face, but as soon as Liang Jintao left, she pulled her aside. What's wrong? What's this? Tang Ziqi pretended not to understand and went to the sink to pick up vegetable leaves. What's wrong? Don't play dumb with me. Where's Xiaoliu? I don't know. She fiercely pulled off a leaf and threw it into the sink. Fighting? He Shuqing asked. Tang Ziqi didn't answer, but bit the cabbage in his hand fiercely. He Shuqing was angry and disappointed. Why did you quarrel when everything was fine? Did you have a bad temper with him? You don't even ask, so it's my problem? Tang Ziqi rolled her eyes at her. Is this her biological mother? Then tell me, what's wrong? Tang Ziqi was annoyed. Go ask him. The doorbell rang at this moment. He Shuqing put down her things and went to open the door. She was stunned for a moment when the door opened, then she showed surprise and welcomed the person in. Why didn't you tell Mom when you came? I can make 2 more dishes for you. Don't bother, Mom's cooking is delicious, no matter what. The voice was humble and gentle. Tang Ziqi was stunned, and immediately turned his head, and sure enough, he met Yu Beiping. He was wearing casual clothes today, a half-high collar white sweater inside, a light blue washed jacket outside, and a pair of tapered trousers underneath, looking quite casual. She pouted and looked away. Yu Beiping didn't care and turned back to talk to He Shuqing. Is the work hard? Not bad, not very busy recently. I heard that you will be transferred to Chengdu in 2 days. Isn't that the same place as Ziqi? It's convenient. He Shuqing mentioned it casually. Tang Ziqi was stunned and a little ripple appeared in her heart. She didn't turn around, but quietly pricked up her ears. He Shuqing said, my daughter is ignorant and always likes to show off her temper. You should bear more. Yu Beiping smiled and said, because of work, I can't help but ignore her. I am not very good in some aspects. Tang Ziqi laughed in her heart and was so humble in front of others. The mother-in-law and son-in-law chatted for a long time, which was nothing more than a nagging at her. However, the 2 of them praised each other's business, and she really couldn't listen to it. She threw away the cabbage and took the bag and went downstairs. He Shuqing called her from behind. Where is the meal? Don't you want to eat? Something happened. This child, He Shuqing looked at the wide open door and turned back to look at Yu Beiping awkwardly. Yu Beiping smiled, took out the car keys and got up to chase after her. It's okay, I'll take her there. When they got downstairs, Tang Ziqi had already put her hand on the car door. Yu Beiping grabbed her hand before she opened the car door. Ziqi, let's talk. What to talk about? What's there to talk about? Don't make trouble. His tone sounded a little helpless and doting. But Tang Ziqi hated his tone the most, especially in such a situation where the conflict had not been resolved, as if she was a child throwing a tantrum. Tang Ziqi turned around, shook his hand, and looked up at him seriously for a rare time. Don't always treat me as if I'm 3.5 years old. Although my emotional intelligence is not very high, I'm not stupid. Is this interesting? Yu Beiping, the matter between us has not been resolved at all. Do you think this is interesting? I don't want to quarrel with you. Yu Beiping hesitated, but still lowered his head and grabbed her hand, and put it in his palm. I apologize, let's not quarrel, okay? His palm was broad and warm, giving people a moving warmth. Tang Ziqi had resentment in her heart, but it disappeared a little unconsciously. However, she had a knot in her heart. She was a straightforward person and could not hide her emotions. So, she said, what is the relationship between you and Han Wei? No relationship at all. Tang Ziqi was silent for a while, looked up, and said what was in her heart. Then why don't you want to talk about what happened between you? Yu Beiping was silent for a while, as if thinking. Tang Ziqi looked at him and waited patiently. Until he spoke, "There are some things I really don't want to mention again." His words pushed the relationship that had just eased into a stalemate again. Tang Zishi didn't understand, and felt it was absurd, and even thought a little maliciously, this couldn't be his routine to directly excuse himself. It's like when a man and a woman break up, they always say, "We are not suitable," in a vain and beautiful way. He didn't want to mention it, but why didn't want to mention it was because of some unspeakable reason that he didn't want to mention it. She couldn't help but think in a wrong way. Tang Zishi himself was not a generous person. If he didn't say it, it would be easier for him to think about it. She hung her head and thought for a long time, unable to tell whether she was more angry or more suspicious and sad. She pushed him hard. "You got something for nothing, you are so proud of it. Just like that, you still want to reconcile." This time, the situation seemed to be even more tense than before. Tang Ziqi simply moved to Jifa's place and called Chen Luo to come. Anyway, his villa is large, with more than a dozen rooms on the second and third floors, so it can accommodate more people. Several people sang and drank every day, living a life of drunkenness and dreams, and they hardly left the house for several days. Liang Jintao didn't know where he got the news from, and drove his Daihatsu to the door that day. He was shooting outside, not in a hurry, and said, "Xifeng, I know you guys are in there, hurry up and open the door for me." Although Liang Jintao is also in this circle, he has a relatively stable personality and never makes trouble with them. Usually, he doesn't allow them to take Tang Ziqi, his stepsister, to hang out. What's more, it has been a few days, and she hasn't gone out to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate, and the house is full of garbage. If they opened the door and were seen by him, Ji Feng, the host, would be the first to suffer. Liang Jintao had a temper that would tear him apart at any moment. With the disaster imminent, Wei Shi stopped playing and the two of them were so anxious that they ran around the room like headless flies. Liang Jintao's voice continued to sound outside the house, "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it. Think about it carefully. Can this broken door withstand 2 or 3 kicks from me?" Wei Shi was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute," and "No," and rushed to the door to speak. He almost fell to the ground. Ji Feng helped him up, patted his shoulder to give him some courage, and opened the door himself. What a rare guest. Liang Jintao walked in expressionlessly. "It's quite timely." Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in his words. Ji Feng was broad-minded and pretended not to hear it. He bowed his head and coughed lightly, then turned around to greet Tang Ziqi and Chen Luo. "Your brother Tang is here, hurry up, and serve the good tea." Wei Shi repeated and rushed into the kitchen. Tang Ziqi was still lying on the sofa like a lost soul. Liang Jintao looked impatient with people around him, but he rarely got angry in front of her, and persuaded her softly, "Isn't he just a man?" Tang Ziqi glared at him. "Why do you care about me? Who said I did it for him?" Liang Jintao was happy, thinking, if it's not for him, who would you show this to? "Don't be drunk and dreaming, come on, I'll take you out for a ride." "No." She was still stubborn. "Do you think I can still let you do it?" Liang Jintao said nothing, put a coat on her and took her out. The two drove around San Juan, drove to the foot of the west suburbs mountain, and drove back again. Liang Jintao parked the car directly in front of a steel smelting plant, came to open the door for her, and urged her to get out. "Don't stand there, get out and walk, you're going to get moldy." Tang Ziqi was dragged down by him reluctantly. The two walked along the street for a while, and Tang Ziqi was still listless. Liang Jintao looked at her sideways. Her hair was messy, like a bird's nest, and looked a little greasy. He really couldn't stand it. "How long have you not washed your hair?" Tang Ziqi shook her head. "Never washed it. I don't remember," she corrected. Liang Jintao dragged her into a roadside barber shop. The owner of the barber shop was a woman in her 40s, and he knew her. She was a bit big-butted, but she didn't expect her skills to be good, and washing hair was so comfortable. Tang Ziqi thought while lying down, and fell asleep while lying down. Hazily, he heard the two people talking, girlfriend. The proprietress's teasing voice. Friend. They seemed to be friends regardless of age, and their tone was very familiar. Liang Jingtang didn't treat her as an outsider. He took a cigarette himself and handed one to her. She shook her head. I'm washing your girlfriend. No, confidant. Really a friend, a good friend. I can see that she is not interested in you. You are a person, I am a direct person, ha ha. The proprietress laughed heartily. When Tang Ziqi woke up, the sunset had begun to set. Looking at the empty barber shop, she was a little dazed, and then she turned around and said, Boss, where is Liang Jingtang? The boss was busy bending down to adjust her comb. He left early. Where did he go? The main building of their office area is in front. A colleague just called him and asked him to hand in a document. You go from here, go forward. The boss took her out enthusiastically and gave her directions at the intersection. She hurriedly said thank you and chased after him without even bothering to blow dry her hair. When she arrived, Tang Ziqi was a little dumbfounded. Under the ginkgo tree, far away, Liang Jingtang was confronting someone. It was too far away to hear clearly. Both of them were still smiling, but the smell of sex could be smelled from a long distance. Who else could it be but Yu Beiping? Tang Ziqi froze for a moment, not knowing whether he should go over. After a while, the two said something, and Liang Jingtao's face sank. Tang Ziqi was really afraid that he would punch Yu Beiping in a fit of impulse, so he didn't care about anything else and rushed over like a fly, blocking the two of them. If you have something to say, just say it nicely. Don't use force. Don't use force. When she appeared, both of them were stunned. As if they had a tacit understanding, no one spoke anymore. Tang Ziqi stood there awkwardly. Let's go. Liang Jingtang pulled her. Tang Ziqi was passively pulled away, her heart in a mess. Yu Beiping did not chase her, but just said behind her, Ziqi, do you really want to go with him? Tang Ziqi's steps seemed to be stuck. Liang Jingtang looked down at her, then at Yu Beiping, sneered, loosened his hand, turned around and strode away. I'll wait for you at the parking lot. Tang Ziqi was shocked and looked at his back. This man was still the same as before, very straightforward, and never dragged his feet on anything. While she was stunned, Yu Beiping had already approached. He didn't say anything else, and got straight to the point, go home. I can explain Han Wei's matter. If you want to know, I can tell you now. Don't you have something to hide? Tang Ziqi did not comment. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her tone. Yu Beiping did not refute, but said calmly, I have a childhood friend, who was also my subordinate when I worked in Lujiang. I have liked her since she was a child. When I was a freshman, he died trying to save her. Tang Ziqi's body was stiff, and he did not look back for a long time. Everything seemed to have become strangely quiet. Yu Beiping lit a cigarette for himself, facing the wind, and was silent for a long time. Later, she could not stand this dead silence, so she slowly raised her head, stared at him, and asked calmly, what happened next? There was a kind of stare in her eyes that forced people to compromise. The emotions accumulated to the extreme, but she was calm instead. Like a trapped beast in a desperate situation, it was the prelude to die with him. Yu Beiping had to face her like this. What happened later? He could only lower his head and avoid her gaze. Then I went to the overseas office and she stayed in China. You know everything about what happened later. She and I are both in the communication station now. It is inevitable that we have contact at work. There are so many people in the office and so many personal connections. I can't ignore her. Tang Ziqi's expression seemed very cold, as if he didn't understand what he said at all. Yu Beiping said again, I don't like her. When we were young, we grew up together and played together. I just treated her as my sister. She is very arrogant and has a high opinion of herself. Sometimes she does things a little selfishly and shallowly, and she is quite good at manipulating. At that time, she kept pursuing me, but I ignored her, so she hooked up with my brother. But in fact, she didn't like him at all, she just used this matter to disgust me. If she was just young and ignorant, playing with feelings, it would be nothing, but she still killed a life. It was her birthday that day. She drank too much and called me to ask me to go find her. I didn't go, so she went racing with someone. Xiao Hui, he paused here and looked at her hesitantly, he went after her. He tried to protect her, and that's what happened. Finally, he put out the cigarette and stomped it out with his foot. That little flame, like the little affection he and Han Wei had when they were children, disappeared completely. He didn't want to mention it, not because it was hard to talk about, but because the past was too painful to recall. There was a moment of silence, and she went back to the car. When she came back, she touched a pack of cigarettes and shook them out tremblingly. When she lowered her head to feel around, she dropped 2 cigarettes on the ground, but she didn't pick them up. She lit them and put them in her mouth, and didn't even hear him calling her. Yu Beiping couldn't stand her like this, and reached out to grab her cigarette pack. Tang Zishi was not to be outdone, and stepped hard on the back of his foot, and the two started to wrestle. She seemed to be defending the last thing she had, and her paranoia and madness were shocking. Yu Beiping shouted at her, trying to calm her down. Tang Zishi, she responded with a slap in the face. It was as if the pause button was suddenly pressed, and all the storms stopped. Yu Beiping's chest rose and fell slightly, and he looked at her almost in disbelief. For the first time, she did not avoid his gaze. I won't let her go. Chapter 45. Tang Zishi hadn't looked for Han Wei yet, but she came to him on her own. I'll wait for you at Arashiyama Cafe at 3:45 p.m. After seeing this text message, Tang Zishi stared at the phone for several minutes before calmly putting it away. In the afternoon, she went there as scheduled. Han Wei chose a window seat on the second floor, with a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows and a banyan tree to the south, which made people feel relaxed and happy even on a scorching day. What would you like to drink? She pushed the menu in front of the other party. Tang Zishi only glanced at him and pushed the menu back. Just say what you want to say, no need to beat around the bush. We don't have much friendship. Han Wei smiled, looking at her as if she were looking at a young man who had just entered society. Yu Beiping doesn't like you at all. After saying this, she crossed her hands, leaned back in her seat, and admired the other person's expression. Unfortunately, there was no expected suspicion, pain, or hesitation, but only a faint sarcasm and indifference. Han Wei was a little unsure, stood up slightly, frowned. You are not curious at all. Curious about what? It was still this attitude of indifference. Either he was pretending, or he really didn't care. But if he was pretending, his acting was too good. Han Wei had to admit that she was a little jealous of Tang Zishi. Although she was also a child of a large compound, children of large compounds were also divided into levels. Her parents were just ordinary middle-level cadres, and there were a lot of them in Beijing. How could they compare to Tang Zishi's wealthy family? Not only does she have a better family background than her, she is also prettier and more educated than her, and she is favored by Yu Beiping. It seems that all the halos in the world have fallen on her, and other girls become overshadowed in occasions when she appears. Han Wei is unhappy, both in the past and now, in life, in emotions, and so on. She has worked hard to climb to this position, hoping to get the upper hand, but Yu Beiping still doesn't like her. No matter how pitiful she is or how she pretends to be strong, he has never been moved. Should he be said to be too cold-blooded or too shrewd? Or maybe he is too defensive. Han Wei gritted her teeth, unwilling to be defeated, and threw out a shocking piece of information. Your brother Tang Jihui died because of you vaping, and he married you just out of guilt. He and I grew up together, we are a perfect couple. She was full of confidence and looked at the person opposite with malice. However, the sad and desperate scene she expected did not appear. Tang Zixi even smiled at her, took out his mobile phone, and slowly pressed a series of numbers on the screen. Han Wei didn't understand. What are you doing? Tang Zixi ignored her. After the call was connected, he put the phone to his ear, glanced at her with a smile, and turned on the speaker. Han Wei and I are together. Han Wei's heart was alarmed, and the hairs on her body stood up. Yu Beiping's voice came from the other end calmly, briefly and neatly. Don't believe anything she says, I have nothing to do with her. Stay over there and don't move. I'll come to pick you up. Han Wei's face turned pale at first, then flushed with anxiety, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She knew that Yu Beiping was ruthless, but she didn't expect him to be so heartless and not even give her a little face. Tang Zixi hung up the phone and looked at her playfully. He tapped the table lightly with his slender jade fingers and called her, Hey, is this what you call childhood sweethearts? I'm so touched, you. Han Wei wanted to bite off a piece of meat from her. She had never seen such an unreasonable woman. Seeing her like this, Tang Zixi was not interested in teasing her anymore, so he slung his bag and left. By the way, when she reached the door, she turned around and smiled at her. I already know how my brother died, so you can only wish you good luck. As soon as these words came out, the last trace of blood on Han Wei's face disappeared completely. Tang Zixi didn't wait for Yu Beiping to come, and took a Didi taxi to leave. On the way, the phone kept ringing, and there were several missed calls, all from Yu Beiping. Tang Zixi pretended not to see it. One could imagine how anxious he was on the other end, and he felt so happy in his heart. After ringing for a while, Yu Beiping knew that she didn't want to pay attention to him, so he stopped calling. He changed it to a text message. Zixi, are you gone? I've been around Langshan twice and didn't see you. Are you still angry with me? I know apologies are useless. If you still feel unhappy, beat me up to vent your anger. I know I'm too self-centered, and sometimes I'm not so comfortable. Tang Zixi flipped through the text messages he sent, and her mood inexplicably improved. She just flipped through them, but didn't reply to any of them, leaving him anxious over there. She was a bit perverted sometimes, and she liked to watch people panicking and anxious, and just sit there and watch. Thinking about how anxious Yu Beiping was, she felt so good. Yu Beiping was also a child of destiny, and even his father didn't dare to look at him like that. When had he ever been scorned by someone? He couldn't get away from it, so he stopped sending messages. In his heart, he was somewhat holding back. There was guilt, annoyance, and anger. The weather was gloomy for the next few days, and it rained for the first time at noon that day. After delivering the plan, Tang Zixi drove directly back to Haidian family compound. It was already dark, and one of the street lights downstairs was broken. She took out her cell phone to light the way to the top of the building, and opened the door with the key Wei Shi left for her in the morning. After graduating from the police academy, Wei Shi was transferred to the local police station and rarely went back to the west suburb compound. This was a place a friend lent him to stay temporarily. It was close to his unit and convenient for commuting. While the other person was abroad, this guy stayed there for 2 years, as if he had taken over the other person's home. The house was not big, and only the kitchen was lit with a dim light. Wei Shi was washing dishes at the sink with his back to her. It was late autumn, and he was wearing a thin sweater with his sleeves rolled up high, revealing his strong and slender arms. Tang Zishi wanted to scare him, so he tiptoed over, and when he got close, he suddenly strangled him by the neck, and teased him with a smile, "Robbery." Tang Zishi's strength was not actually that great, but he caught the opponent by surprise. In the past, that pretentious Wei Shi would have started to groan. But today, she strangled him for a long time, and not only was his lower body stable, he didn't even make a sound. She was a little uncertain. "Oh my God, is this kid angry?" With suspicion, a low voice came from above her head, "Have you had enough of making trouble?" It was not too harsh, but it was not gentle either. Even these few days, his heart was filled with gloom, but he didn't expect that she was so comfortable and relaxed. Tang Zishi was startled and reflexively let go of his hand, and even took 3 steps back until her back hit the kitchen sliding door. She was in so much pain that tears came out. The man in front of her turned around and stood in front of her. In the light, there was a stern face, black hair, long eyes and thin eyebrows, handsome enough to make people look sideways. But at this moment, his face was quite cold, and no expression could be seen. Tang Zishi was still a little unbelievable and embarrassed, and avoided his gaze uncomfortably. "Why is it you? Why are you wearing Xiaoxi's clothes?" Yu Beiping ignored her and turned around to stack the washed dishes. Tang Zishi was turned away and felt a little embarrassed. She thought to herself, is he still angry about what happened a few days ago? She wanted to say a few words to ease the relationship, but she didn't know where to start. But then she thought, what right does he have to be angry? Tang Zishi was very angry, but he had no choice but to go back to the living room. After tidying up, Yu Beiping left the living room and saw Tang Zishi sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV. His pair of white and tender feet were bare, and his 10 toes were curled up leisurely. He was already in his 20s, but he was still a half-grown child when he left the classroom. Yu Beiping went to the entrance to get her a pair of shoes, turned back and squatted to put them on her. "There is a problem with the heating pipes, and there will be no heating for the next 2 days. It's cold, don't go barefoot." Although he tried his best to pretend that he didn't care, his tone was still full of concern. Tang Zishi looked down and saw that he looked very heroic when he was kneeling on one knee. As she looked at him, she couldn't help but sneer. She really wanted to take off his clothes and take a look at his 8-pack abs. "What are you looking at?" He raised his head at some point, his eyes were like torches. Tang Zishi was not afraid of boiling water, shrugged, "Nothing." Yu Beiping didn't believe it, his eyes didn't move. Tang Zishi has always been a little afraid of him, especially when the two of them were alone. She would naturally be much more obedient. But since the last quarrel, it was as if Pandora had opened the running in, and all his power was useless to her. For a long while, she sighed in a pretentious manner, patted her chest and said, "Sixth brother, can you stop looking at me like that? It's creepy." Since they met, Yu Beiping smiled, got up and sat next to her, and said leisurely, "Miss Tang is also afraid sometimes." "Pretend to him? Who isn't a shrewd person?" Tang Zishi couldn't win the argument with him after all, and felt a little frustrated. After a confrontation, Yu Beiping turned slightly to her and smiled apologetically. "I won't laugh at you, don't be angry with me." He put her hand in his palm. It was warm and rough, and she felt the thin callus on his knuckles. Tang Zishi was shocked, but for the sake of face, she didn't say anything. He didn't hide, but looked at her with a frank attitude. Tang Zishi couldn't stand it, so he asked, "By the way, where is Wei Shi? Why are you here with him?" "I went to Shungyi in the morning, and it rained heavily when I came back, which soaked my clothes. I passed by here at noon and happened to meet him. Zhu Hui asked me to dry them." Tang Zishi didn't know how Wei Shi knew Yu Beiping, but in the eyes of this silly little brother, Yu Beiping was much more majestic than her godsister. Tang Zishi felt a little sad when she thought about it. Yu Beiping asked her with concern, "Why are you sighing?" Tang Zushi came back to her senses, shook her head and sneered, "No, what can I sigh about?" Yu Beiping seemed to remember something, went back to the room, and handed her a sealed file bag. When he came out, Wei Shi asked me to give it to you. Thank you. Thank you for what? He curled the corners of his lips, probably smiling. It looks much better than when he had a stern face. Tang Zushi said silently, pursed her lips, and caught a glimpse of the dryer he placed in the corner from the corner of her eye. The military pants had been dried and were casually hung on the back of the chair, with the military jacket still covering it. She walked over and touched the corner of the jacket, turned back and said, "It's still a little damp." Yu Beiping put his hand casually on his knees, smiled and nodded at her. The room was a little cold. Tang Zushi wore a thin cardigan because she had come and left in a hurry. The cold penetrated her skin, and she couldn't help sneezing. Yu Beiping glanced at her, went to the room to get a blanket, bent down and put it on her. "Why are you wearing so little when you go out?" She said, "I forgot." Yu Beiping flicked her head with his finger. Tang Zushi did not dodge either. Thinking back carefully, when she was a child and had not yet gone south with her grandfather, the two of them had a short period of time together. However, that was a long, long time ago. When they were young, he also loved to flick her head, and liked to lift her on his shoulders and take her out to see the scenery. After growing up, he never lifted her up again. After all, she has grown up and is now a big girl. Like other girls in the compound, her legs have become evenly long, her waist has become thinner, and her breasts are bulging. These are all different from him. He can no longer be as unscrupulous as he was when he was a child. Later, he went to the military academy in Nanjing and almost never saw her again. Tang Zushi is a very two-faced person. He is enthusiastic towards his good friends, but he is cold and distant to those who don't want to be good. On the other hand, on the one hand, her emotions cool down very quickly. Even if she is familiar with someone, as long as she hasn't seen him for a while, her feelings will naturally fade away, which is completely independent of her subjective will. And Yu Beiping is just a vague shadow in her childhood memories, a hurried passerby, just like a dragonfly skimming the water. Apart from the tiny ripples that once appeared, it can no longer stir up any waves. When they first met, she didn't even have this person in her memory. Hearing her mother say, "Your Uncle Yu's son," she felt particularly strange. In her memory, he seemed to have always been that gentle, taciturn, but rational and decisive boy. He was a little mature for his age, treated people kindly, but his heart was as solid as a barrier, conceited, arrogant, and extremely difficult to get along with. The two sat on the sofa for a while, and he asked her if she wanted to eat something. Tang Zushi lowered his head and counted on his fingers, "I want to eat noodles. There are clams and shrimps in the refrigerator. Can I make you a bowl of noodle soup?" "Okay." Her saliva had already begun to flow. However, she tried hard not to look up. Yu Beiping smiled silently and turned to go to the kitchen. Tang Zushi was a naughty girl and could not sit still after sitting for a while. The fragrance from the kitchen wafted over and stimulated her taste buds. She swallowed her saliva, unable to hold back, and crouched in. He poured water at the sink with his back to her. Tang Zushi was secretly delighted, turned around and lifted the lid of the pot neatly, and was about to put his hand into the pot. In a flash, a long iron spoon hit her hand squarely, and she immediately put it away in pain, stroking her hand and crying out in pain. "Stingy," she muttered. Yu Beiping shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with her, and served her half a bowl of soup. "With such hot water, aren't you afraid of scalding a layer of skin off your pig's feet?" Tang Zishi's eyes were all on the soup in front of him. He quickly took it, blew on it and took a sip. He even selectively ignored what he said about her being a pig's trotter. Under normal circumstances, with her vengeful personality, she would have fought back in a minute. Yu Beiping could not help but say one more sentence: "Keep the joystick straight when you eat, don't be so timid." Tang Zishi didn't say anything, but her attitude showed that she was not convinced. She took the bowl and went to the restaurant. Yu Beiping had nothing to say and turned back to continue cooking noodles for her. Although he was strict with her, he was also quite indulgent. Tang Zishi had 3 southern roommates in college, and they would take her out to restaurants every now and then, and her taste was somewhat changed by her. When she returned to her hometown, she was not used to everything. Take the noodles, for example. People here don't care about the soup. Good noodles are good if they are chewy enough, but she insisted on eating the toppings that tasted very fresh. She was also a lazy person who didn't know the difference between grains, and she was embarrassed to ask the aunt at home to cook specially for her. After marriage, he cooked the noodles for her. He disliked her in this regard and had a cold face, but he actually listened to her as long as she didn't go too far. "The noodles are ready." He brought it to her in the living room. "Thank you." She dropped the remote control with a smile on her face and took the bowl quickly. Before eating, she looked up and smiled sweetly at him. Tang Zishi was extremely beautiful, with a well-proportioned and graceful figure, delicate facial features, and flawless white skin. She smiled brightly and generously. She liked to draw thin eyebrows, and was particularly lively when she was angry. But when she was happy, she was particularly free and sensible. In one word, smart. But Yu Beiping's heart was like a mirror, and he was still a little blocked. Every time she made delicious food for her, she smiled at him, and every time she made trouble and asked him to help clean up, she smiled at him like this, and her smile was particularly bright. He had no doubt that even if the person standing in front of her was a pig, as long as he could help her clean up the mess, she would smile as if she was sitting on a mountain of gold. But if she is not satisfied, she will turn her face faster than turning the pages of a book. For example, the matter of Han Wei. Her smile at him now does not mean that she forgives him. This heartless little thing. After eating, of course, the dishes were also washed by Yu Beiping. Tang Zishi felt at ease and spread out his limbs, lying on the sofa. Yu Beiping came out after washing the dishes and kicked her. "You sleep right after eating, you are almost as fat as a pig." "Where am I fat?" "Others say I'm too thin." The clothes were dry, and Yu Beiping took the military coat and trousers and went into the room. Tang Zishi called him from behind, saying sarcastically, "It's so late, you still want to go out?" He ignored her. Tang Zishi glanced at the door and found that the bolt was broken and it opened a little automatically. She became aroused and moved over quietly. But before she got close, the door was pulled open by him with great force. Yu Beiping was dressed and stood in front of her. His pine green military uniform was crisp and smooth, except for his belt, which was not fastened yet. He looked at her while buckling it, expressionless. Tang Zishi stared at him with wide eyes, his face unchanged. "I didn't peek." Yu Beiping felt even more depressed, and suddenly she missed the way she used to obey him. But what had happened could not be returned to the past. "I'll go to the auditorium and be back in a while. Take care of yourself," he reminded her in a gentle tone while putting on his leather shoes at the entrance. Tang Zishi yawned cynically. "Okay." Yu Beiping didn't come back until the middle of the night. As the door opened, a gust of cold wind came in, and Tang Zishi, who was dozing off, woke up with a start and rubbed his eyes and looked over. "Did I wake you up?" he said apologetically. "It's okay." Tang Zishi yawned and curled up on the sofa. "It's so cold, why don't you sleep in the room?" He took off his coat and hung it aside, then walked in front of her. She yawned again, hugged the pillow in her hand and refused to let go. I'll just take a nap. Yu Beiping bent down and picked her up and went into the room. Tang Zixi was really thin. Although her breasts were quite nice, they were very light when she was carried. But she was restless. He kindly carried her to bed, but she kicked her legs and complained, "You are so annoying." He pulled the quilt hard, pulled the corner of the quilt out from under her butt, shook it open, and covered her with it. She kicked her feet again. Yu Beiping took advantage of the situation to grab her feet and took off her socks. She was still restless and kicked her feet again. He leaned over and put his hand under the quilt and pressed his hand on her pants. Tang Zixi was frightened and sat up with a somersault, laughing dryly. "No, brother, I will take it off myself, I will take it off myself." Yu Beiping laughed and sat down beside the bed. Some people won't cry until they see the coffin. Tang Zixi lifted the quilt and covered herself tightly, then looked at him embarrassedly. "Can you go out? I'm embarrassed looking at me like that. Will you be embarrassed too?" When he was in military uniform, he looked very serious. But he was sometimes a bastard, just wanting to tease her and see the embarrassment of this little bastard who usually does things in the daily life, and he never got tired of it. Tang Zixi looked at her with a stern face for a while, suddenly smiled, and began to take off her clothes in front of him. "Look if you want to, it's your own husband, we won't suffer any loss." Yu Beiping's face turned pale. He stood up and walked out, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Tang Zixi was laughing in the room. After changing, he came out. The lights in the living room were very dim, and the tungsten filaments were all black. Yu Beiping leaned against the heater to dry his hands. The firelight made his face red, as if he was in deep thought. Tang Zixi looked at him from behind for a while. Yu Beiping had broad shoulders, and his waist was slender and long, tied by a military belt. When he was silent and thinking, he pursed his lips slightly, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned, which was very sexy. She walked over from behind and covered his eyes. "What do you want to play now?" His tone sounded helpless, and he had already given in. Magic mirror, guess who I am?" Yu Beiping. He didn't answer, and she got excited. "Hurry up and say it." "Tang Zixi." "Wrong answer, sixth brother will not call me by my full name. Now start the punishment mechanism." She stretched out her sinful and lustful hands to him. But before she touched the corner of his clothes, he had already accurately grabbed her wrist and pulled her in front of him. "Are you kidding? Why are you so serious?" She shouted loudly, looking like the sky was about to fall. Just like her group of bad friends in her circle, Yu Beiping let go of her impatiently. Tang Zixi asked him, "Are you angry?" "No, really not angry." "No," he said in a flat tone, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and looked for a lighter. Tang Zixi hurriedly took it out from his pocket and lit it for him. The flame ignited between the two of them and swayed for a while. Tang Zixi's heart also moved, and he hesitated to secretly look at the handsome face so close. Yu Beiping took a puff, suddenly raised his head and looked at her. "How did you get a lighter?" Tang Zixi was stunned, and alarm bells rang in her heart. "Did you smoke secretly outside?" His eyes were aggressive. "I didn't." Tang Zixi finally felt a little lacking in confidence. Yu Beiping's eyes were very flat, but it made her weaker than being relentless. After a confrontation, Tang Zixi surrendered and glanced at him impatiently. "I confess, I only smoked 2 cigarettes secretly. I was just too busy at work and in a bad mood. When will you change your temper?" "I can't change it." She crossed her legs, looking fearless. Yu Beiping looked at her steadily. The two were close to each other, and Tang Zixi's palms were sweaty and a little damp. After the initial tension passed, she looked at him with a pair of clear eyes, not moving her eyes away, but also not speaking, with a look of hesitation in her eyes. Yu Beiping took a puff of cigarette, looked at her, and didn't speak. Looking at it from such a close distance, it was still the familiar face to her, but it seemed a little strange. Tang Zixi held her breath, and her heartbeat suddenly became faster. It was as if a fire was burning in the air, and she felt inexplicably anxious. She stared at his lips for a long time, which were a little thin and slightly pursed. A somewhat clear arc, generally speaking, represents a refusal, but it also seems like an invitation. She looked up at his eyes again. They were so dark that she couldn't tell what was going on, like a calm lake. She felt a little scared and didn't dare to overstep the line, but she inexplicably felt a rebellious urge to overstep the line. Of course, she still had a competitive mentality. She wanted to reconcile, but she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to speak up, so she could only find ways to make trouble. Tang Zixi felt that he was quite awkward, but it would take a long time for him to change his face. In other words, how good was Yu Beiping? They were not from the same family, so they were not even from the same family. It's the same thing, so don't blame anyone. Chapter 46. A few days later, Tang Zixi went back to Chengdu. Yu Beiping's application for transfer was also approved, so he could go with her. She didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but he insisted on following her. It was rainy in Chengdu this season, and she was dumbfounded when she got off the airport and stood in the lobby. Outside the transparent tile shed, water kept pouring down like a cascading waterfall. Those with umbrellas opened theirs and went out one after another, while those without umbrellas could only sigh in despair. Yu Beiping walked behind her and patted her shoulder. Look at this, it will take at least half an hour to stop. Go over there and take a rest. Tang Zixi thought about it and followed him to the rest area. This side was also crowded. There were 2 rows of chairs in total, most of which were occupied, and some people were lying down. Yu Beiping took her luggage and asked her to sit down. Tang Zixi sat down and asked him, "What about you?" "I'm not tired." She didn't pretend, and nodded. "Then I'll sit first. Tell me if you're tired, and we'll take turns sitting." He smiled, and his drooping eyes looked particularly gentle. Tang Zixi looked away and lowered his head to play Tetris. I knew long ago that this person was sometimes very literary. To use Wei Zai's tone, that is scholar, a natural coordinator. And they, it seems, are just working for him. In the past, he was the boss behind the scenes who was able to command the country and was powerful but hidden, while they were the younger brothers who were noisy and charging forward in the front. The former was a winner in life, while the latter was cannon fodder with low IQ and EQ, destined to tragedy. "Are you hungry?" Yu Beiping asked her after standing for a while. Tang Zixi shook her head. She had a rice dumpling, a bowl of millet porridge and a cup of soy milk in the morning, and she is still full now. At the end of April, the weather was still cold, and the wind wrapped in cold rain blew from all directions, penetrating every pore. He gathered her collar and scratched her nose. Tang Zixi frowned and glared at him warningly. "Don't stretch your hands out randomly, my mouth is itchy, and I want to bite if something is put to my mouth, so be careful." "Rabies." He laughed and pretended to put his hand to her mouth. "Come on, bite it, it's best if you bite it badly, anyway, you are biting your own husband." Tang Zixi was discouraged and stopped making trouble. Yu Beiping touched her head and said, "Let's hold the birthday party on Sunday. I have discussed it with the elders and it's a good day. There are still many people in the circle who don't know that we are married." The party was held in a low-key manner at the beginning. It's a good opportunity to make it high profile. If you don't want Han Wei to make trouble again, this is a great opportunity. What can make Han Wei uncomfortable is her enjoyment, you decide. I have no objection. He lowered his head and pressed his lips on her cold forehead. Tang Zixi was stunned, and her heart was touched. The defense line that had been in place for several days also loosened a little. She looked up at him with inquiry. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? He smiled and pinched her little face. It felt really good. But she loves beauty, and usually doesn't let people touch her face or nose, saying that it will collapse if pinched too much. Thinking about it, he smiled, pressed her head, and let her bury her head in his arms. People passing by looked at the couple and cast kind eyes. Handsome men and beautiful women, everywhere is a scene, very pleasing to the eyes. After waiting for a long time until the rain stopped, he took her out and took a taxi. Sun Ping had known about the marriage of Tang Zixi and Yu Beiping for a long time, but she went to Shanghai to attend an important meeting and did not attend. This matter has always been a regret. When she received the invitation to the birthday party this time, she accepted it without saying a word. One is her husband's friend and the other is her student. When she heard about it at the beginning, she was really shocked. But now look, the two are very compatible. On this day, the two came to her house together for the first time, and she also made them smoked bean tea that she made herself. There are really a lot of unexpected things this year. She joked with a smile, and looked at Tang Zixi again. Is there anyone who is well behaved? Tang Zixi was still a little afraid of her, and he became much more obedient in front of Yu Beiping, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Sun Ping snorted lightly, with a smile in her eyes. You must listen to the chief in the future, understand? I heard from Wei Shi and others that you are not very well behaved, and you make trouble every other day. Tang Zixi denied it, and nodded that he would be good. Okay, don't talk about her. Yu Beiping touched her head. Sun Ping sneered, you are still protecting your child. Yu Beiping looked calm, but Tang Zixi felt uncomfortable. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and his mind was clear. He stood up and said, it's getting late. Zixi and I have something to do. Let's just leave it at that. You must come on Zixi's birthday. Okay, don't be so pretentious with me, I must go. Yu Beiping smiled and shook her hand. I look forward to your visit. Go away, take your little baby with you. She laughed teasingly. Yu Beiping took the blushing Tang Zixi out of the door. When they got outside, Tang Zixi spat in a low voice, you are always so dishonest. Who are you scolding? Yu Beiping bent down and sighed in her ear, are you scolding me or your teacher? Tang Zixi's heart trembled, and he turned back to look at the door. Sun Ping didn't chase him out. She breathed a sigh of relief and glared at him unhappily. Oh, you're still not convinced? Her big eyes were sincere, staring at him without blinking. How could it be? I admire you so much, higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, and will never change until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble. He nodded and commented, you memorized the words well, but you didn't put enough emotion into it, it's a bit fake. Your acting skills need more practice. Tang Zixi bared his teeth. He leaned over and grabbed her, holding most of her body in his arms, and bent his waist unceremoniously to drag her out, teasing her, where are we going next? I'm not going to work today. Nowhere. She said stubbornly. Okay, let's go home. Go home? Tang Zixi looked at him suspiciously, as if she didn't believe he would compromise so easily. Yu Beiping said, go home and sleep. She quickly changed her words, no, I'm going to the supermarket. I still have a lot of things to buy, chief. He was angry and amused, pinched her face, and went to the nearest supermarket. There were not many things to buy, but every time Tang Zixi went to the supermarket, she could fill a whole car in a few minutes. Before in Beijing, Yu Beiping had accompanied her to the supermarket twice, and he was puzzled by this. He always planned things, and thought about what to buy in advance, or made a list. Tang Zixi was just the opposite. She never had any plans. She just went to the supermarket and took whatever she saw, completely casually. Look, after walking around the 2 shelves twice, she took several large boxes of napkins alone. Yu Beiping couldn't help asking her, why did you buy so many napkins? I think these packagings are all very nice, and it's a bit hard to choose, so I'll pick them up first. While answering, she held a box in each hand and compared them. Yu Beiping. Although he couldn't understand it in his heart, he didn't say anything to her. He pushed the cart for her all the way, watching her jumping in front of several shelves like a happy little rabbit, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Slow down, the floor tiles are slippery. I know. When she came back, she put a frying pan in the cart. What's the use of this thing? Last time I went to your dormitory, there was not even a frying pan in the kitchen, and I couldn't fry an egg. She looked at him as if to take credit. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly. No, I can fry it with an ordinary pan. She insisted, it's inconvenient. I'll fry an egg for you when we get back, okay? Yu Beiping didn't believe it at all. Can you? How dare you look down on me? She can't even fry an egg if she can't cook. He did not argue with her, but nodded and said, I'm wrong. No, after paying the bill, he spent more than 1,800 yuan on this trip, which was more than the sundries he usually bought in a month. She also bought a hot pot, a lot of ingredients and soup base, and said that she would not cook in the evening, and would eat hot pot with her. Yu Beiping did not like to eat hot pot in the house, because it would make the whole house and even his body smell like hot pot. Although she was not a misophobia, she still loved cleanliness. It was obvious that she was in high spirits, and it was not good to spoil her fun. Back in the dormitory, Tang Ziqi excitedly moved the pot to the dining table. The wire was too short, and she tried to reach it several times but failed. She turned back and shouted towards the kitchen, "Sixth brother, the wire can't reach the plug, what should I do?" Use the power strip. Where is the power strip? The second row on the outside of the entrance, the drawer on your left. Then there was a bang 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 sound of rummaging, and she said irritably, I can't find it. Sixth brother, I can't find it. Stop rummaging, little ancestor, let me find it. He was really worried that she would have to tear down his house in a while, so he hurried over to help her rummage. As a result, the thing was in the drawer in front of her. She had just rummaged through it. She didn't find it. Tang Ziqi looked embarrassed. Yu Beiping walked around the wires and warned her, don't be too anxious to find things, be purposeful, don't look for it over and over again, don't look for places you have already looked for, and be careful every time you look for a place. She snorted and said nothing, which was considered as tacit agreement. Go sit down, I'll get the things. He pressed her head and pushed her into the seat. Tang Ziqi took 2 chopsticks and tapped the bowl with them, shouting in full force, waiter, serve the food. You are getting more and more unruly. She raised her chin towards him, not afraid of him at all. Once you get to know him, you will know that he is not easily angry, and he basically never gets angry outside of work. He will only argue with you when there is a problem at work. Yu Beiping came out with 2 bowls of lettuce and raw meat, and saw her arrogant look at a glance. He was so angry that he put down the bowl and took her in his arms. He also pinched her face. If I give you a little color, you will go up to the roof and tear down the tiles. Let me see how I deal with you. Murder. Murder. He quickly covered her mouth. This room is not soundproofed. You are shouting so loudly. Do you want the leaders to come and see the joke? She blushed and looked at him innocently with her big eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and his lips moved down, slowly falling along her smooth forehead to her nose. This is a sensitive area. When he touched it lightly, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Under the dim wall lamp, her eyes were blurred and her face was rosy, which was particularly attractive. He finally kissed her lips, grabbed her waist, and with his other hand, he hooked the hem of her clothes and pushed it into her collar, kneading it through her bra. Tang Zishi was uncomfortable with the iron ring and pushed him away twice. His kiss was too passionate, and she could only shrink in his arms in the end. The hot pot was eaten enthusiastically. Yu Beiping cooked it in a complicated way, and she was responsible for eating it. After taking out a piece, she wanted another piece. After taking out a piece, she wanted another piece. He said to her, "After you finish the bowl, you can think about the pot." She turned a deaf ear to him and just ate heartily. Yu Beiping thought that maybe he should prepare 2 bottles of stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets for her. "Eat less, you will feel full at night and can't sleep." She turned a deaf ear to him and ignored him at all. Yu Beiping picked up the chopsticks and pretended to hit her head. She was so scared that she dropped the chopsticks and hugged her head. I know. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No tears until the coffin is seen. Chapter 47. The banquet was scheduled for the 6th of May, after Labor Day, a lucky day. The location was a small village in the south of Dorcheng district, a classical garden, with a lobby outside and winding corridors inside, connected to small rooms. Yu Beiping booked the largest octagonal pavilion in the southeast, facing the lake on all sides. Looking out of the window, there were fishing boats picking lotus roots. Chen Luo asked Ji Feng, "Don't lotus flowers bloom in June?" Ji Feng thought for a long time and perfunctorily said, "Maybe it's picking water chestnuts." "There are water chestnuts in this place at this season." "You ask me, who should I ask?" There were 10 tables in the hall, just right. The scene was not big, and basically no one who was not very close was invited. The host and the groom toasted one round after another, and the familiar friends gathered at a table to express their sympathy. "I don't want to get married after seeing this." Chen Luo opened a bag of pineapple slices and ate them with a crunch. "Even if you want to get married, there may not be anyone who wants you." Qiu Zhenmei ate melon seeds in a sarcastic tone. Because there were not many young people, Yu Beiping and Tang Zishi only invited 2 tables, and they all gathered together. Qiu Zhenmei sat opposite her. In high school, the 3 of them had a good relationship, but it broke down when they went to college. Chen Luo has never been a person who suffers losses. Hearing this, she sneered, "I am better than you even if no one wants me. You can be dumped when you are pregnant." Qiu Zhenmei had an abortion in college, and few people didn't know about it at the time. Tang Zishi, Qiu Zhenmei and Chen Luo all studied undergraduate courses at Capital Medical University, but they were in the same department. Later, Tang Zishi chose to take the postgraduate entrance examination and went to another place. Chen Luo graduated directly, but Qiu Zhenmei took a year off due to an unexpected pregnancy and did not continue her studies later. Tang Zishi and Chen Luo have known each other since childhood, so it goes without saying that they have a good relationship. Qiu Zhenmei met them at a club activity during her freshman year, and they got along well. At the beginning, they had a very good relationship. However, the good times did not last long. She had a conflict with Chen Luo, and later it became more and more intense, and they were simply like fire and water. There is always a degree of closeness in relationships, and Tang Zishi stood on Chen Luo's side without hesitation. Qiu Zhenmei and them broke off completely. Until now, it is unlikely that they would meet without saying a few words. "Chen Luo, don't go too far." Qiu Zhenmei sneered, "You have a lot of ugly things, be careful or I will expose them to you." Chen Luo's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down and looked at her teasingly. "Okay, are you done yet? This is a birthday party, not a quarrel meeting." Liang Jingtao slammed the wine glass on the table with a pop. The 2 women finally stopped. Ji Feng whispered in his ear, "You are still the best. Look, they are both afraid of you. Get lost." Qiu Zhenmei and Chen Luo had pursued Liang Jingtao before, but they were unsuccessful. This is not a rare thing. Everyone present knows it. It has been many years and it is harmless. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Hearing him say this, everyone laughed maliciously. The lunch lasted until 12 o'clock, and the young people couldn't sit still. After Tang Ziji greeted everyone, he said to Yu Beiping, "Leave it to you, I'll take them for a ride. Is it okay? Do you think I'm 3.5 years old?" Tang Zixi glared at him. Yu Beiping had no choice but to remind her, "Be careful." Tang Zixi knew that he was going to pat her on the head again, so she quickly ran away. When she got to the front, she didn't forget to turn around and give him a look of contempt, picked up her skirt and walked away with her head held high. Yu Beiping was a little embarrassed. As luck would have it, this scene was also seen by Xiao Yang and a few others, and they all came over with wine glasses to tease him. There were still a few hours before the evening banquet, and Tang Zixi was hesitating about where to take everyone to play. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, "Play. Do you still have the energy to crawl back to eat in the evening? I'm so tired, let's find a place to rest." Wei Shi said, "I'm different from you middle-aged, elderly, weak, sick and disabled people. On a good day, of course, I have to have fun. You go back, I'll take everyone out for a ride." After saying that, he took everyone away. A group of people went out one after another. In the end, only Tang Zixi, Ji Feng, Chen Luo, Han Wei, Qiu Zhanmei, and Liang Jintang were left. Ji Feng thought about it and suggested, "I have a house in the community in front. If you don't mind, let's go over and rest together." No one objected. The group of people shared 2 cars and arrived at the community where Ji Feng's house was in a few minutes. It was backed by a mountain and there was an artificial lake in the east. Ji Feng's house was at the southern end of the artificial lake. The car drove around the lake and drove into the iron gate. The house was very large, a single-family villa with a garden, 3 floors with an attic and a basement. He invited everyone to sit in the living room. Because the house was empty, only the hourly worker came to clean it regularly, and there was no servant, so he had to go and get some water himself. "Hurry up, I'm thirsty." Chen Luo was changing the channel on the sofa and making sarcastic remarks. Ji Feng came over with a tray and served them tea one by one. Such a big boss, but was treated like a waiter. Han Wei and Qiu Zhanmei were only slightly familiar with Liang Jintang, and were not familiar with the others. The 2 of them were whispering together, and occasionally touched a piece of fruit on the table. Ji Feng remembered it and lay on the coffee table to look for it. The coffee table was too low, and he was tall and strong, so he could only half lay down and stretch his hands to reach inside. Chen Luo kicked his butt, "Come on, baby." Ji Feng was troubled by not being able to get up immediately. No matter how good his temper was, it was not enough in front of this guy. "Chen Luo, behave yourself. Are you unhappy? Get up and hit me." Chen Luo smiled gently and calmly. After chatting and laughing for a long time, Tang Zixi felt a little sleepy and asked Ji Feng, "Which rooms upstairs are guest rooms?" Ji Feng finally got the bags of pineapple slices, got up and asked her, "Are you sleepy?" Tang Zixi nodded. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th rooms on the right side of the 2nd floor are guest rooms. The quilt covers and pillows are all brand new. You can pick any one. The 4 rooms on the 3rd floor are also empty. Tang Zixi thanked him and yawned as he went upstairs. 5:15 p.m. The sunset was about to set, and most of the sky was bright and fiery. It was still very cold in early May. Yang Feng rushed to the community after receiving the call, and was shivered by the cold wind as soon as he got off the car. A young policeman came around from the artificial lake. "Boss, you are finally here." Yang Feng sneezed and followed him to the villa. "What's the situation?" "The forensic doctor has not arrived yet, and colleagues from the laboratory are still collecting evidence. Yang Feng nodded, and a layer of haze shrouded his heart. How long has it been since there was a death? This is in such a tightly guarded, high-end community. After entering the house, he saw Tang Zishi curled up in Yu Beipi's arms at a glance. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at the young people standing in the entrance in turn, frowning even deeper. He is usually very kind, and never even gets angry with others, but when it comes to work, he will unconsciously put on a stern face, which makes people feel in awe. The policeman around him hurriedly helped him answer, "This is the protagonist, it's her birthday today." He pointed at Tang Zishi, and then pointed at the others. The other four are her friends. After having a birthday party at noon, they came here to rest together. The deceased is one of the owner's friends, named Qiu Zhenmei. At the time of the incident, there were a total of 5 people present, including the owner. After speaking, he did not forget to remind, the owner's husband just arrived, he is not among the 5 people. Yang Feng nodded knowingly, indicating that he understood, and turned back to continue the investigation. In this kind of occasion, he couldn't say hello to Tang Zishi. Qiu Zhenmei's body was found by Han Wei at around 4:30. It is said that several people present were playing, eating, and drinking in the living room. At about 2 p.m., Qiu Zhenmei said she was not feeling well, left the living room alone, and went to the guest room upstairs to rest. Then, at about 4:30, everyone saw that the time was almost up, so they decided to return to the winery. Han Wei went upstairs to call for help, and then they found Qiu Zhenmei, who was already dead. At that time, Tang Zishi was also resting in the guest room upstairs, and he came out when he heard the noise in the corridor. This is what happened. It is preliminarily determined that Qiu Zhenmei was killed between 2 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. The guest room she stayed in was the second room on the south side of the second floor. A policeman reported to her with a transcript. Yang Feng thought for a moment and said, "What is the cause of death?" The police said, "It is preliminarily determined that it is drug-induced death. The specific cause still needs further examination by the forensic doctor. Lao Chen has retired, and the city has assigned a new forensic doctor. He is still on the way. I just called him and said he will come soon." Speaking of this, he was a little embarrassed. "It's not time to take up the post yet, and I asked him to come early." Yan Feng also felt sorry and smiled, "It's all for work." About 10 minutes later, the new forensic doctor arrived with his assistant. What was surprising was that this was a very young female forensic doctor, who looked less than 30 years old and looked very pretty. She came in with a toolbox and shook hands with Yang Feng. "I am Hua Li. In the future, please take care of me, Captain Ya." No, we have to rely on your technicians." After a few pleasantries, Hua Li asked her assistant, Xiao Chen, to go to the second-floor guest room to examine the body. The trace examiner and physical evidence extractor from the inspection department also went up together. Hua Li was very efficient. She got up and took off her mask in just a moment. "How is it?" Yan Feng asked her. Hua Li said, "He died of poisoning. As for what kind of poison, we have to take the body back for autopsy and further detailed examination." After she finished speaking, she called her assistant to leave. Except for the photographer who stayed to help clean up the scene, the rest of the people in the laboratory also left one after another. It will take a few days for the test results to be available. This is the first crime scene, and the murderer is very likely one of the 5 people in this room. Yang Feng didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he called Ji Feng and others, including Tang Zishi, to the lobby on the first floor, and ordered his police officers to conduct a carpet search in the house to find the hidden poison. "Now tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?" Yang Feng said. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, they spoke one by one. "Ji Feng, I was in the living room, playing with everyone." Yang Feng, did you leave between 2 p.m. and 4:30 p.m.? Ji Feng recalled and confessed, I went to the kitchen twice, once to cut fruit for everyone, and once to get a thermos for everyone to soak water. Yang Feng, nothing else? Ji Feng frowned and thought for a while, then said, nothing else. The second suspect, Tang Ziqi. She confessed, around 1 p.m., I was a little sleepy, so I went to the third floor to rest. Yang Feng, which room? Tang Ziqi, the third room on the south side. Yang Feng, are you sure it's the third floor? Tang Ziqi, yes. Yang Feng, did you leave the room between 2 p.m. and 4:30 p.m.? Did you hear any unusual movements during that time? As he spoke, he stared into Tang Ziqi's eyes. Tang Ziqi frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head with certainty. No, Yang Feng, did you not leave the room, or did you not hear any sound? Tang Ziqi, neither. Yang Feng retracted his gaze, raised his hand, and signaled the police officer beside him to take notes. He turned to the third suspect, Chen Luo, what about you? Where were you at the time of the crime? Chen Luo replied, in the living room, eating and drinking with everyone. Yang Feng, did you leave during that time? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment and replied, I went to the toilet twice. Yang Feng, nothing else? Chen Luo shook his head, nothing else. When asked about Han Wei, she was obviously a little nervous. Because she was the first person to discover the deceased, Yang Feng took her more seriously than the others. Where were you when the incident happened? Did you leave everyone's sight during that time? Han Wei, I was eating and drinking with everyone in the living room, and I didn't leave. Oh no, I went to the bathroom. Yang Feng, what about the rest of the time? You were always in the living room. Han Wei, yes, officer, I didn't leave. Yang Feng, when you found the deceased, did you notice anything unusual? Or, in other words, he took the transcript, his eyes calmly staring at the old transcript that had turned yellow. His expression was extremely solemn, then he suddenly looked up and glanced at her. When you saw the deceased, was there anything different about her surroundings or her herself than usual? These words scared Han Wei so much that she reacted strongly. What do you mean, officer? I didn't kill anyone. Yang Feng, I'm just asking, did you notice anything? Han Wei said with a straight face, no. After that, she reluctantly added, when I found her, her eyes were wide open and she was already lifeless. I called the police right away. The last suspect was Liang Jintang. Without waiting for Yang Feng to ask, he had already started. At the time of the incident, I was with everyone, eating in the living room. I drank a little wine and felt a little uncomfortable, so I leaned on the sofa and slept for a while, until Han Wei screamed on the second floor. Yang Feng squinted and stared at him. You never left. Liang Jintang thought for a while and said, I went to the toilet once and went to the basement once. Yang Feng, what did you do in the basement? Liang Jintang laughed, Uncle, the wine cellar is in the basement, I went to get the wine. Yang Feng had a blank expression. Please call me Officer Yang. Liang Jintang cooperated very well. Okay, Officer Yang. The confessions of the 5 suspects are as above for the time being. Yang Feng took a quick look, and several police officers came to report. One of them was sweating and panting and said, Boss, we didn't find anything. Yang Feng looked solemn. Have you searched carefully? We've almost searched it from top to bottom. Yang Feng took a deep breath and looked at the 5 people. I'm sorry, I can only ask you to return to the police station to assist in the investigation. Chapter 48. There are 2 types of interrogation rooms in the police station. One is for interrogating prisoners, which is more strict, and the other is for routine questioning in the name of assisting in the investigation, which is relatively relaxed. Because there are 5 suspects, in order to prevent them from colluding, Yang Feng questioned them separately. To his surprise, the 5 people looked very harmonious when they were together, but at this time, they couldn't help but expose each other's shortcomings. However, the others were still restrained, and Han Wei vomited a lot without any scruples. Maybe she felt that she was the first to discover the body and was eager to clear her suspicion. She said, "Xiao Mei and I are good friends, so of course I won't harm her." On the contrary, Xiao Mei told me privately that Tang Ziqi and Chen Luo were in the same high school and had a decent relationship, but after entering college, their relationship completely broke down. Yang Feng grasped the key point and stopped her. When did it break up? Han Wei, I don't know about that. I only heard Xiao Mei mention it occasionally. The three of them graduated from Capital Medical University, but I didn't. I studied in a military school in Nanjing and didn't know them before. Yang Feng sorted out his thoughts, folded his hands in front of him, slightly raised his chin, and his sharp eyes made Han Wei a little scared. She usually looks very confident, but when she is in such an occasion, the stuff in her heart immediately deflates. To put it bluntly, she is just a paper tiger. All the tricks she used before can't be used anymore. However, she was a graduate of a serious military academy after all. After she recovered, she looked calm. "Any other questions, Officer Yang?" Yang Feng said, "What about Ji Feng? Does he have any grudges with Qiu Zhenmei?" Han Wei hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not sure. I said before that I'm not familiar with these people in the Air Force commander's compound." Yang Feng smiled and gestured with the pen in his hand. "No, you just paused for 2 seconds. I think, in this moment, something must have flashed through your mind. Brain. Miss Han, please cooperate. Lying at this time will not be beneficial to you." Han Wei looked ugly. After a long while, she confessed, "The day before the incident, Xiao Mei and I went to Dentai to play. By the way, that is a club. We often hold small parties there. That day, Ji Feng also went there. When he passed by the corridor, he heard the conversation between Xiao Mei and me. He was very angry and slapped Xiao Mei. What happened that caused such a big conflict between you?" "This is a private matter, Officer Yang." Han Wei was very secretive. "Okay." Yang Feng changed the subject. "What about Chen Luo? How is her relationship with Qiu Zhenmei?" "Very bad." Han Wei answered without hesitation. "I said before that Tang Ziqi, Chen Luo and Xiao Mei broke up because of something in college, and since then, they have become enemies. Strictly speaking, Tang Ziqi is just a team player, and the real conflict is between Chen Luo and Xiao Mei." "What conflict?" I said, "I don't know." At this point she frowned again and hesitated. "Maybe it has something to do with Liang Jintang." Liang Jintang. Yang Feng thought of the young man he saw at the crime scene last. Although he was wearing plain clothes, he could be seen at a glance as a well-trained soldier. He sent his subordinates to inquire before, and found out that he was from the Central Police Corps. He was not small and could not be taken lightly. Because of different departments, their police station had no right to detain him. He should still be in the lounge at this moment, with good tea and snacks. "Okay, let's talk about Qiu Zhenmei and Liang Jintang," Yang Feng said. Han Wei thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Mei and Chen Luo both pursued him, but they were unsuccessful. Because of this incident, their relationship became even worse." "What about Liang Jintang? Who does he like more?" "Chen Luo, of course." Han Wei sneered and added, "But it's not the kind of love between men and women, it should be brotherly love. Chen Luo pursued him unsuccessfully, but he and Chen Luo can still get along like brothers." Han Wei sneered and did not comment. Who knows, but on the surface, there seems to be no big problem, eating, drinking and having fun as usual. Anyway, that's how their circle is. Liang Jintao is the leader, and Chen Luo, Ji Feng and their gang listen to him. Yang Feng nodded and motioned the policeman beside him to record it. Han Wei seemed to remember something and added, "By the way, Chen Luo is going to open a pharmaceutical company recently, and Xiao Mei has invested in it." The two of them have quarreled several times in private about this matter. The police sent Han Wei away, and Yan Feng asked someone to call Ji Feng in. It was still a routine questioning. However, this time he was very purposeful and directly threw the question that Han Wei had raised before to him. Han Wei confessed that yesterday afternoon, you and your friends went to a club called Dantai in Docheng district for a party. You accidentally ran into Han Wei and Xiu Zhenmei. You had a conflict and you slapped Xiu Zhenmei. Did this happen? Ji Feng was stunned at first, then anger appeared in his eyes. After a while, he said coldly, "They are shameless, I can't stand it anymore. Tell me." Ji Feng was silent for a while, probably organizing his words. "I have a brother named Tang Jihui, he likes Han Wei very much. However, Han Wei likes Yu Beipi, the chief of the communications station, who I met at the crime scene before. I am not familiar with him. I only know that he is the husband of my good friend Tang Ziji." Yan Feng nodded and motioned him to continue. Ji Feng went on to say, "Beijing is a city that is neither big nor small. People like us who come from similar backgrounds mostly have some small circles. People from different areas of the same compound also have different circles. However, even if we meet people outside of our circle, a friend of a friend is still a friend. Even if they are not close, they will not give the cold shoulder to others. I am not familiar with Han Wei and Xiu Zhenmei, but they know Yu Beiping and Vici, and they also have a friendship with brother Liang Jingtang. On the surface, of course, I have to treat them as friends and give them some face when I meet them. However, that was before yesterday. What exactly happened yesterday? Before that, I always thought Xiaohui's death was an accident. Perhaps he also realized that he did not explain clearly, so he briefly introduced. He talked about Tang Jihui, Xiaohui, that is, Tang Jihui. He was originally from the Xijiao compound like Tang Zishi, but he was very close to us, and we all treated him as a younger brother. He liked Han Wei very much, but Han Wei used him as a shield to pursue Yu Beiping and even killed him. How did Han Wei kill Tang Jihui? That year, on her birthday, she confessed to Yu Beiping again, but Yu Beiping ignored her. She wanted to cause an accident and get herself injured so that he would worry, so she deliberately went out to race, and paid a few people to hit her car on the elevated road. They were all professionals, so it should be fine, but unfortunately an accident happened. The car later lost control, and Tang Jihui died to protect her. Ji Feng said. He emphasized that before yesterday, he already knew that Tang Jihui died to protect this woman. The reason why he was so excited was that he heard a deeper inside story. Yesterday, in the hallway of the club, he drank too much and walked out. He happened to hear Han Wei and Xiu Zhenmei discussing, and then he knew that Han Wei had hired someone to deliberately hit the car. And Xiu Zhenmei was the culprit who came up with this idea and instigated her to do so. Ji Feng had suspected and hesitated, but he never expected the truth to be so ugly. It was an old matter, and there was no way to investigate it. Moreover, after the accident that year, because the road in the area was rugged and accidents occurred frequently, no one suspected it at all, and it was directly determined to be a traffic accident. It was too late for him to seek justice for Tang Jihui now. In a moment of anger, he rushed up and slapped Xiu Zhenmei. Yan Feng stared into his eyes. "So you killed her?" "I didn't kill anyone, officer." Ji Feng didn't say anything else, but just glanced at him coldly. His expression was very calm, and his hands on the table were casually put together. Yan Feng glanced casually and found that he was really calm, and his hands didn't even shake. After Ji Feng went out, Chen Luo came in. As for the grudge between her and Xiu Zhenmei, she did not deny it, and was even very frank. In college, she wanted to pursue Tang, that is, Liang Jingtang. Because I had a good relationship with Tang, she pestered me every day to ask him out. I know Liang Jingtang very well. He hates girls hanging around him like flies, especially scum like Qiu Jianmei, who says one thing in public and another behind the scenes. One thing in public and another behind the scenes. Yes, she is too hypocritical. On the surface, she is very nice to people, but behind the scenes, she always tries to backstab people and steal the limelight. Take the welcoming singing competition in the sophomore year as an example. In order to show Her Majesty as a minister, she specially selected 3 groups of people as backup. In fact, she accepted benefits from others and had already decided on the first group, but she kept fooling the second and third groups on the surface, giving them hope and getting benefits. On the day of the competition, she kicked him out without hesitation. She is this kind of person, and many people in their department know it. Their department? You are not from the same department. Chen Luo shook his head, and after just thinking about it, he acted quite calmly. Ziqi and I both studied chemical biology and pharmaceuticals, and she studied Chinese medicine pharmacology. Yang Feng said, I heard that Qiu Jianmei has invested in your newly opened pharmaceutical company. Did you have a conflict over this matter? Chen Luo sneered, you should get as much shares as you pay. She is too greedy. I really don't want to deal with her. However, as for business, my company is just starting out. You know, you can turn against her in private. This is the most taboo in the business world. Yang Feng nodded in understanding, thought about it, and had no other questions for the time being. At this time Chen Luo broke the news, don't trust Han Wei too much. She and Qiu Jianmei are only on good terms on the surface, but not in reality. They might even be enemies. Why? In college, Qiu Jianmei had an abortion for a senior. But later that senior abandoned her. There was a reason for this. She curled her lips and glanced at the 2 policemen opposite, quite sarcastically, because that senior was with Han Wei. Han Wei said it nicely, saying that it was to test him, for Qiu Jianmei's own good, to let her see the senior's true face. But in fact, she has never looked down on Qiu Jianmei. She did this more to find some sense of superiority over her. Yang Feng didn't quite understand the intrigues between girls, but after listening to her analysis, he roughly understood. One last question, Ji Feng asked, what is your relationship with Tang Juhui? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, and whispered, I am the adopted daughter of the Tang family. I grew up with Ziqi and Xiao Hui. Although we are not related by blood, I have always regarded him as my brother. Your brother? Yes. Chen Luo was concise. Okay. Miss Chen, thank you for your cooperation. Ji Feng asked a young policeman to send her out. After sending them away, the people from the inspection department delivered the information. It was the new female forensic doctor who delivered it in person. Her assistant, Xiao Chen, came with her and was responsible for helping her get the information. The case was imminent, and Hua Li didn't waste any words and handed a test report to Yang Feng. Although there were occasional cases in this place, most of the time they were petty thefts, and there would be no murders for a year or 2. Yang Feng was not a professional, so he couldn't understand this thing. He just glanced at it and stuffed it back. He pressed his lips together and coughed lightly, everyone is here, you can just translate it. It would be great if I can read it alone. The others couldn't help laughing. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. Hua Li also smiled, shook the list and said, the deceased, 26 years old, female, from 20 County, Beijing, her ancestral home is 20, Gansu. The cause of death is poisoning. Poisoning? Yang Feng frowned. This is consistent with the judgment made during the previous examination, but it is still a bit unexpected. What kind of poison? Yang Feng asked. Hua Li pondered and said, acacia seeds. What? Yang Feng had never heard of it before, turned around and looked at the others, who were also confused, and then he felt relieved. Hua Li explained to them, it is a plant with red on top and black on the bottom. It is highly toxic and can kill people if 0.01 grams is ingested. However, this toxin will not take effect immediately. It has a latent period of several hours to several days. Yan Feng was stunned. You mean, the poisoner may not be someone else who was in the house at the time of the incident? Hua Li did not answer directly. Direct ingestion, inhalation and injection, as well as the amount of ingestion, the time of onset of the poison is different. I have dissected her body. The stomach contains this toxin. It is a direct poison. This dose is far more than the lethal dose. It should take several hours to 2 days from poisoning to onset. To accurately calculate the onset time, we must find the source of the poison and conduct accurate tests. Yan Feng frowned deeply. This is troublesome. The house and the outside of the house were searched, and the 5 suspects were also examined, but nothing was found. According to this, Qiu Jiamei may have been poisoned before coming to the villa, and the poison did not take effect until she was in the house. Then, the scope of the investigation is wide. However, the possibility of poisoning in the house cannot be ruled out. It cannot even be ruled out that it was an accident. Hua Li added, because of the long onset time, the symptoms of poisoning will not appear immediately after taking it, and it is difficult for the deceased to detect it. In the end, most of them died due to delayed treatment. Yan Feng, you mean, if it is discovered immediately, it is possible to rescue it? Hua Li nodded, it depends on the amount of intake. If it is a trace amount, and it is discovered immediately and sent to the hospital for rescue, there is a great chance of survival. However, from poisoning to onset, there may be a latent period of several hours or even 4 or 5 days. If it is not suicide, who knows that they are poisoned? At that time, even if they detect it, it will be too late to send it to the hospital. Before leaving, Hua Li gave another clue. When this toxin attacks, symptoms such as dizziness, vertigo, and convulsions will appear, and the pain will be unbearable. In the end, from the inside out, the internal organs will rot and die. I think the murderer chose to kill in this cruel way. It is impossible for it to be for property. It should be revenge or love killing. Thank you. Yan Feng personally sent her away. After leaving the police station, Tang Zishi felt refreshed. Yu Beiping was waiting for her outside. He had a special status and was allowed to drive into the yard and parked under a poplar tree at the door. From where she was standing, he was leaning against the car door smoking. Today, he wore a sweater with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his strong and slender forearms. There were slightly protruding veins extending upward from his wrists, revealing a man's sense of power. He was tall, and his slightly hunched back looked lazy and casual. His eyes were as calm as a pool of clear water, but the thick pile of cigarette butts under his feet betrayed him. I don't know how long she has been waiting. Tang Zishi felt a little sad, and ran over quickly and threw herself into his arms. She wasn't that hypocritical, but her eyes were subconsciously sour at this moment. She grabbed the sweater on his chest and wiped away her tears. What's wrong? What happened? Yu Beiping held her shoulders, feeling distressed. She hugged his neck and said nothing. Yu Beiping sighed secretly and picked her up by the waist. Let's talk about it when we get home. The girl was thin and much shorter than him. She stood straight, and he put his arm around her waist and lifted her up lightly. He put force in his hands and cushioned her to lift her higher. After getting in the car and starting it, he bent over to fasten her seat belt. What do you want to eat tonight? The car was narrow, and he asked her in this posture, which seemed particularly intimate. Tang Zishi raised her eyelids and saw his lips clearly, which were not thin, and even moist and full. When he smiled, the curve was very sexy. However, he seldom smiled. Even if he smiled, it was a sneer, rarely such a kind of caring. She felt warm in her heart, stretched out her arms and hugged him, and her two small hands rested softly on his back, stroking his solid back through his sweater. It was very wide, and she had to use a lot of strength to reach the other hand. The bones were tough and it felt very reassuring to touch. He rarely stopped her, and stretched out his hands to hold her in his arms. Are you scared? No, just seeing him, she couldn't help but want to act like a spoiled child. The feeling of being spoiled is really good. Chapter 49. After something like this happened, the dinner had to end hastily. 2 days later, when the storm had died down, Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping went to Haidian to see He Shuqing. Tang Ziqi rarely got up early, and she kept rubbing her eyes when she went out. Yu Beiping handed her a mirror, wiped the eye boogers. Tang Ziqi was embarrassed and annoyed, and slapped his hand away. You are the one with eye boogers. Yu Beiping was used to it, and was not angry. Okay, when you get in the car later, I'll ask you to wipe it in front of the rearview mirror. Tang Ziqi twisted his arm hard. It was Sunday, and there was nothing to do at the office. Yan Feng stayed at home and happened to visit He Shuqing. When he entered the door, there was a TV in the living room, but Yan Feng was reading a newspaper on the sofa. Tang Ziqi and He Shuqing exchanged glances. What's going on? He Shuqing called them aside and whispered to them, it's the recent case. Although it has been suppressed, it happened in the city, and in a high-end residential area. It has a bad impact. The higher-ups have put pressure on us and ordered us to solve the case within 2 weeks. Your Uncle Yan is anxious. Tang Ziqi's heart skipped a beat and he tried to say, what if it can't be solved within 2 weeks? Before he finished speaking, Yan Feng's voice came from behind, if it can't be solved within the deadline, I'll pack up and go home to help your mother and beg for food from her. What are you talking about? He Shuqing rolled his eyes at him, turned back and continued to talk to Tang Ziqi. What happened to you that day? Talk to your Uncle Yan and see if you can provide any clues. It's not a good idea to be so stalemated. Yan Feng waved his hand and signaled them not to talk nonsense. It was rare for him to argue with He Shuqing. He Shuqing was stunned and a little surprised, but thinking about his situation in the past few days, he didn't care. Several people had their own thoughts and were worried throughout the meal. Because of the unpleasantness just now, Yan Feng took the key and went out after the meal. He Shuqing asked him, Old Yan, where are you going? Let's go. Then there was the sound of the door closing. He Shuqing was a little embarrassed, feeling embarrassed in front of his daughter and son-in-law. After eating 2 bites, he cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. The atmosphere was a little stiff. The chopsticks in Tang Ziqi's hand paused, and finally he couldn't pick up anything. Eat a little more, Yu Beiping advised her. Tang Ziqi shook his head. No. He went to the kitchen and patted He Shuqing on the shoulder. He Shuqing had her back to her, tears fell unconsciously, and she tried to keep her voice down. Don't I care about him? If you are angry, take it out on me. If he has the ability, he can solve the case. Why are you taking it out on me? Tang Ziqi quickly covered her mouth. Don't be so loud, 6th brother is still here, it's not shameful. He Shuqing quickly took out a napkin to wipe her tears, but the tip of her nose was still a little red. Tang Ziqi put his arm around her shoulders and reasoned with her. Uncle Yan is in such a bad mood at work, so you should bear more responsibility. I am also involved in this case, and the person who died is an acquaintance, how can he not be anxious? He Shuqing only knew that someone had died, and Yan Feng had never revealed the specific details of the case to her. He supported his daughter's words and his expression became nervous. Nothing will really happen, right? It's okay, what can happen? Didn't you encounter a big case before? It must be difficult. What can you do in your life without encountering obstacles? Just think about it for a few more days, don't make trouble. He Shuqing pushed her away and threw the bowl into the basin. Do you think I'm making trouble? I've served you for so many years in vain. You all are against me. The mistress was angry, and Tang Zishi couldn't stand it. He found an excuse to slip out of the kitchen, pulled Yu Beiping and walked out. Why are you running away so fast? He was leisurely, with one hand in his trouser pocket, letting her pull him. Tang Zishi really wanted to kick him, but he didn't have the courage. She had no choice but to turn back and beg, now that things are like this at home, you can't tease me anymore, okay? But I like teasing you. He picked her up, raised his arms, adjusted her position, and padded up. Tang Zishi was so scared that she immediately hugged his neck and kicked her legs to ask him to let her go. Yu Beiping smiled. No, you're so short, it's just right to hold you like this. You dare to say I'm short? I have a golden ratio of 163. Golden ratio? Are you sure? Yu Beiping looked her up and down, wanting to laugh, but holding it back. He really didn't have the nerve to laugh at her directly. Tang Zishi kicked his feet again. Let me go. What do you mean by letting go? I'll carry you away, let's go relax and talk about your family. He carried her to a nearby park and walked along the gravel road along the moat for a while. Tang Zishi stopped making trouble and hugged his neck quietly. Hold on tight, don't let you fall. I'll catch you even if you fall. Tang Zishi gave him a glare. I'll bite you to death if you dare to fall. Yu Beiping laughed and glanced at her. You're still so arrogant. Who are you talking about being arrogant? She glared at him. Stop it. I brought you out to relax, not to make trouble with you. Let's talk about Uncle Yang. Tang Zishi calmed down and retorted in a low voice. What do you mean by my dad? Isn't he Uncle Yang? Okay, our dad. Yu Beiping put her down and held her hand. This park is open, and there are quite a few people at this time of the evening, but the street lights here are broken, so there are only the two of them. One tall and one short, they slowly walked through the shadows in the twilight. After a while, he said to her, Did you go to Jifeng's place that day on a whim? After a long time, Tang Zishi really thought about it for a while and nodded. Jifeng suggested it. He said he had a house nearby. You know, he's a big boss, he has houses everywhere. She paused here and looked at him in shock. You won't suspect Jifeng, will you? He and Qiu Zhenmei don't have any grudge, right? Who said he has no grudge against Qiu Zhenmei? When Yu Beiping said this, he didn't look at her, but just raised the corner of his lips with sarcasm. Tang Zishi was confused by this. Don't keep me in suspense. This concerns Uncle Yang's job. If you have something to say, just say it. She still couldn't change her impatient temper. Yu Beiping rubbed her head. Forget what I told you before about Tang Jihui and Han Wei. What does it matter? It matters a lot. Jifeng and Xiaohui are very good brothers. I saw him at Tang Jihui's funeral. He cried miserably. Chen Luo also came that time. She was quite calm and didn't look very sad. But it's no wonder. Chen Luo is introverted and Xiaohui is more extroverted. They couldn't play together when they were young. Tang Zishi stroked his fingers and frowned and said, You mean, Jifeng and Chen Luo are both likely to have killed Qiu Zhenmei? Yu Beiping nodded without hesitation. They both have great motives. But I personally think Jifeng has a greater motive. Hearing him suspect her childhood friend of being the murderer so lightly, Tang Zishi's heart choked for a moment, but when she thought about it, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with what he said. But it was this no problem and his nonchalant attitude that made her feel even more upset. Seeing that she was angry and silent, Yu Beiping smiled and changed the subject. Of course, it could also be your confidant. What confidant? Tang Zishi knew he was talking about Liang Jintang and glared at him fiercely. Yu Beiping smiled and said, Don't glare at me, let's analyze it. Chen Luo and Xiu Zhenmei both pursued him, but he likes you. Can't you see any contradiction in this? What do you mean he likes me? He also likes Chen Luo and Yi Feng. We are just buddies. Tang Ziqi is very sure about this. Take Chen Luo for example, Liang Jintang also cares about her. In the past, when it snowed, Chen Luo fell ill and she just coughed accidentally on the phone. He got up from the bed and brought her medicine. From Shijingshen to the eastern section of Chang'an Avenue, the road was still congested, but he didn't complain at all. Don't look at this man with a bad mouth and a cold and arrogant appearance. He is very sincere to his friends. Therefore, they all call him Tang Tang, and Chen Luo sometimes jokingly calls him Tang Tang, who is cold on the outside but sweet on the inside, very warm. He really doesn't like you? Yu Beiping asked. Really not? Tang Ziqi emphasized. Yu Beiping smiled and nodded, putting his hands in his pockets. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Tang Ziqi smiled with relief, with a look of teachable, but after walking a few steps, he felt something was wrong. What did he mean by trusting her this time? She hadn't done anything bad, so why did he act so superior and take the initiative? But if she wanted to argue with him, she knew in her heart that she was no match for him at all. In the end, she had to swallow her anger. What's wrong? Why do you have a drooping face? Are you unhappy again? He lowered his head and pinched her face. You'll turn into a puffer fish if you get angry again. You're a puffer fish? Always bullying her. Yu Beiping just liked to tease her, bending down and pinching both sides of her face, rubbing and pinching again. Let me see, what does it look like if not a puffer fish? Well, no matter how I look at it, it looks like a puffer fish. Tang Ziqi was so angry that she almost jumped up and hit him. Stop bullying me. Tell me about Uncle Yan. Yu Beiping stopped playing, raised his hand and habitually brushed off his epaulets, and said, I think the murderer is between Ji Feng, Chen Luo, Han Wei and Liang Jintang. It is unlikely to be an accident. Tang Ziqi actually felt the same way, and responded with a worried look on his face. Actually, I think so too. This kind of thing is usually only touched by jewelry items, and Xiu Zhenmei is not stupid. She doesn't know that she has touched poisonous objects. The police must have checked her shopping list in recent days and searched her home, but nothing has been found so far. Moreover, the amount of accidental poisoning cannot be so large. The murderer must have had a great grudge to kill her in this way. The difficulty lies in the fact that the source of the poison cannot be found, the time of poisoning cannot be confirmed, and it is impossible to know how the murderer poisoned. The time and place of the crime are unknown, and the four suspects all have motives for committing the crime. Tang Ziqi felt that his head was about to explode. Yu Beiping said, forget it, don't think about it if you can't figure it out. It's so late, go back, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. You didn't eat well just now, right? Tang Ziqi was in no mood to do so. Uncle Yan is not really going to be laid off, is he? Yu Beiping said, not really, at most he will retreat to the second line, and someone else will take the position of Director of Criminal Investigation. But maybe he won't be replaced, their area is small, there aren't many capable people. If they don't bring in outside experts, they really won't be able to find someone else if Uncle Yan is fired. Can you not talk so harshly? He sighed, pressed her shoulder and said, Miss, I am speaking the truth. Tang Ziqi didn't understand, so she turned her head away and ignored him. Yu Beiping tried to coax her again, but she still ignored him. He had no choice but to stand up and say, you are forcing me. Sixth young master you can just stand by and watch. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The name had changed, and he was still asked to sit by and watch. With this attitude, if he didn't give her a solution today, she would probably ask for a divorce tomorrow. But he was also happy to coax her, put his arm around her shoulder, and ran his fingers through her hair. What I mean is that if we search the deceased's residence thoroughly again, we may find unexpected discoveries. No crime is perfect. Tang Ziqi was silent. What's wrong? He asked her softly. Tang Ziqi sighed heavily. Okay, then I'll tell Uncle Yang tomorrow. But what? It's been searched before, and the seniors in the laboratory have also done various examinations, and there was nothing found at all. I think it's mysterious. Giving up without trying, that's mysterious. Yu Beiping really couldn't bear to see her worried look, and hugged her. Tomorrow I'll go to him with you and have a good talk. I think he has had some emotional problems recently, and it's time to talk him out. Are you also working part-time as a psychologist? Tang Ziqi snorted with disdain. Yu Beiping did not argue. He just lowered his head and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Chapter 50. Qiu Jianmei's parents are both abroad, and she does not have a boyfriend at the moment, so she lives alone. She has some assets and owns a townhouse outside the Third Ring Road in the east of the city. After investigation, it was found that she had been commuting between the company and this villa for a week before the incident. Before leaving in the morning, Yang Feng sorted out the information again and got on the car with several policemen. It was a rare rainy day, and it took several hours on the road. It was already noon when they arrived at their destination. He called on several subordinates to go down, and a young policeman came out from the open fence gate from a distance and trotted over. Station Master Yu has arrived. Yang Feng looked in the direction of his finger. Yu Beiping was leaning against the door with his hands folded. When he saw him, he stood up and nodded slightly. Yang Feng also smiled and strode over. He admired this young man, but he was also a little unpredictable. Take this matter for example. It had nothing to do with him at all. For some reason, he showed an unnatural enthusiasm. Concerned about Ziqi? Yang Feng felt that it was not just that. But he didn't say anything. The area of the townhouse is not small, it looks like 400 to 500 square meters. A banquet hall is as big as half a classroom, and it is also decorated very gorgeously. The French luxury style is adopted. The floor is covered with Italian painted custom-made carpets, which are silent when stepped on. Yang Feng wiped the entrance hallway casually, and a thin layer of dust fell on his hands. Looking at other places, it was the same. There was no sign of damage in the dust. It can be seen that after Qiu Jianmei's death, this house became ownerless and no one came here again. In order to protect the scene, Yang Feng only brought one of his men in and carefully looked around on the first floor, but Yu Beiping went upstairs. He wanted to remind him, but swallowed his words after thinking about it. This man is more stable than him, and is not someone who doesn't know the importance of things. After a few minutes, the photographer also took the photos and greeted Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Let's go up. As soon as he reached the second-floor platform, he saw that the room near the stairs was open. Yang Feng leaned in and looked inside. Yu Beiping was standing in front of the table, flipping through a bottle of medicine in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. Yang Feng said to the two police officers, "You go upstairs first, I'll take a look here." After entering, Yu Beiping heard his footsteps and nodded to him as a greeting. Any questions? Yang Feng looked at the bottle in his hand. Yu Beiping turned his wrist and motioned him to come and have a look. It was a bottle of vitamins. After opening the can, it was empty. He took it and looked at it again, frowning. Nothing special. Look at the date again. Yang Feng frowned and looked at it carefully for a long time. Yu Beiping reminded him, this vitamin is produced in Shanghai, and the merchant is also well known in the industry. The practice is to produce and sell it at the same time. Look at the production date. It has been only half a month since now. There are 120 pills in a bottle. Even if you take several pills a day, it will take about 20 days to finish it. Yang Fo also thought of it. But now, the bottle is empty. Qiu Jianmei does not have a fixed job and has been at home during this period. According to her daily routine, medicines are generally purchased nearby. So, you can check the nearby pharmacies. If she bought the medicine only 15 days ago, or even shorter, she couldn't have finished the bottle of medicine in such a short time. The bottle is empty now, and it is very likely that the medicine inside was taken away. Considering that she died of poisoning, it is very likely related to this bottle of vitamins. Thinking of this, the two of them exchanged glances and walked out at the same time. Yang Fo called his men and visited 3 nearby pharmacies with Yu Beiping. Because the time interval was not long, the owner actually still remembered it. After recalling, he told them everything. Qiu Jianmei bought the medicine last Friday, less than a week ago. According to the normal dosage, she could not even finish half of the bottle. This further confirmed their guess. The murderer took the medicine in the bottle, which means that the medicine in the bottle can threaten him. It is obviously to destroy evidence and increase our difficulty in solving the case. This bottle of medicine was sealed when it was purchased. There can't be any problems. The murderer can only have poisoned the deceased after purchasing the medicine. Therefore, the murderer should be very familiar with the deceased, understand her daily routine, know that she has the habit of taking vitamins regularly, and made this plan a long time ago. After Qiu Jianmei bought the medicine, the murderer most likely poisoned her when he visited her at home. The seizure valve of the acacia seed takes a long time to take effect. After taking it, it will not take effect immediately, and the murderer has enough time to escape. Therefore, after Qiu Jianmei took the vitamins containing toxins at home, she was already poisoned, and the seizure did not occur until she went to the villa. The murderer is not limited to the 5 suspects in the villa, but must be the enemy of the deceased. After returning to the police station, Ji Feng sorted out the points discussed with Yu Beiping, and finally sorted out all his thoughts. He wanted to check the surveillance video, but sadly found that the video was broken. It was man-made destruction. The technician said solemnly, in fact, even if it was not destroyed, it would not help solve the case. Most of the surveillance in our country are just decorations, with very low pixels, and some are not even turned on after installation. The location is in the underground garage, the light is too dark, and it is not clear. Moreover, we cannot determine when the murderer came to poison the house. The time range is too wide, and we do not know the characteristics of the murderer. Even if we eliminate the cars passing by on the road one by one, we do not know which car the murderer drove. The cars in this community are all parked in the underground garage. We do not know what car the murderer drives. Do we have to compare the cars that have been driven to the parking lot in the past week with the popular cars that Qiu Jianmei knows? Obviously, it is unrealistic. However, even under such a premise, the murderer still destroyed the surveillance for the sake of safety. It can be seen that the murderer is a very cautious person. This case is really tricky. When a friend came to the house in the evening, Tang Zizhi specially moved out his collection of snacks and piled them on the coffee table without hesitation. "Come on, eat, eat." Xiao Yang couldn't believe it and broke off a piece of mung bean cake to eat. "When did you become so generous? My kindness is taken as a donkey's liver and lungs. If you don't want to eat it, forget it." Tang Zizhi snatched the snack from his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Xiao Yang. I have never seen such a person who can't stand being talked about. Only someone like Yu Beiping, who is calm and at ease, can stand her. Being friends is fine, but if they are husband and wife, won't they go crazy after a long time? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Beiping came back, and a group of people drove 2 cars to the nearest skating rink. The place is in the alley behind the east gate of the compound. The venue is quite wide. It used to be an abandoned stone processing factory. After the factory closed down, it was sold to the current owner at a low price. 2 years ago, it was converted into this half-new skating rink. Chen Luo doesn't know how to play, nor does he know how to play. I like this kind of overly noisy activities, so I sit in the stands and chat with Liang Xintang. In the field, Tang Zixi, Xiao Yang, Ji Feng and others are having a great time. Tang Zixi puts her arm around Yu Beiping's shoulder, facing him, and they go back and forth. You can see her laughing and gloating from a distance. Chen Luo smiled lightly and stirred the soda at hand with a straw. Her fingers are white, slender and shiny, and her nails are about 3 centimeters long and trimmed very beautifully. She said, "Sometimes I envy Zuchi. No matter what happens, no matter how sad she is, she can always cry and shout loudly, and she will be fine in a few days." Liang Jintang took a sip of iced black tea and smiled. "Why don't you say that she doesn't grow up? I hope to be like her, carefree." Chen Luo held his cheek in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Liang Jintang is not a talkative person, but he cares about his friends. After thinking about it, he decided to ask, "Are you and your husband having a quarrel?" Chen Luo seemed very surprised and looked at him with interest. "Where did you hear that?" Liang Jintang was a serious person and didn't like her tone. "I'm serious." Chen Luo blinked. "Who said I don't speak seriously?" Liang Jintang couldn't argue with her, so he lowered his head to drink his drink and didn't bother to care. Chen Luo was a little embarrassed, as if he felt that the joke was too much. He pondered for a moment and said, "She took the initiative to say, he and I met through a blind date, and we don't have any emotional foundation. He has a bad temper and is a bit childish. He is just a playboy, but he is okay to me and we are respectful to each other outside. We live our own lives," Liang Jintang said bluntly. Chen Luo almost rolled her eyes. This character has not changed at all, otherwise why would she not like straight men? When she was in college, she was fascinated by his cool and indifferent appearance for a few days. After really understanding that he was a straight man with low emotional intelligence, the last bit of attachment was gone. Most women are more emotional, but Chen Luo is just the opposite. She looks gentle and sexy, but in fact she is calm and rational inside. She is a complete template of a girl majoring in science and engineering. Although Jiang Yu has outstanding abilities, his personality is just the opposite. He is very emotional and impulsive. He doesn't go home for 10 days or half a month, and he quarrels with her as soon as he comes back. Thinking of this, Chen Luo laughed, with a helpless expression. Ji Feng skated to the railing in his skates, took off his gloves and greeted them. "Sister, come down and skate together." Chen Luo laughed and spat at him. "Go away." "I won't go away, come and chase me if you can." After saying that, he turned around and rushed into the field. Chen Luo stood up and was about to go down. Liang Jintang also stood up, and after thinking about it, he comforted her. "If Jiang Yi bullies you, you must tell us." "He dares. He can." Chen Luo laughed at him for being suspicious. The two of them were standing in the stands and talking happily. Because of the angle, when Jiang Ye and his friends came in, it seemed as if they were very close and whispering to each other. Almost in an instant, Jiang Ye was furious, and he threw his friends away and rushed up in one step. "Damn it, you dare to mess with my wife." He waved his hand and punched Liang Jintang in the face. Seeing that he was about to hit Liang Jintang in the face, Chen Luo exclaimed, but at the last moment, Liang Jintang grabbed his fist and gently pushed it aside. How could Jiang Yu, a weak and incompetent young man, be a match for Liang Jintang? It is no exaggeration to say that he could not even touch the corner of his clothes with his eyes closed. In full view of the crowd, he howled like a pig being slaughtered. Liang Jintao looked calm, but a little puzzled. Jiang Yi's eyes were almost spitting fire. "Asshole. Get out of my way." This movement attracted the attention of other people around, and many of them looked at them with interest. Chinese people love to join in the fun, and soon they surrounded them in 3 layers. Jiang Ye was still yelling. One was because of the pain, and the other was because he was unwilling and felt wronged. Chen Luo felt embarrassed, and his face was ugly, as if covered with a layer of frost. Jiang Ye, have you made enough trouble? Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? Chapter 51. The matter was so big that the ice couldn't slide down. While the spectators in the field were still surrounding the Jiang couple, Yu Beiping pulled Tang Ziqi and ducked out. Tang Ziqi felt bad and looked back every few steps. Isn't it a bit unfair of you to do this? While she was talking, she stretched her head to look behind her. Still looking? He stretched out his hand to grab her head, but she slapped him away. Don't touch me, I just did my hair this morning. Where did you do it? Ah. Seeing her hesitating like that, Yu Beiping turned around and smiled. Actually, I woke up early. I saw you tinkering with your curling iron in front of the mirror for a long time early in the morning. He touched her curly hair and sneered, you fiddled with it for more than an hour, and ended up with this. Tang Ziqi was used to being insulted by him, but she couldn't help glaring at him. Say it again, if you dare. After 2 seconds of confrontation, he smiled lightly, put his hands in his pockets, and left her to walk forward. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. This is like I took off my pants and it was time to go into battle, and you fucking told me you don't want to do it. Tang Ziqi was not fighting for the buns, but for the face. She was furious and jumped on him and hung on his back. Since she was not tall enough, she stood on tiptoes and pulled him to the ground. Yu Beiping was also anxious. What are you doing? What are you doing? In order to keep steady, Tang Ziqi completely lost her image, spread her legs, pressed her lower body down, and yelled, I told you not to say that to me. You bastard. If it wasn't on the street, Yu Beiping would be happy to tease her, but this was on the street. Ancestor, it's almost done. It's so ugly to hang like this. You also know how to be ashamed. I told you not to pick on me. I apologize. That's more or less. Tang Ziqi let go of him and clapped her hands habitually, as if there was something dirty on her hands. Looking at her disgusted expression, Yu Beiping smiled helplessly. Seeing that she was unlikely to take the initiative to ask for peace, he took her soft little hand, until he put her in the car, bent down, and carefully fastened her seat belt. The two of them were so close that she could even see the faint and delicate features on his face, which were particularly clear in the backlight. The anger in her heart faded away like a tide at this moment. She bit her lip and glared at him fiercely. Are you ready? Fasten your seat belt. Other people have children. Children? You want to have a child? Yu Beiping pinched her face and smiled in an unkind way. Oh, you. Yu Beiping stopped when he saw that she was ahead, and stood up and got into the driver's seat before she lost her temper. Tang Ziqi's attack was completely covered by the sound of the car's engine. She was so angry that her chest was choked up, and she said in a domineering tone, let's go to Haidian. Yu Beiping was surprised, thinking that she had said something she didn't want to say, so he asked another question, aren't you going home? No. After a few seconds, when her anger subsided, she said embarrassedly, I'm going to see Professor Li, who was my and Chenluo's teacher in college. He took good care of us. He has been in poor health recently, and his wife asked us to go over to see him and treat us to a meal. Tang Ziqi thought for a while and frowned. It seems that there is something else to tell us. Yu Beiping just lowered his head and thought for a while. Without asking more questions, he changed direction directly. Professor Li is an old man in his 60s, with fair skin, a little fat, and looks very kind. He led them into the room while asking his wife to serve tea. This is Indian tea, a friend gave it to you, you can try it. After the tea came, Professor Li pushed it to them kindly. Tang Zixi didn't know how to taste tea, and she had always had a bad impression of Indian products, but as a guest, she had to give him some face. She took a sip reluctantly, closed her eyes and swallowed it down with a gulp. Good tea. As soon as the tea went into his mouth, Yu Beiping almost spit it out because of her exaggerated expression, and finally swallowed it down. Professor Li laughed, with tolerance in his eyes. I asked you to come here mainly to ask about Xiao Mei. Speaking of the daughter of this old friend, he looked lonely. Tang Zixi didn't like Zhou Zhenmei, but he wouldn't provoke the old man at this time, and nodded vaguely. Professor Li sighed. Xiao Mei has many shortcomings, and she is not very kind. However, her crime is not punishable by death. The person who killed her is too cruel. Yu Beiping smiled and asked him casually, this case has not been made public so far. How do you know that she was murdered? Professor Li paused. Tang Zixi also looked at him strangely. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. Tang Zixi was anxious and asked, do you know something? Professor Li kept silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward, so he went to the kitchen while changing the water bottle. Tang Zixi followed his back and kicked Yu Beiping with his toes. Is Professor Li hiding something from us? I'm not familiar with him. He broke off a few peanuts and ate them, lowered his head and wiped his fingers with a tissue, very nonchalant. Tang Zixi was dissatisfied. I'm here to do serious business, not for you to eat. I'm not serious. He smiled firmly and stared at her for a long time. Tang Zixi didn't understand what was going on, so he touched his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Beiping just chuckled and didn't answer. After sitting for a few more seconds, he got up and went to the courtyard. Tang Zixi hurried to catch up, and as soon as he went out, he saw him chatting with his teacher's wife under the grape trellis. The sun is good, but it's dry. The master's wife smiled and said, I just bought a humidifier a few days ago. It works well indoors. It makes breathing smoother. There's nothing we can do. Our place is not like the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River. The master's wife was from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, a water town. When she heard him praising her hometown, she naturally felt much better and her original restraint gradually disappeared. She actually took the initiative to tell him, old Li has been restless these days and has set up an altar for Xiao Mei. When Xiao Mei was alive, they were closer than grandfather and grandson. I didn't expect that the old man would send off the young one now. Before Xiao Mei got into trouble, she came to see old Li. Yu Beiping was slightly startled, but did not ask him. Instead, he changed the topic to a less alarming one. Professor Li seems to have something to ask us, but he seems to be worried about something and doesn't want to say it. Do you know what's on his mind recently? What else could it be? There's nothing else except Xiao Mei's death. There have been sandstorms in the past few days. You two should also take care of your health and wear dust masks when you go out. Thank you so much, young man. No way. Yu Beiping is indeed a man of the scene and a master of social tricks, but after chatting for a few minutes, the teacher's wife was fooled by him and followed him passively every step of the way. But she didn't notice it yet, and she looked like she was close to him and wanted to open her heart to him. Tang Zixi was very disappointed. I couldn't help but think maliciously, this guy will retire in the future, and it would be quite promising for him to work in pyramid selling. Yu Beiping walked down the steps in 2 or 3 steps and stood in front of her. What's with your look? You look so contemptuous. Tang Zixi was annoyed. You are quite good at fooling the teacher's wife. Yu Beiping smiled. No, I just saw that she was a little bored watering the flowers alone, so I accompanied her to relieve her boredom. Tang Zixi gave him a look and laughed. I'm a pig if I believe you. He turned around and walked away casually, and walked back to the living room quickly. Yu Beiping had to smile bitterly and followed him. Professor Lee had already returned and chatted with them for a while. However, they both saw that the other was not honest and absent-minded, and gradually lost the interest in perfunctory. Picking up an appropriate opportunity, Yu Beiping stood up and said, "It's getting late, Ziqi and I have something to do, see you later." Professor Lee hurriedly got up to see them off. "Professor is weird." Tang Ziqi lowered his head and counted the gravel road under his feet, muttering. Yu Beiping patted her shoulder and hugged her in his arms. "Don't think about things that you can't figure out." Tang Ziqi couldn't let it go. Yu Beiping reminded her, "It's probably about Qiu Zhanmei. He may know some hidden secrets, but he couldn't say it because I was there, so he changed his mind." Originally, he was going to ask, but when he saw that Tang Ziqi was not alone, and there was Yu Beiping with him, he temporarily gave up the idea. Is there anything that can only be said to Tang Ziqi? Yu Beiping couldn't figure it out either. Thinking about it in a simple way, it might be that he was too defensive and couldn't tell his true feelings to someone he didn't know well. Despite this, Yu Beiping had a hunch. Professor Li and Qiu Zhanmei's death may have some causal connection. When she returned home, Tang Ziqi fell ill, and she was quite ill. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling. In just one night, she lay on the bed and couldn't get up. Yu Beiping took her temperature in the morning, and when he saw the 38.9 degrees, his heart couldn't help but jump. He didn't even bother to eat breakfast. He picked her up and sent her to the hospital. They went to Rin AI Hospital again. Yang Shuo helped to arrange it, opened a back door for her, and sent her directly to the psychiatric department. There was no other way. This was the only empty room in the place, and it was a VIP single room. Although she was admitted to the psychiatric department, the doctor who came to see her was a professional doctor from the respiratory department. He first measured her various indicators, gave her anti-inflammatory drugs, and hung an IV. The doctor had other things to do, so Yu Beiping asked her to leave first and stayed to accompany Tang Ziqi. The single room was very narrow, only about 2 meters wide, a long and narrow rectangle, with a bed against the wall. Tang Ziqi lay on it, covered with a white quilt, with an IV needle in his hand, looking at him listlessly. Remembering that she hadn't eaten in the morning, Yu Beiping touched her head. "I'll go to the door to buy 2 buns." Tang Ziqi grabbed his hand and didn't let him leave. "Oh, you're being squeamish again." Even so, his eyes were full of doting. He sat down again and opened his phone to order takeout. Tang Ziqi said in a muffled voice, "You can also order takeout? In your heart, I am in my 70s or 80s. How can that be?" There was a sly smile in her eyes. Even though she was so sick, she still didn't forget to act like a good kid, pulling his sleeves and kicking him. "Don't make trouble." He stuffed her restless hands back into the quilt. Chapter 52. There is not much to eat near the hospital, but fortunately the location is good, and there are many shops and vendors farther away. Yu Beiping ordered 2 servings of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a basket of steamed buns and 2 fried eggs. He went out to get them himself, and before leaving, he reminded her, "Don't run around, even if you need to go to the toilet, wait for me to come back." If she wasn't so sick and weak, Tang Ziqi really wanted to get up and kick him. What is he talking about? Yu Beiping came back soon and put the food in the plastic bag on the table one by one. He is particular about doing things. If he does something, he will do it carefully, even this kind of work, without any mistakes. The porridge was wrapped in a plastic bag and only in a foam plastic box. When it was brought out, not a single drop of it spilled. He stirred it with a spoon, scooped up a spoonful and put it to his lips, blowing it slowly to cool it down, and then said to her, "You always like to eat things as soon as they are cooked. This habit is not good. First, you may burn yourself, and second, it will stimulate the formation of esophageal cancer." Seeing him say such horrifying words calmly, Tang Ziqi's face turned green, and she said coquettishly, "Don't exaggerate. There are so many people who eat fast and like to eat hot food, but which one really has esophageal cancer? People like you have to put a handful of wolfberries in water when you drink it. TSK, you are so young, but you live a more tiring life than an old man in his 70s or 80s. You tell me, this is health preservation, right? I tell you, only those who have half a foot in the coffin and are extremely afraid of death always think about these things." Yu Beiping did not expect her to be so sharp, and she also smiled bitterly. "I was kind enough to remind you. But you cursed me. Who asked you to be kind?" She really didn't care and was annoyed. Her mother always told her not to eat junk food, which made her seem like she didn't know that those things were unhealthy. She was not stupid, of course she knew it in her heart, but she was too lazy to pay attention. Who wants to worry about eating and drinking water when they can live freely? The longer she lived with him, the more she understood that Yu Beiping was the kind of person who was too particular about everything. He was not rigid, but he was very meticulous. She liked him at first, not only because his appearance really amazed her, but also because of this, which made her think that this person was particularly attractive. But after a long time, he controlled her too tightly, and she couldn't stand it. For example, she was not allowed to eat breakfast right away. Tang Ziqi complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She could only stare at him blowing the porridge in the spoon 4 or 5 times before feeding her. She immediately opened her mouth and grabbed the spoon without hesitation, swallowing it in one gulp. Yu Beiping pulled it out, but the spoon was still in her mouth, unable to come out. He was stunned, and saw her looking at him smugly, and deliberately showing 2 rows of shiny teeth, as if she was competing with him. Yu Beiping was both angry and amused, childish. Tang Ziqi then spat out the spoon. Yu Beiping turned the spoon over, and it was as shiny as new, shining like a new spoon, with no signs of use. Because he didn't like plastic spoons, he bought this one specially at the small supermarket next door. "Are you born in the year of the dog? Why do you lick it so clean? I'm a patient, and you're still bullying me?" Tang Ziqi glared. Yu Beiping immediately begged for mercy. I'm not right. Come on, keep drinking." Tang Ziqi looked at him doubtfully. "You sound like, come on, little piglet, let's keep feeding. Do I think you're so bad? No one is as bad as you." She said this in a decisive tone. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing. Although it was a psychiatric department, beds were in short supply. After the infusion and medication, Yu Beiping carried her home. Zuqi Chenluo strolled down the steps in front of the house and looked at them with a smile. "I heard you were sick, so I came to see you. Aren't you going out with Ji Feng and the others?" Chenluo pondered for a moment, sighed, and finally confessed helplessly, "I originally wanted to go, and my things were ready, but Ji Feng told me privately that Jiang Yi was going to go too." When she said this, she looked over and exchanged a tacit look with her. Tang Ziqi understood and nodded knowingly. "Come in." She said this, but she was still held in Yu Beiping's arms, and urged him, "Open the door quickly. Don't you see there are guests?" She was sick, but Yu Beiping didn't bother her. He took out the key and opened the door. They were all familiar people, so Chenluo didn't say hello and sat down on the sofa. Yu Beiping poured her tea and bent over to serve it. "Be careful of the heat." "Thank you." Seeing that they had something to talk about, Yu Beiping deliberately avoided her. "Is there something?" Tang Ziqi asked after he left. Chenluo smiled and took a sip of tea. "It's not a big deal." Tang Ziqi guessed about Jiang Yi. Chenluo's hand holding the cup paused. Her relationship with Jiang Yi is no secret in the circle. They were ordered to have a blind date by their parents, and married by their parents. After marriage, They lived in 2 different places and didn't see each other for 10 days or half a month. Let alone feelings, it would be good if they didn't glare at each other when they met. Chen Luo laughed. Why did you mention him for no reason? Why can't I mention him? Tang Zuxi was young and rebellious. He always spoke to her directly and loved to contradict others. Chen Luo knew it well and didn't argue. Instead, he responded softly, yes, why can't I mention it? It's like this again. Tang Zuxi couldn't help but get angry. Every time she quarreled with her, Chen Luo gave in to her without asking the reason, which always made her feel like a child who was making trouble for no reason. Why do you always give in to me? I'm your sister. Tang Zuxi disliked her self-righteous tone the most. It seemed tolerant, but it carried an invisible contempt. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Luo treated her very well and never argued with her, because in her heart, Tang Zuxi was just a little sister who had not grown up. She didn't believe that she could have a future at all. Because she didn't take it seriously, she didn't care. Have you always looked down on me? Chen Luo had long been accustomed to her sensitive and stubborn temper, and patiently explained, never, I treat you as my own sister. Eat something. Yu Beiping came from the kitchen with a fruit plate and interrupted the stalemate. Chen Luo was originally worried and embarrassed, and didn't know how to comfort Tang Zuxi. When he interrupted, she felt refreshed and pinched a piece of honeydew melon and put it in her mouth, sweet. Tang Zuxi was very unhappy, snorted, and also pinched a piece of honeydew melon and stuffed it in his mouth. It was a bit bigger than hers, and she bit off half of it in one bite. Seeing her behavior, Chen Luo just smiled, without saying a word, not giving her any chance to attack. Tang Zuxi had to shut up in dissatisfaction. After that, Chen Luo and Yu Beiping were the ones talking, and they talked about Jiao Yu. Yu Beiping smiled and said, although he looks like a dandy, he has a good heart and is a simple person. He bought Tan Tai before, in fact, to help the old couple, and outsiders didn't know about it, so they spread rumors and ruined his reputation. You are his wife. You can't believe those rumors. Chen Luo just smiled, with the corners of his mouth raised. But that nonchalant attitude, that expression of not saying a word, clearly said, don't try to be tricky with me, don't I know who Jiao Yu is? Yu Beiping has always been the most patient in negotiations. He refilled his cup of tea and continued slowly, look at his gossip, I guarantee it's all fake. What can you guarantee? Professor Chen was not polite to him, who had a star on his shoulder, and sneered at his words. Yu Beiping said slowly, I think you won't believe anything I say. How about this, you take him to our military general hospital to see if he is a genuine virgin. Chen Luo almost spit out a mouthful of tea, and quickly took out a tissue to hold the corner of his lips, and glanced at him with rare anger. Yu Beiping's smile deepened instead, he has a bad temper. He looks like he is against everything, but he is actually a paper tiger. You will know after you get to know him for a long time. I think he likes you very much, but he is embarrassed to say it because of the young master's face. By the way, the bottle of perfume that Zuxi gave you before was brought to you by him in France. But he was embarrassed to give it to you directly, and was afraid that you would refuse, so he said that Zuxi bought it for you. Chen Luo was really stunned this time and frowned. He had said what he should say, and the rest was not his business. Yu Beiping got up and said goodbye, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. There were only Chen Luo and Tang Zuxi in the living room, and the atmosphere became even quieter. Tang Zuxi touched Chen Luo's hand and said awkwardly, Jiang Yu is his brother, so of course he helped him. If you ask me, flies don't bite seamless eggs. How can this guy be innocent? Don't be fooled by him. Then why did you help him cover up his lie and bring perfume? Chen Luo glanced at her lightly. Just this light sentence hit Tang Zuxi's soft spot. Tang Zuxi glared at her angrily, Are you going to die if you're a little soft? You're a thorn in the side, too. Chen Luo lifted his eyelids and gave her a wink, which gave Tang Ziqi goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. I can't stand you. It was almost time. Chen Luo looked at his watch, stood up and said, let's go, we'll get together again when we have time. Talking to you really makes me feel better. Are you a masochist? I spend most of my time scolding you. Tang Ziqi was annoyed. Chen Luo smiled at her and blew her a kiss. Beating is love and scolding is love. I just love to quarrel with you. Tang Ziqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the gloom just now was swept away. He pointed at her and scolded with a smile, get out right now. Yes, baby. She even stood in front of her and saluted her with a serious expression. Tang Ziqi almost laughed to death, and sent her to the door and was about to close it, but at this time, the phone rang. It was Yan Feng calling. This cell phone of hers was newly bought, and the ringtone was still the original one after another, short and anxious, as if urging her. Tang Ziqi was startled, and picked up the phone in surprise. Ziqi, it's me, Uncle Yan. Listen to me, Professor Li is in trouble, I'm on 20 Road now. Chen Luo didn't hear the rest of the words clearly, and saw Tang Ziqi tilting his neck to hold the phone, while quickly putting on his shoes and running out. Chen Luo had no time to think about him, and drove the car directly out of the parking area and stopped in front of her. Get in, I'll take you. Chapter 53. Because it was rush hour, the car took 2 or 3 hours to arrive. Chen Luo drove into an alley, turned 2 corners, and went forward for more than 10 meters along a row of low houses. The sky was dim, and there was only a faint light of dawn. The crime scene was deep in the alley, and there was not even a street lamp nearby. Tang Ziqi and Chen Luo got out of the car. A cordon had been set up in front of them, and many policemen were surrounding them, with emergency lights flashing faintly, and flashlights swinging back and forth. Tang Ziqi was not used to this kind of light, and raised her hand to block it. Chen Luo helped her with concern. Are you okay? It's okay, I'll go over and take a look. But Chen Luo held her arm. Forget it, Uncle Yan will come over later. If he asks you questions, you can just answer him. There's no need to go over. Professor Li was half her teacher after all, it would be bad if he saw it. Tang Ziqi shook her off and strode over. Ziqi, you're here. Yan Feng was discussing with Xiao Guo, who was taking pictures of the corpse, and raised his head when he heard her footsteps. Tang Ziqi nodded with a heavy heart. Yan Feng told her everything on the phone, but she still didn't quite believe it. How could this person who had just met a few days ago disappear in the blink of an eye? She couldn't help but look at the car next to her. It was a white Chevrolet with the door open. Professor Li was leaning on the driver's seat with his eyes closed, as if he had just fallen asleep. His face was flushed, as if he had drunk alcohol, and there was a faint smell of bitter almonds in the air, which had not yet been blown away by the breeze. As if hit by a heavy hammer, Tang Ziqi's heart beat violently. She covered her mouth and turned her head, holding onto a locust tree and retching. There was nothing in her stomach to vomit, only some yellow bile. Yan Feng handed her water and tissues from the side. Thank you. She took it, but held it in her hand without drinking it. She couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Although Professor Li was not a close relative, he was also an acquaintance she had known for so many years. A few days ago, he greeted her with a smile and asked about her well-being, but now he was lying here coldly. A fresh life just disappeared like this. Tang Ziqi felt indescribably sad and at a loss. When she calmed down a little, Yan Feng spoke, "My condolences." Tang Ziqi didn't know how to answer. After a long while, she squeezed out 2 words, "Thank you." The forensic doctor in charge of examining the body and the police officers who explored the scene came over. Yang Feng calmed down and shook hands with the other party. They all knew that the matter was urgent, so there was no greeting and they got straight to the point. This alley is not long, only a dozen meters deep, and the path from the intersection to here is only 100 meters. There is a surveillance camera at the intersection, which shows that Professor Li drove into the alley at 4:15 p.m. Until now, the time of death is between 4:15 p.m. and 6:05 p.m. Who found the deceased? A cleaner. Are there any suspicious people? They have been taken back to the police station for record, but there are no witnesses for now. Are there any witnesses? No, this road is very remote, and there is only surveillance at the entrance. The pixel is still very low. Even if someone is photographed, the appearance of the murderer cannot be identified in this weather. There is only surveillance at one end. Yes. Xiao Wu and I have checked it out. During this period, no one else entered this alley except the deceased. I think the murderer should have entered from another entrance. Going east is a wasteland. 2 years ago, a foreign businessman invested in this piece of land and planned to build a leather factory. Later, the capital chain was broken and the foreign businessman ran away with the money. This piece of land was abandoned and has been shelved until now. The weeds there were as tall as half a person, and there was only one country road, where almost no one walked. Yang Feng was a little surprised, and asked Xiao Wu to go to the destination to have a look. The weeds were so overgrown that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. In the middle was a dirt road that had been opened up by vehicles for a long time. If it were him, he wouldn't want to come to such a place. But why did Professor Li come? Yang Feng asked this question. Another police officer quickly followed up. I have asked his wife. The deceased would go to an orphanage in Xunyi every Sunday to visit the children, because he himself was born in that orphanage. Yang Feng thought for a while and couldn't help but say, so, it was an acquaintance who committed the crime. The police officer hurriedly said, Xiao Wu, and I think so too. Look, he took the gloves and put them on, then carefully opened the car door a little. The deceased died in the car, and there were no signs of fighting at the scene. Therefore, the murderer should be someone very familiar to the deceased, familiar enough to let him get in the car without any precautions, and he was killed without any precautions. Did you extract footprints, fingerprints, and hair? The other police officers shook their heads together, quite regretful and a little solemn. It can be seen that this is not a simple role. Yang Feng sorted out the things in his mind and asked the forensic doctor again. Preliminary conclusion is that the death was caused by poisoning. I found a very small pinhole on the neck of the deceased. Apart from that, there were no other obvious wounds on the body. Poisoning? What kind of poison? The deceased's face was pink, the blood could not coagulate, and there was a bitter almond smell on the body. These are obvious symptoms of poisoning. Yang Feng was shocked. Forensic Dr. Hua nodded, his expression was also more solemn. I have never seen anyone killed with this kind of thing before. Poisoning, the onset time is very fast. If a small dose is accidentally ingested, if vomiting is induced immediately, it is possible to survive, but high concentrations are inhaled, which is enough to be fatal within 20 seconds. Yang Feng has handled many major cases, but this is the first time he has come into contact with this method of committing a crime. Can be bought on the market? Impossible, this is a controlled item, unless it is homemade. Yang Feng had a bad feeling in his heart, homemade. He instantly thought of the case of Xiu Jianmei's death, wondering if there was any connection between the two. At this time, Tang Zishi came over and said, a few days ago, my sixth brother and I went to visit Professor Li. His wife told me that Xiu Jianmei had gone to see him before she died. I don't know what they talked about. Yang Feng's heart slipped. The same murder was committed by poison, and the two deceased knew each other and had contact before they died. If it was a coincidence, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? When Tang Ziqi returned home, his face was very ugly. Yu Beiping looked at her worriedly, but did not ask in detail, just looked at Chen Luo with a questioning look. Chen Luo was silent for a while, and sighed, "Professor Li is gone." "Gone?" Chen Luo nodded and added, "He was killed on the way to the Angel Welfare House." Yu Beiping was also hoarse for a moment. He wanted to ask something, but instinctively stopped and looked at Tang Ziqi beside him. She was obviously absent-minded, with her hands still hugging her shoulders. I don't know if she was cold physically or mentally. "Let's talk about it later." Yu Beiping sent Chen Luo away, took off his coat, and put it on her. "It's cold outside, coming quickly." Tang Ziqi was unusually well behaved, allowing him to lead her into the house. As soon as he touched her, he felt that her hands were as cold as ice. Yu Beiping tightened his hands unconsciously and supported her thin back. Seeing her expression, he thought about it, but still didn't ask anything. "Would you like to eat something?" After sending her back to the house, he half knelt in front of her and asked. Tang Ziqi was obviously still unconscious and shook her head in despair. "I'm not hungry." Yu Beiping certainly wouldn't let her be like this, and suggested, "I'll cook you some multi-grain porridge." Tang Ziqi hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded. "Then wait a moment." He stood up and rubbed her head. Yu Beiping is meticulous in his work. Even if it is a simple cooking, he will think over and over again and think about the steps before starting. But today, he was a little absent-minded and cut his finger when cutting vegetables. He threw away the blood-stained vegetables and sucked his fingers. "What's wrong with your hand?" Tang Ziqi's soft voice came from behind him. Yu Beiping turned around and smiled at her. "It's okay, I didn't pay attention when I was cutting vegetables." "Why did you come down? Didn't I tell you to stay still?" She ignored him and told him, "Stay still and don't move." She went back upstairs and came down with a cartoon-patterned band-aid in her hand. "It's really okay. I'm a grown man, wouldn't it be ridiculous to put this thing on me?" Tang Ziqi tore it open, pulled his hand over and put it on. Her craftsmanship was not good, and she put it crookedly. The first time she put it on, it was off-center and didn't cover the wound. She even tore it off by the corners, which made Yu Beiping frown in pain. "Miss, please spare me. You put it on and then tore it off. It's better to give me a cut." Although a cut hurts, it's a one-time pain, and it only hurts for a moment. He puts on a band-aid, puts it on and then tore it off, and repeatedly tosses it when he is fully prepared. It tests his psychology. Although this thing doesn't hurt, no one can stand it going back and forth like this. Tang Ziqi also blushed a little at what he said, and she gritted her teeth and finally got it right this time. She breathed a sigh of relief. Under the light, the girl had fair skin and pretty face, her hair softly draped over one shoulder, revealing her snow-white neck. When she was not angry or arguing with others, her posture was gentle, which made people feel pity. Yu Beiping held her in his arms, his chin against her forehead, and did not say anything, just holding her like that. "If you have something on your mind, just say it, don't hold it in. I'm more worried if you do this." She was silent again, then she said, very lightly, and put her head against his solid chest. Through the sweater, she listened carefully to his heartbeat. Yu Beiping put his hand on her shoulder, one by one, along her hair, soothing her worries. It started to rain outside the window, and the sound was knocking on the window crisply, and the sound sounded cold. Tang Ziqi hugged him tighter and buried her head deeply in his arms. At this moment, she was very eager for this person's warm embrace. Yu Beiping lowered his head and kissed her forehead, holding her face with both hands, staring from top to bottom. "Let's go skiing." Skiing. Tang Zishi was stunned for a while. Perhaps her expression amused him. Yu Beiping smiled and twisted her nose. You seem to be in a bad mood these days. Go out for a walk, move more, don't think too much. Are you not busy at work? It's been pretty peaceful recently, and the station doesn't need me. I'll take you there in 2 days when I have a holiday, and call Jiang Ye and the others by the way. Tang Zishi thought about it and nodded, okay. So good. After he said that, he lowered his head and kissed her again, sliding from her forehead to her eyelids, making her giggle, close her eyes, and shrink back all the time. Ichi, Chapter 54. Although it is the beginning of spring, there are many people skiing, not as many as in the peak season of autumn and winter. There were 6 or 7 people in the group, all of whom were familiar with each other, and they drove 2 cars in total. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yang and Jiang Ye turned a corner and headed towards the homestay area on one side. It's not surprising that few people go directly up the mountain. Most people turn at the foot of the mountain. Tang Zishi was puzzled. Aren't we going directly up the mountain? Yu Beiping touched her head, pulled her half-standing body back into his arms, and explained, the place is big, and I'm afraid we won't have enough fun in one day. Before we came, we discussed that we might as well spend 2 days here, find a place to stay first, rest well, and go up the mountain tomorrow morning. Tang Zishi understood. It seemed to be the same when she went to play with friends before. Accommodation on the mountain must be more expensive than at the foot of the mountain, and there are too many people and poor facilities, so most of them stayed at the foot of the mountain. Now, the tour has become skiing, and she didn't even get the idea. The house was booked long ago, not the B&Bs at the foot of the mountain, but a private villa behind the B&B area. There are many villas like this that are rented out for vacation in the surrounding area. Most of the owners are away from home or abroad. It's a bit of a waste to leave them alone, so they simply renovate them to make some spare money. Most of the people who can afford and are willing to rent such a house are young people with money. They are willing to spend money and pay attention to the quality of life. The owner feels relieved to rent to such people. The owner of this house went to New York to do venture capital. The one who stayed here is a housekeeper in her 40s. She looks a bit rigid, but speaks kindly. After having someone open the door, she guided them to the underground garage downhill, in the southeast corner of the garden. She gave a brief explanation, handed the key to Xiao Yang and left. Let's have a pool party tonight. I haven't had so much fun in a long time. Xiao Yang suggested. Tang Zishi directly retorted, if you want to drive, you can drive it yourself. You have to get up early tomorrow morning to go up the mountain. Who wants to go crazy with you? Besides, do you have a swimsuit and swimming trunks? Do you plan to go down the mountain to buy them now, or just swim naked? Xiao Yang was very embarrassed and looked at Yu Beiping helplessly. Your wife is really amazing. Yu Beiping would not help him. Who told you to be so mean? Xiao Yang. The house is very big, with 2 halls on the first floor. They are all family members, so there is nothing to be shy about. They took off their shoes and sat on the ground, opening several packs of snacks prepared on the table. Are there any fruits? Jiang Ye kicked Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was busy chewing potato chips and said vaguely, find it yourself. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Luo, who was playing with his mobile phone as if nothing had happened, and after a moment of silence, he went to the banquet hall next door with a dark face. When he came back, he was holding a fruit plate with 5 apples in it. How much is your room per night? Xiao Yang changed the channel with the remote control in his hand and said casually, 11999. It's really dark. Jiang Ye curled his lips and threw the fruit plate on the table, making a loud noise. What's wrong? There are 6 people in total, and they only prepared 5 apples, and they are all so small. They only provide accommodation, and it's good enough that they can prepare food for you. Don't be so picky. Xiao Yao comforted. I have stayed in many 5-star hotels. Fruits and drinks are prepared, but how good is the quality? That's impossible. They all charge extra. In a word, service must be provided. You can have whatever you want, but you have to pay extra. What good things can be for free? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Yao was really afraid that his eldest master would make a fuss. If you really want to eat, I'll drive down the mountain to buy it for you. Is it on the mountain? Li Hongzhou interrupted. I saw a lot of hotels and restaurants when I came up. Xiao Yang sneered. Then did you see a canteen? Li Hongzhou said hoarsely. Seeing him being humiliated, Xiao Yang was satisfied. Your Excellency the Attorney, I can tell that you don't go out often. Li Hongzhou smiled bitterly and admitted it. It was a neither cold nor hot day in May, but there was still a hint of coolness in the mountains. A group of people sat on the ground and played cards for a while, and Tang Zishi yawned and went upstairs. Yu Beiping asked her from behind, "Are you asleep so early?" "Boring. I should have known not to bring you here." Tang Zishi turned around and glared at him warningly. Yu Beiping smiled unwaveringly. "Why don't we go to the movies together?" The words came back so quickly, Tang Zishi thought to herself, and flashed her bright white teeth at him. What he meant was, "You're smart." Yu Beiping stepped forward, picked her up, and carried her directly on his shoulder. Tang Zishi was startled, then came to her senses and punched him on the shoulder with her little fist. "Put me down. You are top-heavy, are you going to scare me to death? Look at you, you are so full of energy, how can you be scared?" No matter how she protested, Yu Beiping carried her to the second floor. On one side of the corridor was a whole row of floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the artificial lake outside the window, and opposite were for guest rooms. Yu Beiping opened a room at random and threw her on the bed. Before she could catch her breath, a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist and pressed against her strong chest. She was a little breathless. A group of people downstairs were still laughing and making noises, and they vaguely heard Xiao Yao throwing a card, patting his thigh and laughing triumphantly. "I'm." Zhang Yu mumbled something, and people shouted, "Full house," one after another. It was a mess, and it was obvious that they were having a lot of fun. Noticing that she was distracted, Yu Beiping straightened her face, smiled, propped up her cheek with his slender arm, and said to her seriously, "You are still distracted at this time. Aren't you disrespecting me?" His half-smile was a little willful, which was very different from his serious appearance in front of others. Tang Zishi's face was hot unconsciously. Although they have been married for a long time, she has always been the one who is dominated in this marriage. Men like Yu Beiping are too opinionated. Knowing that he can't be subdued, Tang Zishi doesn't dwell on it. Anyway, he has to coax her. The worst-case scenario is that they will break up like last time. Who knows who will be anxious? In this respect, she is better than him. She will not be too obsessed with a relationship. No matter how much she likes it, she will leave it. After a while, she can live a comfortable life again. On the other hand, he really can't leave this cute girl with a lot of bad habits. He feels lonely when he can't see her. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Zishi put his arms around his neck, stood up, and rubbed his nose quickly with the tip of his nose. There was a slight itch, as if something was stirring in his heart. Yu Beiping looked down and saw that she was staring at him intently and smiling, her beautiful big eyes filled with a wicked smile. She originally had a playful heart, but now it was as if she was possessed by a demon, with a fire rising from her body, slowly igniting every inch of her skin. He reached out and touched under her skirt. Tang Zishi hurriedly held him down, but he pressed his hand on his leg through the skirt. He pinched it maliciously, slippery. "Bah," Tang Zishi wrinkled his nose, "if you have the guts, Don't take advantage of your height advantage to act like a hooligan. How am I acting like a hooligan? We are husband and wife. How can we be involved in hooliganism? He smiled without caring. Tang Zushi couldn't argue with him, so he opened his mouth and bit him. It was a light bite on the neck, which was a little stinging, but also stimulating. Yu Beiping reached out and touched her. Her skin was not broken, but her neck was covered with saliva. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you a dog? If you can't win the argument, just bite. I'll bite you to death. He was not angry at all. He held her face and looked at her carefully. His tone was full of doting. You don't look like a puppy, but more like a piglet. Besides, I really bite you. Come on. He smiled wickedly and licked his teeth. Do you want to bite the top or the bottom? You shameless bastard. She turned over and sat up, straddling him directly, slapping him like she was riding a wooden horse when she was a child. Gee, he didn't know what to say, and slapped her round little butt. Can you stop being so childish? What do you care about me? If I don't care about you, who will? He suddenly stood up, and under inertia, he pressed her backwards, and she fell on the bed with her legs spread out. Yu Beiping laughed heartily, leaned down lightly, and slowly touched her eyebrows with his fingers, and then slid down along her side face. Look at you, you're so proud of yourself that you've capsized, right? She was still unwilling to let him get the upper hand, so she got up, put her arms around his neck and rubbed it hard. Yu Beiping ignored her, lowered his eyes, raised his hand to push aside her hair, playing with fire. Then are you hard? She was really not afraid, and blinked at him harmlessly. If you're not hard within 30 seconds, buddy, you should go see a male doctor. The rest of her words were drowned out by his overwhelming kisses. The room was dark, and the curtains were tightly drawn. Tang Zishi hugged him tightly, feeling her palms were wet with sweat, and smiled fearlessly at this time. Are you nervous? I'm hot. He also smiled, propped himself up, and looked down at her. Can't I exercise a little more while serving you, a little wild cat? You say I'm wild? How can I be as wild as you? I'm a girl from a decent family, and I can't be more well behaved. Yu Beiping simply stopped talking to her and stretched out his hand to pinch her nose. If you lie, your nose will grow longer. It's not longer, but it's about to be flattened by you. Let go, let go. She wanted to kick him, but her legs were tightly pressed by him, so she could only stare at him. Yu Beiping is a man with a serious male chauvinism. He looks gentle and elegant on the outside, but he is used to being in control. The more she struggles, the more she can't break free. After thinking for a while, Zishi lost her temper and simply relaxed. After struggling for a while, she was also a little tired, and leaned on the mattress with a slight breath. When the prey had no strength to resist and did not intend to resist, he let her go, leaned over and hugged her, kissed, entered. Everything happened naturally. Yu Beiping is a man who takes good care of his partner, but it has been a long time since they last did it, and Tang Zochi was still a little painful. In addition, the playfulness that was almost a scuffle just now made her very tired. It took a long time to adjust to the real fit. Zizi, I love you. He pushed aside her sweaty hair, inserted his fingers, turned her cheek and whispered emotionally in her ear. Tang Zishi was slightly startled, did not respond, but hugged him tighter. In her memory, Yu Beiping hardly said these 3 words to her. This man didn't like to talk, and most of the time he arranged everything for her. He was also rational and calm in front of her, never revealing his true emotions, and never showing weakness in front of her. When he first approached her, he was full of guilt and pity for her, but despite this, he never said that Tang Jihoi's death had anything to do with him. Although he took care of her meticulously, he always maintained that kind of superior pride, almost conceited. Sometimes she particularly liked his aloof demeanor, but sometimes she hated his self-righteous face. But people always have two sides. It is difficult to have everything. She knew clearly that she loved him, and that was enough. When she was distracted, he pushed her maliciously, turned her cheek, made her face him, and asked stubbornly, "Do you love me?" Tang Zuxi was stunned. It was rare to see him being willful and unreasonable. But on second thought, doesn't this mean that he cares about her? In the past, Yu Beiping didn't care about her reaction, as long as he felt that he had taken good care of her. Love. She heard him laugh easily in her ear, and then the laughter became louder and more unscrupulous, so she turned around and pinched him. Well, just now I thought he was showing weakness, but now he is bullying her again. Chapter 55. The next day, except Yu Beiping and Tang Zishi, everyone else went up the mountain. She is not feeling well. No one doubted Yu Beiping's explanation to them, as Tang Zishi was usually quite delicate. After everyone left and the door was closed, he returned to the house and forcefully pulled open the curtains on both sides. The strong light penetrated into the room, which made Tang Zishi shudder. She quickly put out her hands to cover her eyes and hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover her head. As she pulled, the quilt was not long enough, and her two snow-white feet were exposed. It was a bit cold, so she turned over again and curled up in the quilt like a shrimp. This series of movements was as smooth as flowing water, and couldn't be more familiar. Yu Beiping laughed and pushed her through the quilt. "Little lazy bug, get up." I knew she was like this. How could she bear to get up so early? If I had known this, would I have agreed to come skiing? Get up. He pushed her again, knelt on one knee beside the bed, bent down, and got very close to her, almost reaching out to lift the quilt. But she still refused to budge, holding onto the quilt covering her face. The meaning was also very clear: she wanted to sleep and refused to compromise. This was considered to be annoying Yu Beiping, and he pulled a corner of the quilt and directly tore off most of the quilt. Tang Zishi screamed and hugged herself. She had the habit of sleeping naked, thinking that it was comfortable and healthy, but now she was shivering with cold. She stared at him angrily, but saw that he just smiled, and was very contented, bending down to get close to her. "If I don't do this, can you get up?" Tang Zishi stared at him for a long time, and stretched out his hand. "Clothes." Yu Beiping didn't even need to look back. He reached out and touched it and threw it to her together with the bra. Tang Zishi put it on in a hurry, and he was so busy that he put the top on backwards. She angrily pulled out the two sleeves, pulled the collar and twisted it 180 degrees, and put it on again. Yu Beiping laughed and teased her. "It's okay. If you didn't notice it until you had worn it for most of the day, that would be a big mistake. You know what, you have really done this before." Tang Zishi gnashed his teeth in hatred, and felt a little aggrieved. "Why do you always expose my shortcomings?" He looked down at her, with a smile in his eyes, and his nose gently rubbed against hers. "Because I like you." His voice was low and sexy, like a whisper. No woman could resist his passionate confession and passion. She leaned over to kiss his mouth and climbed her two thin arms on his shoulders like vines. She was attached to him and trusted him. Even when she was angry, she never doubted his ability. Thinking about it carefully, her feelings for him were also very complicated: 3 parts admiration, 3 parts awe, 3 parts attachment, and the rest were a little unwilling. She always wanted to conquer him, but ended up being played around by him. However, he also made a lot of concessions and compromises to her. You know, this man was so arrogant in front of his father. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly laugh. "Why are you so proud?" He pinched her cheek and pecked her lips quickly. "No," she smiled evilly, lowered her head and kissed his lips, and bit him maliciously when their lips separated. "Are you doing something bad?" He pinched her waist. She wanted to escape, and crawled towards the bed with her hands and feet. He grabbed her ankles from behind, pulled her into his arms with a little force, and grabbed her waist. "Where are you running to?" He pushed aside her sweaty hair from behind, held her earlobe in his mouth, and his hands also moved down along her waistline. This waist was thin and boneless, and it was too thin to hold. Yu Beiping liked the feeling of pinching it with both hands. Tang Zishi was ticklish. "I surrender, I surrender." "Surrender what?" "I was wrong, I shouldn't run away, I shouldn't challenge you." She turned around, pitifully hooked her neck, and snuggled on his chest. That pitiful posture was unbearable to watch. But who is Yu Beiping? I won't be fooled so easily. He is also kind and gentle to women, but he will never be led by the nose, especially this kind of wolf cry trick, which he has done dozens of times. He sneered, not moved by her at all. "Go back and watch a few more movies and practice your acting skills." Tang Zishi was indignant, and opened his mouth to show his white teeth. "I will bite you, believe it or not." "Yes, of course I don't believe it." He sighed, and stroked her chin with his fingers playfully, but his tone was light. "Every time we do it, my back is scratched by you, so a bite is nothing. You will feel uncomfortable if I don't torture me, right? I know you like it a little harder." She blinked at him, confidently. "I want to be very obedient, and I'm afraid you will feel bored. Then I have to thank you." "Then no need." Her stomach growled twice at this time, and Tang Zishi grabbed her pajamas and jacket and put them on, stretched her waist, and signaled him with her eyes. "I'm hungry." "Order takeout?" he teased her. Tang Zishi bared his teeth. He knew clearly what she meant, and he wanted to take advantage of her at this time. But there was no way. Her stomach was really hungry, and she was simply being eaten to death by him in this regard. Who made her not know how to cook? She had no choice but to show weakness, clasping her hands and bowing in a formal manner. "Yu Beiping, Yu Dada, Yu Yoga, please, make me a hearty breakfast, my stomach is empty." "You're smart." He flicked her forehead and turned to go downstairs. Tang Zishi looked back out the window, then at the alarm clock, yawned, and lay back down. After staying in bed for about 10 minutes, Yu Beiping came up to wake him up. "You are really good at taking advantage of every opportunity." "You took advantage of such a small opportunity? Come down quickly, breakfast is ready." She followed him downstairs reluctantly. The breakfast was very rich: 2 slices of freshly baked bread, a poached egg, a cup of hot milk and a sandwich, all for 2 people. Tang Zishi is a meat lover, but the bread was really fragrant. She couldn't resist taking a bite, took a sip of milk, and closed her eyes happily. Yu Beiping smiled. "Every time I see you eating, my appetite will be much better." Tang Zishi didn't care, lowered his head to eat the sandwich, and asked casually, "Did you have a bad appetite before?" 4 years ago, I was still in the armed police team at the Lujiao border. The work was not like now, and it was much more dangerous." Tang Zishi frowned and thought about it, but still puzzled. "Aren't all your communication stations commanding work? Although there are front-line workers, most of them stay in the command center of the main station, right? Moreover, you only have 1.2 yen when you graduate, so how can you have the opportunity to go to the front line? Where is the danger?" "You mean, it's easier to be in charge of the main station than to go to the front line?" Yu Beiping put down the egg in his hand and asked her with a smile. When he stares at a person intently, even if his face is not smiling, a faint smile will appear in his eyes. He is very confident, but not aggressive, and very charming. He saw that she was embarrassed and realized that she had said the wrong thing. "Sorry." However, she really didn't understand his work, so she humbly admitted her mistake. "If you don't mind, you can tell me about it." Yu Beiping smiled. "Actually, there is nothing mysterious. Now I command the Armed Police Fire Rescue Team. In the past, I commanded the armed police to crack down on various border defense criminal activities. In short, it was all command. But don't think that my job at the headquarters is easy. They are fighting hard in the front, and we have to adapt to the situation in the back and formulate various routes and policies. Similar to how to rescue hostages and how to knock down criminals without being discovered. If there is a slight mistake, it may lead to the failure of the entire operation. Tang Ziqi was also stunned. The responsibility and risk are indeed great. Just like a leader, although he only sits in the back to command, the pressure he can bear is actually the greatest. The people below only need to execute, and he has to give the general policy. If there is a slight mistake, all the responsibilities must be borne. Taking responsibility is secondary, the most important thing is the hurdle in the heart. If the operation failed because of him, Tang Ziqi felt chilled at the thought. If it was her, she would definitely not be able to bear such great pressure and would not dare to go. She always thought that he had a strong psychological quality, but it turned out that he was forced out like this. Have you ever failed? She couldn't help asking him. Yu Beiping was startled, as if he remembered something, and lowered his head to drink milk quietly. Tang Ziqi was puzzled, but seeing that he looked bad, she didn't ask any more questions. After a while, he wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then said to her, 4 years ago, because of the failure, Luzhong got into trouble, so I applied for a transfer away from there. Tang Ziqi. The following topic was a little difficult to continue. She also lowered her head and ate quickly, stuffing her mouth full, so as not to say anything stupid to hurt him. But he recovered after a while, and comforted her in return. You don't have to feel embarrassed, it doesn't matter, it's been 4 years, I forgot it. But Tang Ziqi felt that his words were insincere. Maybe it was the deep hurt hidden under his seemingly calm tone that hurt her, or maybe it was that he always comforted her first no matter how upset she was, which made her really upset. She shouted at him excitedly, "You haven't forgotten at all. The teacher told me that you have been anonymously supporting their family for the past 4 years, right?" Because she was afraid that Sun Ping would refuse. After all, Sun Ping was also an extremely strong woman. But no one is stupid. Sun Ping knew that he always felt that he was ashamed of Luzhong and blamed himself. Over the years, he has been trying hard to help Luzhong wake up and find the smuggling gang roaming in Lujiang. 4 years, a full 4 years. They will not stop until they find the truth. People always have to have some persistence and faith. Otherwise, they really can't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Tang Ziqi sighed in his heart, and couldn't think of any words to comfort him, so he simply lowered his head and continued to eat. Chapter 56. The temperature is getting higher and higher, and summer is here in a blink of an eye. Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping took time to climb Jingshan Mountain. In the early morning, when it was still light, the entire Forbidden City was shrouded in the morning light, which was truly beautiful. The hardships on the road were worth it after reaching the top. Tang Ziqi climbed up a rock, picked up her backpack, and felt much better. The air in her nose felt much fresher. Yu Beiping looked at her from under the rock, helpless. Come down, what if you fall? New shoes, very stable. She glanced at him, took out her phone and started taking selfies. Maybe because the light was not good, she turned around several times in place, changed angles, and then made a scissors hand gesture to the camera. Click freeze. She was feeling proud, but her feet slipped and she fell down. Yu Beiping was prepared and raised his hand to catch her. This was a steady and stable way, and she didn't fall at all. Will you dare to be arrogant in the future? He asked her. Tang Ziqi felt embarrassed and hit him, put me down. Yu Beiping smiled and let her go. The sun was gradually approaching the zenith. It was not suitable to stay here for long. Tang Ziqi glanced up and quickly hooked his hand and ran down the mountain, choosing the shaded area. Yu Beiping said, if you were in the ancient army, you would definitely be the first to run away. Why? You are a smart kid and know the way. Of course, The most important thing is that you are timid. You are scolding me in various ways. Tang Zuxi refused and glared at him fiercely. She wanted to pinch him but didn't dare. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it and changed her words to act coquettishly. I want to eat the beef stew rice you made for lunch. Okay. I also want to eat braised bamboo shoots. Okay. And fried chicken legs, crispy spare ribs. And sweet and sour pork tenderloin. He rejected it immediately. No, your body fat is over the limit, you can't eat fried food. She was not overweight, but her body fat content was very high. She was tested a few days ago and it was almost 30%. This is the result of eating meat and not vegetables. Tang Zuxi looked at him pitifully and stretched out a little finger. Just eat a little bit. Not even a bite. She lowered her head in frustration. This is a bit too much. Seeing her like this, he couldn't bear it, rubbed her hair and said, vegetarian dishes are just as delicious, as long as they are cooked properly. Why do you have to eat meat? She was still not happy. Yu Beiping continued to coax, then eat some boiled meat. Why do you have to eat fried food? It's not healthy and tastes bad. As soon as this came out, she immediately refused. Don't use your own preferences to represent mine, okay? You don't like fried food, but I like it. After saying this, she felt a little guilty and secretly glanced at his waistline. No wonder there is no fat at all, and the abdominal muscles are so tight. It has something to do with exercise and diet. She doesn't like to eat vegetarian dishes, but she can't live without meat. If it weren't for her small appetite, she would have become a big fat woman if she couldn't eat a little bit every time. She was shocked by her own idea. When he persuaded her again, she changed her mind reluctantly. Lunch was very rich. Boiled beef, celery and pork shreds, mushroom chicken soup, broccoli, and a serving of tomato scrambled eggs. It was a bit too much for 2 people, but fortunately, he didn't cook too much each time, but there were many kinds. She scooped a big mouthful of rice and stuffed 2 big mouthfuls of meat into her mouth, feeling so happy that she was about to fly. After eating, she found that he had been looking at her, and she poked him. You eat too. Every time I see you eat, I have a special appetite. He smiled and took a big mouthful of food. He ate politely. Although he took big mouthfuls, there was no sound, and he didn't drop a single grain of rice. The key is that he was very fast. Tang Zuxi was stunned. Yu Beiping said, in the army, sometimes you have to go on a temporary mission and are required to integrate within a limited time. Speed is practiced. Of course, if conditions permit, it is better to chew slowly. Tang Zuxi's conditions allowed and he had plenty of time, but his eating speed was not slower than his. She ignored him and continued to eat up everything. Yu Beiping stood up and walked behind her, holding down the chopsticks in her hand. What are you doing? She was as if facing a great enemy. Eat slowly. He bent down and scooped a spoonful of rice to feed her. The two were so close that she could even hear his heartbeat and the heat from his nose brushing against her ears, which was vague. She was still very embarrassed. I'll do it myself. She blushed and tried to grab the spoon. She pulled it, but it didn't move. Yu Beiping smiled brightly and pecked her ear quickly. Silly, Tang Zuxi was stunned for a moment and looked back at him. He was not embarrassed at all, and smiled at her, smiling frankly and confidently. Be good, eat well and chew slowly. Yu Beiping rubbed her hair. The hair was smooth and felt good. He especially liked the way she was slow to react, confused, stupid, and very cute. Tang Zuxi warned him seriously, don't rub my head anymore. Why? The book says that you will become shorter. I have been working out these 2 days, trying to grow another 2 centimeters taller, okay? Don't let me lose all my efforts. Yu Beiping almost laughed out loud, and bluntly burst her fantasy, don't dream. Working out can only make you thinner and firmer, but I have never heard of it making you taller. You are already in your 20s, and you are still dreaming about growing taller like in your childhood. Tang Zishi was so angry that his chest hurt. You are too much. Why did he keep pouring cold water on her? She hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Apologize. Apologize to me? What are you apologizing for? I am telling the truth. He pinched her nose lovingly. I have told you many times, don't pinch my nose. It will collapse. But the more she refused, the more he wanted to tease her. This man was usually serious outside, but he would bully her when he got home. She turned around angrily, trying to eat the rice in her mouth, and as if in revenge, she sped up and stuffed 3 potatoes into her mouth in one breath. As a result, she choked, gasping for breath, and her little face flushed red. Yu Beiping poured her some water. Drink slowly. After taking a sip, she recovered and patted her chest in a daze. This is how she behaved when she choked. Will you still wolf down your food in the future? Yu Beiping asked her. She glanced at him hesitantly, and his eyes were very serious at the moment. She was afraid that he would become serious, and immediately thought of his neat military uniform. She felt that she immediately became several degrees shorter and could not even speak loudly. Report to the commander, I won't dare to do it again. She raised 4 fingers. What's the use of just reporting? Let's do something practical. She said obediently, I'll write a letter of guarantee. The smile in his eyes deepened, and fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. Don't laugh like that. Tang Zishi stood up, put his small hands on his cheeks, and looked serious. Why? He was a little confused. Tang Zishi said disdainfully, your crow's feet are showing when you smile, which makes you look old. Yu Beiping. Do you think I'm old? She also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed the topic. That's not what I meant. You're fine when you don't smile, but when you smile. She stopped talking halfway, as if she was making things worse. In fact, everyone loses control when they smile exaggeratedly. Yu Beiping is actually quite handsome when he smiles, and his manners are very natural. However, Tang Zishi is a nitpicking person, and everything is problematic in her eyes. Yu Beiping, who is so confident, couldn't help feeling a little depressed at this moment. Of course, he remained expressionless, but just raised his eyebrows at her. I'm only 5 years older than you. Do you think I'm an old man? No, no, no. She shook her head like a rattle. His eyes were dangerous. She stepped back tactfully, smiling. I apologize, isn't that enough? Yu Beiping said, no. He stood up and took her into his arms, gently embraced her, and held her sideways. I can't forgive you so easily. Every time you go up to the roof to remove tiles, you apologize after removing them. Then my tiles are too easy to remove. Won't you get worse in the future? I dare not. Really, really dare not. If I believe you, I will be the biggest fool in the world. He threw her into the sofa and leaned on her. Tang Zishi hit him with his little fist, and after pushing him twice, he half-heartedly gave in. He buried himself in her fragrant hair and played with her hair with his fingers. It smells so good. Wash it every day. Of course, wash your hair every day and take a bath once in the morning and evening. She said proudly and shrank into his arms. The two of them, sweating profusely, pressed together, after all, were a little uncomfortable. However, when they sweated enough, they felt comfortable. His chest was solid and strong, and there was a burning sensation when pressed against him. Full of vitality. In winter, she liked him to spread his legs, and then she would sit between his legs, lean on his thighs, cross her legs and doze off. Then, he would feed her. It would be best to put a layer of woolen blanket on the bottom and throw countless bags of snacks around. But he was very strict with her and didn't let her eat junk food. Tired, she simply stopped moving, curled up in his arms, squinted her eyes, and yawned. In the haze, his breath slowly sprayed on her neck, and his rough hands slowly fiddled with her earlobes. It was a little itchy. She wrinkled her nose uncomfortably and opened him like swatting a fly. I'm going to sleep. You sleep? He laughed softly. Bah. She spat at him and wanted to argue with him, but yawned again. Later, she was so tired that she fell asleep in a daze. Yu Beiping looked down at her and patiently fiddled with her messy hair. A palm-sized face was hidden between the black hair. He looked at her with his dark eyes, and felt something coming up again. His hand went up along the waistline and grasped her small breasts through the tights. In fact, they were not small. Compared with her body shape, they were plump. He gently rubbed and twisted them, and she gradually hummed in her nose and turned over uncomfortably. Little did he know that this angle was more beautiful. The hem of her clothes at the back of her waist stretched upward by inertia, revealing her smooth and thin waist. Soft, tight, beautiful, and indescribably sexy. There was another chaos, and clothes were thrown everywhere. Her waist was bent like a shrimp, and her hair was scattered on her shoulders like seaweed, half covering her unbearable little face. She was pure and a little voluptuous, with her eyes raised, and she unconsciously put her fingers into her lips and sucked them lightly. I don't know if it was intentional, anyway, he felt it. It was like burning. Afterwards, he picked them up one by one, only to find that they were everywhere from the living room to the kitchen. One of her stockings was on her foot, and the other had disappeared. It was summer, and the room was air-conditioned. There was still a strong smell in the air. Tang Ziqi had recovered and was lying on the sofa with his face covered. The sofa underneath was stained by her and was wet. The fabric of the sofa must have seeped into it. Thinking of this, her face turned even redder. It was such a mess. How could it be in the living room? Yu Beiping came back with a warm towel in his hand, and lowered his head to wipe her. She hurriedly snatched it. I'll do it myself. He nodded, put on his clothes and went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. At this time, a phone call came in. Yu Beiping handed the cigarette to his other hand, opened it, and found that it was Yan Feng who called. Hello, Chapter 57. It was not clear on the phone, so Yu Beiping went to see Yan Feng in person. Fingerprints, shoe prints. These have been checked, and almost nothing was found. However, colleagues in the inspection department extracted a special substance from the car mat. Yan Feng felt that Yu Beiping had hidden a lot of things from him. No, it can't be considered hiding, who doesn't have secrets? But he intuitively felt that Yu Beiping's secret should be more or less related to this case. What? Yu Beiping was also direct. Yan Feng said, bedrock. Bedrock? Yu Beiping understood what he meant after just a little thought. Soil is composed of many components, from top to bottom. They are organic layer, alluvial layer, sedimentary layer, parent material layer, and bedrock layer. Bedrock can only be seen deep underground, and it is impossible to appear on the surface. After returning, he received a call from Tang Ziqi on the way. Are you back? Still on the way, you can sleep by yourself. He pulled the car to the side of the road and lit a cigarette. Yang Fo told him that they had searched Professor Li's home and his usual places many times, but did not find similar bedrock materials. And that thing was extracted from the edge of the car mat of the passenger seat, which means that those things were left by the murderer. A person stayed on the road for a while, and it was late at night when he returned home. Are you still asleep? Yu Beiping saw Tang Ziqi lying on the sofa watching TV. Obviously, his eyes were almost squinting into a slit, but he was still trying to hold on. Seeing him, she immediately revived and ran over. Yu Beiping hugged her wildly and patted her fleshy little butt. I told you not to pat my butt? Why do you always do this? It feels good. His fingertips touched the tip of her nose, and his smile was quite insincere. She was so tired that she gave up protesting and yawned on his shoulder. When Yu Beiping carried her upstairs and put her in the bath, he heard her yawning on the bed and said, "The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Nanfeng with Chen Luo to participate in a geological survey." Yu Beiping threw the towel and ran out at almost the fastest speed. "What's wrong?" Tang Zushi didn't understand and looked at him blankly. Yu Beiping took a deep breath and tried to look calm. "Nothing, I just worry about you. By the way, how did you think of participating in a geological survey? There is a senior who is doing this and often has to go to the field to explore the terrain. Chen Luo and his old friend found a giant cave there this time. She is very interested in it. She has been going back and forth for a long time, and took me to broaden my horizons." Tang Zishi said melancholy, "I am lazy and really don't want to go. Besides, what is there to see in the cave? You have to climb mountains and sleep in the mountains for several days. Don't go." Yu Beiping pulled her up, held her shoulders and said solemnly, "Don't contact Chen Luo recently." Tang Zishi was stunned and put her hand on his forehead. Yu Beiping grabbed her restless hand. "Seriously, I suspect she is the murderer who killed Qiu Jianmei and Professor Li." The next day, the investigation was finally over, and colleagues from the laboratory notified Professor Li's family to take back the body. On the day of the funeral, Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping also went and stood at the end. The old house was a quadrangle tile-roofed house. Many people were crowded inside and outside. They sobbed along with the funeral music and came forward to pay their respects and bid farewell. It was obviously noisy, but there was order in the chaos. Tang Zishi stood at the farthest place and watched people coming and going. There was constant drum music in his ears, but his heart inexplicably felt a dead calm. It seemed that everything in front of him was an illusion, and his vision turned black and white. A person's life is so short, so impermanent. The person who was still joking with them not long ago, in the blink of an eye, was lying in a cold coffin and would never open his eyes again. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Beiping grabbed her cold hand and bent down to help her adjust the fireworks on her chest. Tang Ziqi shook his head. "Are you tired?" he asked in her ear in a low voice. No, she forced a smile. The coffin was gone, and those who accompanied it were all Professor Li's close relatives. They had to go to the cemetery. The rest of the group went to the back hall and found a seat at random. Yu Beiping poured her a bowl of sugar water. "Nothing else, just drink it." She took it with both hands, took a sip absent-mindedly, and said weakly, "Thank you, Chief." He patted her head. "What are you talking about? What are you thanking, Chief? Be careful, I'll spank you next time you do this." Tang Ziqi snorted, but didn't argue with him. He wasn't in the mood. After having lunch at noon and staying with Professor Li for a while in the afternoon, the two followed Professor Li's wife back to their residence. They had been to the place before, so they were familiar with it. Mrs. Li poured them tea, but Yu Beiping got up from the sofa and waved his hand to refuse. "No, thank you, can you take us to Professor Li's room, the study?" This was mentioned before they came, and Mrs. Li had no objection, nodded, and went up the stairs. The two hurriedly followed. The study is adjacent to the master bedroom, and its area is half of the master bedroom. There is a bookcase on one side and a shelf on the other. There is a floor-to-ceiling window facing west, and the light is very good. Just take a look. Mrs. Li nodded to them and turned and walked out. It can be seen that she is not in a good mood. Tang Ziqi tugged at his clothes worriedly. "Master's wife is not in a good condition." Yu Beiping did not answer but asked, "Your partner who has been with you for decades is gone, and he was murdered. Will you feel good?" "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Why are you cursing yourself to death? She glared at him fiercely. Yu Beiping couldn't help but smile, and lowered his head to look through the books in his hand. After reading one, he put the book back in its place and continued to look for other books. Tang Zushi didn't understand, and hesitated. What are you looking for? Don't talk. Tang Zushi pouted, went to the side, and pretended to look for it like him. In his heart, he was confused. Yu Beiping is very serious about his work. Once he is engaged, he basically won't. She looked at him several times in a row, but he didn't pay any attention to her at all. Tang Zishi was discouraged and wanted to poke him, but was afraid of disturbing him, so he could only worry by the side. After about an hour, he stopped and fixed his eyes on the page in his hand. Tang Zushi followed his gaze and looked down. It was a dictionary of Chinese culture knowledge, the last edition. The book was ordinary, but the page he turned to was a little ordinary. Because there was a yellowed newspaper sandwiched between the pages, which seemed to be a few years old. The newspaper was cut into a rectangle, only half the size of a palm, and printed on it. On the morning of the 24th of December 2014, Zhou led his employees Li, Zhou, Liu and others to drive the Luo Haiping No. 37450 fishing boat from the southwest port of Lujiang City to fish. At 5:45 p.m. that day, they were captured by the 1st Detachment of the Luzhou Armed Police Border Defense Corps of Southwest Province, and illegal native drugs were seized. Yu Beiping stared at the newspaper, frowning slightly, for a long time. Tang Zishi asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" He took the newspaper in his hand, put the book back, and did not answer her, but pulled her back to the first floor. Mrs. Li was a little surprised. "Have you finished reading?" Yu Beiping nodded, put the newspaper on the table, and flattened it for her to see. He pointed at the news and said in a serious tone, "I want to ask you something." Mrs. Li glanced at the newspaper and looked uncomfortable, but she nodded. "I will tell you everything I know." Yu Beiping was still worried that she was hiding something, so he hesitated and said, "I may have known why Professor Li was murdered. However, I still need to do some research. So, I hope you can answer my next question seriously." People only get nervous and tell everything they know when it comes to their own interests. Yu Beiping knew this too well. Mrs. Li said, "This newspaper is from 4 years ago. This news was a big deal at the time, but it had a bad impact and was quickly suppressed by the authorities, so not many people outside knew about it." The group of people caught was led by Zhou Liang. The others, I remember, included Li Fei, Zhou Yingtong, Liu Gao. They were all employees of Feng Hui Group. Zhou Liang and my old man are distant relatives. This matter is not glorious, and of course we will not talk about it outside. Relatives? Yes, distant relatives. He acted as a cargo agent for Feng Hui Group. It seems that he also founded a pharmaceutical company, specializing in reselling medicinal materials and smuggling. If you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Now, he was caught and sentenced to a heavy sentence. I heard that he died in prison 2 years ago. Yu Beiping thought for a while, asked a few more questions, and left with Tang Zichi. He had thought that this case involved a lot of people before, but it was still beyond his expectations. Yu Beiping was a thoughtful person. Although he never asked about Yang Shu's past in Lujiang and abroad in recent years, he had actually been paying attention to it secretly. On the surface, everything looks normal. But this normality doesn't seem normal when looking at him. After Yang Shu disappeared, he was adopted by Lian Qingshuo, the behind-the-scenes boss of Shenke Group. He followed this adoptive father since he was a child, received the best education, started his career in medicine, and gradually opened up his own world. At first glance, he is simply a template for an excellent student. Yu Beiping thought so at first, until he suspected that there was another hidden reason for Lu Zhao's death that year, and he has been persevering in entrusting people to investigate over the years. Some time ago, it was finally learned that Lu Zheng's death was related to Liang Xingshu. A successful businessman who started from scratch and created a huge business empire in his 50s is actually a gangster who secretly engages in smuggling, side doors, and illegal fundraising. Shenke Group is mainly engaged in drug development, and Yang Shuo has participated in it a lot over the years. And Chen Luo's relationship with him is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be an extraordinary relationship between them. That's why she had urged Tang Ziqi to ask Yang Shuo about Luo Zhao's treatment, because the drug was developed by Yang Shuo, so he naturally knew how to solve it. As for why she wanted to kill Xiu Zhenmei and Professor Li, it had to start from Tang Jihui's death 4 years ago. Chapter 58. On the day Chen Luo was arrested, Jiang Yu was angry with her and was playing golf at a golf course in the suburbs. Xiao Yang looked at him many times from the side, wanting to say something but stopping himself. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, but there was an indescribable musty smell in the air, and I don't know if it was because of the grass. If you have something to say, just say it, don't hesitate like a woman. Zhang Ye hit a ball with all his strength, grabbed a corner of the towel, and wiped his face vigorously. Xiao Yang said, "Is this the case between you and Chen Luo? What else can I do?" Zhang Ye was also holding his breath, and he didn't want to talk about anything else. He glared at him when he heard the words, and the club in his hand was ready to move, as if he was going to hit him at any time. Xiao Yang swallowed his saliva and took a step back. "Don't get excited, buddy." Zhang Yu sneered and hit another ball. After several balls in a row, none of them were satisfactory. Zhang Ye was also tired, so he put away his club and walked towards the rest area. Xiao Yang chased after him, but his physical strength couldn't keep up, and he was exhausted and panting. "Slow down. What's wrong with you recently? It's like you took a sip." Even his physical strength increased. In the past, both of them lacked exercise and were weak, but now, this guy has been playing for a whole morning without any irregular breathing. Is this fair? After finally catching up, Xiao Ya put his big hand on his shoulder. "Borrow a place, take it easy." Zhang Ye shook it off. "Stay away from me, you're sweating all over." "You," after being swept coldly by his angry eyes, Xiao Yang fell silent again and didn't dare to really hit the bucket. He smacked his dry lips, and after a while he said, "Your way is not a solution. If you really like Chen Luo, just tell her straight, and calm down, and stop doing so many little gossips. That's all the media's gossip. I'm not really having anything with those little stars." Zhang Ye was very annoyed and threw the towel away. He didn't care before, because he looked down on those women who were heavily made up and full of worldliness. Their desires were written on their faces. They thought they were smart, but in his eyes they were stupid, and he felt sick even if he looked at them for one more time. At that time, he didn't care what was said outside. No matter what the newspapers wrote, he just did his own thing, and he didn't bother to respond to those messy people and things, nor did he bother to pay attention to them. Now it's different. There are people who care about him, there are concerns, and he wants to save his image a little, but in the end, they don't care about him at all. Annoyed, confused, and indescribable discomfort. This discomfort has been accumulated for a long time. Young Master Jiang has a proud personality and won't lose face to talk to others, so this discomfort has become irritability. Xiao Yang saw it all and was worried about his childhood friend. "Why don't you listen to me and give in? It's easy for you to say that, but what if I give in and she still ignores me? It's so embarrassing." Zhang Ye's tone was very awkward. Xiao Yao almost rolled his eyes. What's wrong with embarrassing someone? Who dares to say that he has never hit a snag when pursuing a girl? Zhang Ye was still stubborn, and Xiao Yao's cell phone rang. He went to the side to answer the phone. Not far away, the voice on the other end reached Jiang Ye's ears clearly. "What, Chen Luo was arrested. Jiang Ye didn't listen to the rest of the words at all. He threw the things and ran out in a hurry. Tang Zixi and Yu Beiping went to see Chen Luo together, but she was the only one who went in. Because they had arranged it in advance, the two met in a separate room. Chen Luo looked a little more haggard than before, with a plain face and no decoration, but the spirit was still there. A closer look seemed to have no effect. She sat quietly on the chair, her hands were bound by iron chains, her head slightly lowered, and she seemed a little silent. Tang Zixi observed her face carefully. The curve of the corners of her lips was very natural, neither drooping nor rising, showing a very peaceful posture. It can be seen that her emotions really seemed to be unaffected. Or maybe, she had expected that there would be such a day. So she was particularly calm. At this moment, Tang Zixi really didn't know what attitude to use to face her. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Chen Luo raised his face slightly, leaned back a little, looked at her straight, and smiled slightly for a long time, without commenting. Tang Zixi got angry for no reason and shouted, "Why kill people? Why is this happening? Chen Luo, speak up. Don't pretend to be dead." Compared with her hysteria, Chen Luo behaved very calmly. "Everyone will die, the difference between dying early and dying late. Why are you so excited?" No matter how she forced, she would not speak for things she didn't want to say. Tang Zixi gritted his teeth, still exactly the same as before. This person's character is as strong as Yu Beiping. This kind of person's heart is like a piece of ice, independent and self-centered, arrogant and indifferent. Except for the very few people and things they care about, nothing else can move them. Tang Zixi was angry and powerless. "Why kill my brother?" Although Tang Jihui lived with Tang Xiujin after his parents divorced, they grew up together after all. Blood is thicker than water, and the affection is still there. One is her own relative, and the other is a good girlfriend who grew up. Tang Zixi never thought that there would be such a day. "I always thought Xiaohui's death was an accident." She stared at Chen Luo, and a tear slid down the corner of her eye. Chen Luo's eyelids moved slightly, and his expression changed slightly. "I'm sorry." Tang Zixi also calmed down. "Did you kill him the same way you killed Qiu Jianmei?" Chen Luo didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. "Put into the vitamin tablets in advance. If the deceased has the habit of taking them, he will eat the poisoned medicine one day, which means that the time of death is controlled within a certain range, but he will not die immediately, blurring the police's vision." Who knows, it happened that Qiu Jianmei and Han Wei came up with that trick, and Tang Jihui followed Han Wei in the car to protect her. When the car accident happened, it was also when he was poisoned. Everyone thought it was an accident. There was no inspection at all, and the body was cremated. This became a simple traffic accident. "Why kill him?" Tang Zixi asked. Chen Luo answered very simply, "He knew about my illegal drug manufacturing and smuggling." When she said this, her expression was very cold, and even expressionless, as if she was just stating something. Because he knew her secret, he wanted to kill her to silence her, that's it. Tang Zixi felt that at this moment she was like a cold-blooded animal, which made people shudder. She couldn't understand this direct thinking, because she had normal human emotions, and she even couldn't understand how she could move her murderous heart without hesitation. "Xiaohui also grew up under your care, and you didn't." She gestured in the air, "Not even a little bit." Chen Luo looked at her strangely and restrained his expression. Only the dead can keep secrets. Tang Zixi stopped talking. She is a person with rich emotions and is also more emotional. But obviously, Chen Luo is not such a person. Her emotional investment is very limited. Even some people who get a long day and night can never get into her heart. This kind of person is naturally cold. On weekdays, she also laughed and scolded with her, but when she calmed down and took off the disguised mask, the person in front of her was simply unfamiliar to her, even frightened. There was a voice in Tang Zixi heart shouting, "This is the real her." She suppressed the anger and sadness in her heart and said coldly, "What about Yang Shu? What is your relationship with him?" Chen Luo was slightly shocked, looked at her in surprise, and quickly raised the corners of her lips, as if she was surprised that she would ask this question. However, she did not panic, and still looked at her calmly. "Why do you ask that?" Tang Zixi sneered, "Don't pretend, I know everything." "What do you know?" Chen Luo smiled slightly and didn't fall for it. Those low-level tricks of asking questions obviously couldn't do anything to her. Tang Zixi felt like a fist hitting cotton, and her heart became even more angry. Death is imminent, and she is still so fearless. "Are you and Yang Shu an underground couple?" Tang Zixi asked again. Chen Luo just smiled slightly and didn't answer. "What about Jiang Ye? Who is Jiang Ye?" Chen Luo glanced at her coldly. "What does that have to do with me?" Tang Zixi choked. After a while, she continued, "It was Yang Shu who asked you to help him smuggle drugs, right? It was for the purpose of making profits for Shanke Group. Yang Shu is Lian Xingshu's adopted son. Over the years, he has been helping him run these illegal activities. He needs a strong backer, so you became his lover. You have a rich imagination. I'm telling the truth." Tang Zixi stared into her eyes. Unfortunately, Chen Luo's expression was calm, without any flaws. She had to change the subject. "What about Zhou Hanyin? Did he participate in Lian Xingshu's illegal transactions?" Chen Luo did not hide this. "No, are you so sure?" Chen Luo sneered, "Just that second-generation ancestor, he has a little ability and his tail is so high. Do you think I would drag such a person to hold me back?" "Where is Zhong Hanyin's father?" "The seized fishing boat is under the name of Feng Hui Group, and so are the personnel." Chen Luo paused. "Yes, but not deeply. As long as it doesn't involve Yang Shu, she seems to be easy to talk to." Tang Zixi said, "What are you going to do now?" "What else can I do?" Chen Luo asked back, smiling at her and blinking at her. "Thank you for coming to see me." Tang Zixi hated her dead pig fearless look, both sad and helpless. Why did it become like this? It's not the world that has changed, nor the people who have changed. It's you, Zixi. Chen Luo put away his careless attitude and looked at her seriously for the first time since they met. "You are too simple. From childhood to adulthood, you have never grown up. You have a wealthy family, your parents are alive, and you have no worries about food and clothing. You will not understand us. Me, and Yang Shu." Chapter 59. When Tang Zixi came out of the cell, her steps seemed to be filled with lead. Not far away, Yu Beiping was talking to a sheriff, holding a cigarette in his hand. When he saw her, he greeted the people around him and walked over quickly. "Are you okay?" No, she didn't look very energetic. Knowing what was clear, Yu Beiping did not ask any more questions. He gave a few instructions and drove the car behind. As soon as the two left, Jiang Ye and Xiao Yang arrived. The two cars brushed against each other on the narrow road and flashed their lights to greet each other. However, neither of them was in the mood to lower the window to talk. Tang Zixi turned around inadvertently and her eyes were fixed. She saw clearly that Jiang Ye supported his cheek with his right hand and a tear slid down the corner of his eye. The car was about to enter the gate, but it braked again. It stopped at the gate for about a few seconds and then returned along the same route. "Are you sick?" Xiao Yang turned the steering wheel angrily. He ran through 6 red lights and rushed over, but when he arrived at the gate, he suddenly changed his mind and asked him to drive back. Jiang Ye was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I'm a little scared." "What are you afraid of?" "It has nothing to do with you, you don't understand." He was really afraid of seeing the other person's face with a slight smile and indifferent eyes. He had too many questions, but when they came, he backed off. Zhang Ye was a smart man, or more precisely, a man who was confused and noisy on the surface but very clear in his heart. Chen Luo didn't love him, and didn't even care about him at all. He knew it clearly. Time passed quickly, and the weather began to turn cold unknowingly. Because of work arrangements, Tang Zishi will go to Luojiang University for exchanges and studies with the medical team next month. These days, she stayed at home, watching TV. When Yu Beiping entered the door, the sound of the TV was very loud. He bent down to change his shoes and said to her, "Miss, keep the volume down, don't disturb the neighbors." Tang Zishi ignored him and looked at the TV screen intently. Yu Beiping was a little surprised and looked up. The host had a solemn expression and a clear and gentle voice, reporting that the CEO of Fenghui Group was investigated and then criminally detained a few days ago. Yu Beiping walked behind her, took the remote control and turned off the TV. The screen suddenly went black. And Tang Zishi looked up in confusion. Yu Beiping pinched her face. "Don't watch it, the people have been arrested." "What's going on?" Yu Beiping did not hide it. He had a friend who did this and was recently handling this case. Zhou Mianliang has a huge amount of illegal property income in his name. After the investigation, many businesses of Fenghui Group were not ordered to stop. Now everyone is in danger, the stock price has plummeted, and bankruptcy is not far away. Tang Zishi was prepared, but still a little silent. Yu Beiping glanced at her and said what she was thinking. Zhong Hanying and Jian Jun have left Beijing. Tang Zishi felt embarrassed. "I didn't ask them." "You didn't ask, but you thought so in your heart." He snorted with a fake smile and brought a glass of water to drink. "I am also concerned about Luo Zheng and the teacher," Tang Zishi said. After saying this, she felt that she was right and more confident. Chen Luo didn't want to say anything, and Yu Beiping also looked for Yang Shuo privately. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection and never mentioned their relationship with each other, as if they were just ordinary friends who met by chance. Chen Luo was sentenced to death in the first trial, and was sentenced to life imprisonment in the second trial. Li Hongzhou was the main accuser. Li Hongzhou said that she did not choose to appeal. "So, I plan to go to Luojiang. I signed up for this exchange myself." She took a small bowl, poured the chopped fruits into it one by one, and began to look for yogurt in the refrigerator. "What are you looking for?" Yu Beiping came to help her. "Yogurt. Do you want to make a fruit salad?" "Why not salad? Too high in calories," she said, pinching the soft flesh on her waist worriedly. "I weighed it this morning, and you've gained weight again." Yu Beiping held back his laughter, hugged her in his arms, and rubbed her cheeks hard. "It's okay, not too fat, and it feels fleshy. I like it." She glared at him fiercely. Yu Beiping smiled. "I will be transferred there in 2 days." Tang Zishi was surprised. "What are you going there for?" "Work, technical exchange." The answer was very brief. Tang Zishi felt that this statement was full of water. "Really?" "Of course." He answered very naturally, and smiled at her. Although Tang Zishi had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask anything more. Both of them were transferred. In 2 days, the circle gathered to go to Xishan for racing. There is a resort on the top of the mountain. The boss is rich and generous. He even paid an extra penny to repair the road up the mountain. The original bumpy and broken mountain road can now go up the mountain smoothly. The premise is that you have to have good driving skills and great courage. For someone like Tang Zishi, it is absolutely impossible to go up alone. Not to mention the guardrail is half a person's height, the curve is very big, and there is a risk of car crash and death if you are not careful. Not to mention driving, Even if you sit on it, you feel trembling when looking down. Tang Zishi refused to believe it. After he got in the car, she knocked on the glass door and pulled him down again. What for? Yu Beiping looked at her with amusement. She naturally stretched out her hand. I'll drive. If you're in a bad mood, just play something else. Can this thing be used for entertainment? It was originally a joke, but she took it seriously and really argued with him. I have to drive myself. She felt that he was in the way, so she pushed him and said, go away. She got into the driver's seat. Yu Beiping's persuasion was useless. She could only get into the passenger seat and keep an eye on the road conditions at all times. Although she had had her driver's license for quite a while, she had never been on the highway and her driving skills were as poor as ever. Take her turning, for example. Others sit comfortably in the chair and turn their hands quickly, but she turns her hands and her body turns uncontrollably, which looks awkward. Yu Beiping reminded her from the side, what are you doing? You are about to flip over. Why are you driving so stiffly? Just turn your hands, why are you flipping over with it? After he reminded her, she flipped back and sat upright. But the next time, she continued to make the same mistake. After finally driving to the foot of the mountain, Yu Beiping asked her to stop and they exchanged positions. With her driving skills, she was still not happy, as if he didn't let her show her ability. When the road conditions are good, you can drive as you like, but on this kind of mountain road, I'll drive. He skillfully started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove up the mountain. His movements were done in one go, and the car body didn't even shake. On the other hand, when she was driving, the car body tilted from side to side, and when she saw a car passing by, she would unconsciously hide to the side. Because she was timid, she didn't even dare to drive on the highway. Her driver's license was the same as if she had not taken the test. Yu Beiping has a stable personality and strong skills, and driving on this kind of mountain road is even easier than walking on flat ground. Tang Zishi looked at the cliff beside him, took a breath, looked back at him, and said reluctantly, so. He sneered, then I'll let you go down the mountain. Her face turned red, and she said stubbornly, it's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to go down. Yu Beiping laughed, then after we go down the mountain, I'll let you drive up again tonight, and I'll drive back, let's try it out. Bah! It was obvious that he wanted to laugh at her. She whispered, you are always so frivolous. Yu Beiping, what did you say? Nothing. Tang Zishi felt that she was not sincere. Why do I feel like you are scolding me? Why should I scold you? Don't you scold me often? This general was so arrogant that Tang Zishi held his chest. I'm in a bad mood, can't you give way to me? Okay, I'll let you go. There was no sincerity in these words, but it seemed like he was teasing her. Tang Zishi was dissatisfied, muttered something, and then fell silent. When they reached the top of the mountain and entered the designated mountain road, a bunch of people were waiting for them. Tang Zishi looked at the bend, then at the road conditions, with lingering fear, don't get stuck in traffic. It's so dangerous. Although Yu Beiping is calm, he is a successful man after all, with a lot of masculine energy in his bones. The more he is not allowed to go, the more he wants to go, not to let himself fall behind. Otherwise, people will look down on him. Xiao Yang and Jiang Ye were in the same car, with Ji Feng and others watching from the side. A curious buddy got a flag from somewhere and waved it in the wind. Jiang Yu smoked a cigarette, kicked the door down, snatched the flag from his hand, threw it under his feet and stomped on it hard. You're crazy, are you trying to show off to others? The buddy was stunned. Someone next to her whispered in her ear, Jiang Ye, Mr. Jiang, the young master of the Jiang family. His wife had some problems, and has become a gossip in the circle recently. Now he is like a bucket of, whoever bangs, will explode, don't mess with him. If he wants to make trouble again, just think he is sick. The guy swallowed his saliva and whispered, "This is not sick, this is a serious illness." With a whistle, several cars almost flew out at the same time, as fast as lightning. Tang Zishi had pulled the handrails above her head in advance, but she was still scared and dared not open her eyes. After a while, she got used to the speed of the car, opened her eyes and looked to the side. Yu Beiping was at ease, and there was even a lot of interest in his eyes. Tang Zishi wanted to ask a few questions, but was afraid to distract him, so he had a hard time holding it in. Fortunately, the lane was not long, and he soon reached the bottom. The result is self-evident, of course, Yu Beiping won. He is the best on weekdays, but I didn't expect him to have such a talent in racing. Tang Zishi felt that she still didn't know him well enough, so she jumped up, hugged him and kissed him madly. "Husband, you are so awesome." Yu Beiping raised her hand to wipe the saliva off her face, smiled dotingly, and pinched her soft waist hard. "Will you be obedient in the future?" "Obedience? Are you in a better mood?" "Yeah." She nodded heavily. He smiled, twisted her nose, put his arm around her waist and walked towards the resort on the top of the mountain. Jiang Yu and Xiao Yang also followed. Xiao Yang said, "You are really nice. In order to make your wife happy, we all have to take time to smile. How do you calculate this wasted time? I will give each of you a popsicle later, free of charge." "Why don't you die?" they said in unison. After the roar, they smiled at each other, and went up the mountain with their arms around each other. Too many things have happened during this period of time. But there are always some things that will never change. For example, the friendship that has grown up since childhood. Only this group of people can accommodate her unconditionally. Tang Zishi glanced back and felt warm in his heart. Chapter 60. The team set off as scheduled. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of people boarded the train heading south. Many doctors and nurses from the unit came to see them off. Yang Xin stood at the windward side and smiled and turned back to greet them. It can be seen that she has good relationships with people. Tang Zishi lifted the luggage in her hand, feeling a little empty. Yu Beiping was supposed to carry her luggage, but the plan changed and he left earlier than her. "Every time I see him, I think about arguing with him. Now that he is gone, I miss him. Otherwise, how can you say that people are cheap? What you can't get is the best." Zhou Yanqi turned around and frowned slightly. "We are going to exchange, not to attend a funeral. From morning till now, I haven't seen you smile. How do you want people to see us when we get there?" The two of them have been at odds for more than a day or two. Tang Zishi pulled the corner of his lips and ignored her directly. Zhou Yanqi's face was livid, and she wanted to say something, but Yang Qing tried to smooth things over. "Xiao Tang doesn't often travel far, does he? This trip to Lujiang may take several months, so it's natural for him to miss home." Zhou Yanqi didn't know what to say. Although Vice Dean Lu was transferred, Lu Qing was transferred. Without the precious daughter of the dean to mediate, she couldn't get in touch with the dean. Without this relationship, Zhou Yanqi didn't dare to cause trouble easily. At most, she couldn't stand Tang Zishi and had a little quarrel. Yang Qing was still the same, smiling, not offending anyone, a typical smoother. They set off in the morning and arrived at the place after 5 o'clock in the evening. There was a special car from the Lujiao University-affiliated hospital to help pick them up, but it was difficult to park at the station, so they had to walk out by themselves. This was a place near the pier, at the junction of urban and rural areas, with bumpy yellow soil on both sides. After sitting in the car all day, their waists and backs were sore. This short 1-kilometer road was like walking on a knife edge. After finally getting out, the person in charge over there came over with a few volunteers and asked them about their well-being. Yang Qing and the others were so tired that they wanted to lie down immediately, but they had to force a smile and joke with each other because of the etiquette. Later, Li Shu couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Director Li, it's getting late. Shouldn't we?" Li Ming also noticed that he was absent-minded, so he apologized and invited them to get in the car. "Are you all doctors from Ruai Hospital?" a big-eyed volunteer girl asked curiously. Through the conversation, Tang Zishi learned that they were all interns and students of the first affiliated hospital of Lujiao University. This time, they were recruited by the secretary to be volunteers. He said that they would be given more students and higher scores, so these people were willing to come all the way to receive them. Tang Zishi said, "It's about the same. I came here to exchange and learn. There is a difference between doctors and pharmacists," but the other party just asked casually, and she was too lazy to explain more. The girl nodded and lowered her head to play with her mobile phone. Passing by the Great Hall, they happened to encounter the flag-raising ceremony, and many people stood there. The girl was surprised and turned back to ask her classmates, "Are there any leaders here?" This hall on their side was closed when they passed by before. "I don't know. Maybe some leader is here to inspect." "No, it doesn't look like it. In the past, a minister from the central government came here and the road was cleared. But if it's not, it's quite a big show. Maybe it's for work exchange." "Hey, why do you care about this kind of problem?" "That's right." The little girl smiled and looked back, but her eyes were fixed. As time went by, they became brighter and brighter, and she was almost unwilling to move away. "What's wrong?" Another volunteer pushed her. Look, handsome guy," Saul Li excitedly tapped the glass. "As long as it has 3 legs, you think it's a handsome guy." She also looked over, but this casual glance couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. "Wow, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Seeing them whispering to each other, the bored Tang Zichi also poked his head out. Li Shu said in her ear, "That leader looks very familiar." Tang Zichi smiled and retracted her gaze. She had seen her husband several times, but she didn't recognize him. She was also stupid. There were not enough accommodations at the hospital, so they were simply arranged in the International Student Dormitory in Lujiang Dashi District 1. The place is spacious and the facilities are good. 4 people can live together in a separate room. The toilet, bathroom and hall are outside the room. It is much better than a hospital. Li Shu helped Tang Zushi pack her luggage. At this time, she patted her head and stood up. "I remember now, is that your husband?" Tang Zushi did not play dumb with her, and was speechless. "You just remembered it." Li Shu scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. "Am I not forgetful and face blind? But your husband is really good-looking, that face, that figure." She became more and more outrageous and felt like drooling. Tang Zishi coughed twice to interrupt her. "That's enough." Li Shu almost put away her drooling expression in a second, twisted her waist, bumped her with her butt, and said coquettishly, "I'm kidding you, his husband is our friend, we can only feast our eyes on him. Then you should continue drooling over the muscular men in the magazines." They went to the cafeteria for dinner. Li Shu urged her outside. "Are you ready, Zichi?" "Almost, I'll change my clothes." At this time, a text message came in. Tang Zichi picked it up and saw that it was from Yu Beiping, a simple greeting, "Have you arrived?" It was really simple, without even an emoticon. It was very much like his style. But through the screen, she could still feel the strong warmth. She took a deep breath and replied happily, "I'm here, and I'm getting ready to eat." "Then go quickly, eat 3 meals a day, and don't delay eating." "Yeah. Be careful." "Got it." She sent another sticking out tongue emoticon pack. Yu Beiping, naughty. Unknowingly, they were outside the door. Li Shu pinched her face. "Show your affection to me, a single dog." You're almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Get lost. Tang Zishi walked in a hurry and bumped into Zhou Yanxi, who turned from the aisle. Zhou Yanxi fell to the ground in response, and her brows frowned in pain. Yang Qing squatted down and asked her, "Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Zhou Yanxi was already full of anger, and she pushed her away and glared at Tang Zishi angrily. "Did you do it on purpose?" Tang Zishi was originally quite apologetic, but seeing her so arrogant, the apology was choked in his throat. "How much?" "I'll pay you back. Also, this is a visual blind spot. It's normal not to see each other, and the probability of me and you falling is the same. We are both careless, but you are more unlucky." Zhou Yanxi couldn't argue with her, and her face was very ugly. Yang Qing helped her up and half dragged her out. "Go to the infirmary first to see if you have any broken bones, and we can talk about other things later." Zhou Yanxi was furious, and turned back to glare at Tang Zishi again. Tang Zishi didn't care at all. Glaring at her won't make you lose a piece of meat. Li Shaw was worried and said, "Didn't she plot against you last time? It's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. She is now in a higher position than you, so it's too easy for her to mess with you. You'd better bear it." Tang Zishi knew this truth. But sometimes, if you bear it, people will only get more and more. Take Zhou Yanxi for example. She pretends to be so noble on the surface, but in fact she is more petty than anyone else. On the contrary, although Yang Qing is smooth and sophisticated, she is used to changing her attitude according to the situation, but she is not so petty and can talk to anyone. After finally carrying her out of the dormitory, Yang Qing was relieved. When she turned around and saw that she was still sullen, she advised, "Why are you arguing with a little girl? These are all old things. Don't worry about it. We will have to work together in the future." "What are you talking about? I get angry when I see her. She doesn't know how to respect her seniors at all. She is uneducated." Yang Qing kept silent, but she was complaining in her heart. "You find fault with her every day, and she still has to smile at you." But for the future stability of their department, Yang Qing still said, "Don't be so persistent, just quit while you are ahead. The last time you made things difficult for Xiao Tang, it was President Zhong who called me personally after you came back. This Xiao Tang is not without some background. Maybe she is from a prominent family." "She is from a prominent family?" Zhou Yanxi sneered. "Why don't you say that she is a relative of the dean?" Seeing that she was so unwilling to listen to advice, Yang Qing was also a little angry, and her tone was also light. "Without some background, how can you enter our department? Not everyone likes to talk about their family background. Look at Xiao Tang, what she eats, wears and uses. What's wrong with her?" After saying this, Zhou Yanxi also frowned. When women look at women, after peeling off that layer of blindness, they actually know more than anything else. Now that I think about it, Tang Zishi's food, clothing, and daily necessities are indeed not bad. Although they are not top brands, they are also quite stylish and tasteful. The bag she was carrying was a popular Balenciaga model from last season, and it was worth no less than 20,000 yuan. The shoes she was wearing were a little inferior, XMLE, a new model with rivet sports shoes. Her sister also bought a pair last month, and they were 5,899 after discount. And the Oh My God Rose watch on her wrist, even if it was a second-hand product from Hong Kong, must have cost at least 10,000 yuan. With her own salary of several thousand yuan, plus various allowances and subsidies, she couldn't afford to buy the pair of shoes on her feet. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Either his family is rich, or he is the son of a rich man. Tang Zishi is not bad looking, she couldn't help but think darkly. After taking the medicine, the two went to the cafeteria to have a quick meal, and then limped back. When they got downstairs, Yang Qing pushed her arm. "What?" Following the direction of her finger, She was also surprised. Isn't that Director Ya? No, that's not right. The face was still the same, but the man was wearing a formal green outfit, and his shoulders were clearly carrying 2 bars and 2 stars. Why did Director Yang Shaw protect her so much? Zhou Yanqi's mind suddenly became clear. It turned out that Tang Ziqi had a relationship with her. I just don't know what kind of relationship this is. Tang Ziqi looked young, and although this man looked young, his manners were steady, and it was obvious that he was not a young man who had just started out. Chapter 61. Why didn't you report to me when you arrived? Tang Ziqi asked him with his hands behind his back and stood on tiptoe in a pretentious manner. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's almost time. I have a dinner party tonight. I have to go. She refused to let him go. She held his arm with hers and put her cheek against his, rubbing it again and again. I missed you. She was just bossing him around and accusing him of something, but now she was acting like a spoiled child. She changed her face faster than turning a page. Yu Beiping didn't know what to do with her. He explained in a gentle voice, I really have something to do. I just got here. I have work to hand over, plans to make, and many comrades from other places to meet. Be good, go back and rest early tonight. I won't. She was still stubborn. Yu Beiping touched her head and coaxed her for a long time before she let go. He left, and she was still standing at the door with her eyes wide open, reluctant to say goodbye. Li Shaw came down from the building to get some water and teased her with a smile. Are you showing off your affection? Why? Is it bothering you? She raised her head, looking proud. Li Shaw said, Pa. Show off. But then again, if she had a partner like that, she would show off every day. Appearance, figure, family background, ability. Everything is outstanding. She admitted that she was a little jealous, but only a little. Thinking about it, she said, when can you ask your husband to treat me to a meal? Tang Ziqi has always been generous, and he waved his hand and agreed, no problem. When she told Yu Beiping about this, he laughed on the other end of the phone. It should be. I haven't met many of your friends. You mean, my friends? Humph. Yu Beiping smiled very softly and didn't answer, which was considered as tacit agreement. Tang Ziqi snorted again. Seriously, find a time. He was busy and had many dinner parties. Tang Ziqi didn't know when he would be free. Recently, she didn't dare to call him, and at most chatted with him on WeChat. He thought for a moment and replied to her, tomorrow night, I have time. How many friends can you bring? 1. Oh no, 2. Tang Ziqi thought of another person who came with him. Although they were not as close as Li Shu in the same school, they had been getting along well for the past 6 months. Okay. He hung up the phone. Tang Ziqi went out and knocked on Li Shu's door across the street. Li Shu was applying a facial mask. She came out with a pale face and a stiff neck. What's the matter? Tang Ziqi said, I called my family. He said he has time tonight and would like to invite you and Zhao Huanhuan to dinner. Li Shu was shocked, so soon. In fact, she was just talking casually, but she didn't expect Tang Ziqi to really arrange it. She had met Yu Beiping several times before. A man like that was too far away from Li Shu. Although he had a kind attitude, he still gave people a natural sense of oppression. Just like ordinary people, even if they have not committed any crime, they instinctively respect the judicial department. Ordinary people like Li Shu also respect people at Yu Beiping's level. Tang Ziqi thought she was being modest, so he patted her on the shoulder. Don't be modest, it's settled. Li Shu laughed dryly, and it was not easy to refuse. Zhao Huanhuan poked her head out from the side and looked at them with a smile. I'm going too. Li Shu was eager to find someone to blame, of course. We share the happiness. Zhao Huan smiled and was quite open-minded. Then I have to tidy up. She hung the towel on her shoulder and went downstairs. Zhou Yanxi and Yang Qing just came from the other corner and greeted them. Yang Qing asked her, Xiao Zhao, do you have a boyfriend? What are you tidying up? Zhao Huan didn't hide it and told her everything. Zhou Yanxi and Yang Qing looked at each other and were silent for a moment. On that day, Zhao Huan had packed up early in the morning and stood waiting at the door. The corridor was so small that if Li Shuo wanted to escape, she had to pass under her nose. Helplessly, she had to pull the corner of her clothes and walked out. She was really uncomfortable and stared at her for a long time. Look, does this dress suit me? Zhao Huan scanned her with a critical eye for several rounds, without commenting. Li Shuo was anxious, say something. Zhao Huan had to say, like a nurse, the kind who works on the front line. Blue and white stripes, yes. Li Shuo. What are you talking about? Tang Ziqi came out dressed neatly, put his arm around Li Shuo's shoulder, and looked surprised. Why are you dressed like this? Li Shuo. To show her respect, this is what she bought last night. 1 or 2, can't you stop being shabby? Tang Ziqi didn't bother with her anymore, took her arm and walked outside, and Zhao Huan hurriedly followed. The place was in the city, opposite the famous snack street on the Central Avenue, and the three of them walked there when they arrived. Yu Beiping had booked a private room, and Tang Ziqi took them directly to the second floor. After entering the private room, she received his text message, Sorry, I met a leader on the way out and chatted for a while, so I might be a few minutes late. Tang Ziqi was unhappy and replied, Then you go ahead and do your work, we'll eat. Yu Beiping could certainly hear the dissatisfaction in her words, and she finally let him go after she comforted him. What's wrong? After a long time, Li Shuo and Zhao Huan came out to look for her. Tang Ziqi put away her phone and waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay, I met an acquaintance on the way, he said he might be a few minutes late, so let us eat first. That's so embarrassing. It's okay, he doesn't care about these. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao arrived. Yu Beiping came up from downstairs, and the boss was leading him. He nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. Although he was smiling, there was a bit of impatience in his eyes. No need, I'll go up by myself. The boss was also a shrewd person. He knew that he was not likable. He had made enough of his presence, so he also left with a smile. Although this person was in plain clothes, he still recognized him at a glance. He was one of the local leaders who went to Jingfolai next door to eat a few days ago. He was the youngest one. Jingfolai's boss, Lao Li, knows him well. They have been neighbors for many years and know each other well. He used to be a small leader in the Land and Resources Bureau. He was in a good department and had contact with the top people. He had connections and vision. He was so warm to entertain people, so he must be from the same place. Not to mention flattery, being polite is always good. Thinking this way, he was mostly curious. Yesterday, Lao Li took the opportunity to bring it up. Lao Li was drunk and told him some secrets. He pointed to the top, and he was shocked. People from the capital, even if their titles are 1 or 2 levels lower, are more popular than local officials. Moreover, judging from the degree of attention, he doesn't seem like a gangster. Why are you so late? As soon as Tang Ziqi saw him, she gave him a warning and hugged her shoulders, not very happy. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly, put his arm around her shoulders and coaxed her, Ancestor, can you not say hello when you meet a leader? Leader? What kind of leader can you have here? The one with a higher title than me is the leader. Tang Ziqi wrinkled her nose, not so easy to fool. Yu Beiping smiled, lowered his head, and kissed her cheek. His tall nose just scraped across her fair and tender cheek, which made Li Shuo and Zhao Huanhuan blush. Li Shuo even spat secretly. This chief was quite serious when I met him before, but I didn't expect him to be so relaxed in private. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at him again. His appearance was top-notch, there was nothing to say, his eyebrows were relaxed, his eyes were deep, and he was smiling slightly, with a natural and wise light. It can be seen that he is a man with a lot of connotation, and he is quite a match for a noisy and bad-tempered girl like Tang Ziqi. This is called one thing conquers another. Don't stand there, let's go in. Yu Beiping spoke with a bit of Beijing flavor, and his smile was very bright. When his eyes swept over, Li Shuo and Zhao Huanhui unconsciously avoided his gaze. He was wearing a white retro-style windbreaker. The material was quite thin, a bit like an old model from the 1980s, but the workmanship was very sophisticated, and he was wearing brown gloves. Every move he made exuded a natural and easygoing elegance. Before sitting down, he pulled out a chair for Tang Ziqi. "Sit down, ancestor." He took off his gloves and reached out to rub her head. "What ancestor? Are you implying that I'm unreasonable? How could that be? I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 10 hearts and 10 courages." He pinched her nose lovingly. "Don't pout your lips, you can hang 10 small oil bottles on them. Your friends are still here, Ziqi, be careful." Bah! Zhao Huanhuan and Li Shuo couldn't bear it anymore and lowered their heads to eat. If there are no vegetables, then just eat cold dishes. Anyway, just don't watch these two people show off their love and spread dog food. They are bullying singles, as if they are afraid that others don't know. Yu Beiping is very good at livening up the atmosphere. When they don't talk, he takes the initiative to talk and chats for a few sentences, and he knows the right amount of time. He usually doesn't like to chat with others, and he is very arrogant, but if he really wants to chat, he can also open up a topic, and he can always take the initiative in the conversation. In a few words, he knew everything about Tang Ziqi's current situation in the affiliated hospital of Luoxiao University. This is much more efficient than asking Tang Ziqi actively. Tang Ziqi doesn't like him to control her too much, but she knows in her heart that he knows her whereabouts very well, but he just doesn't say it. "Sometimes I feel very happy, and sometimes I feel helpless. Eat food, he's treating us today, all you can eat." She desperately put food on Li Shuo and Zhao Huanhui's plates, and stuffed it into their mouths, as if she was letting out air, making the two of them almost roll their eyes. Zhao Huanhuan used the excuse of going to the bathroom, and Li Shuo also ran away to pee. There were only the couple left in the room. Tang Ziqi threw down his chopsticks dejectedly. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Feeding them a little food is like asking for their lives. Everything should be done in moderation. Don't use others as an excuse to change the subject, and they will be happy to accompany you." Yu Beiping hit the nail on the head, looking at her with a smile. This little head is still quite smart, but she has a lot of crooked ideas and bad intentions. Bah! Although there were some small differences, the meal was still enjoyable. After eating and drinking, the few of them walked out of the private room and ran into Zhou Yanqi and Yang Qing. The two came with friends, and there were several men standing beside them, all in suits and leather shoes. Zhou Yanqi looked over, first sized up Tang Ziqi, then looked at Yu Beiping beside her, and smiled vaguely. "What a coincidence." "Don't hit a smiling person." Tang Ziqi also pulled the corner of his mouth naturally. "What a coincidence." Zhou Yanqi stretched out her hand to introduce the people behind them. "This is Mr. Zhou, Mr. Jiang, and Director Li from Chang'an Electronics." Chang'an Electronics is a well-known local large enterprise, a Sino-foreign joint venture, and most of the investment projects exceed 100 million yuan. These two are the company's senior executives, and the one behind is even more amazing. Having dinner with such people, she felt that she was also very face-saving, and her expression showed a superior reserve. She just nodded to them lightly. Yang Qing was no different from usual, with a natural and generous smile. What a coincidence, coming to dinner too. Shall I introduce you? He looked at Yu Beiping. Tang Zishi was a little embarrassed. My husband, Yu Beiping. Zhou Yanqi smiled and said, Xiao Yu, he's really good looking. Where is he now? Praising a man for his outstanding career is sincere, but praising his appearance right away is a bit intriguing. Tang Zishi frowned and was about to get angry, but was stopped by Yu Beiping. He smiled at Zhou Yanqi. It's a small unit, and I'm an idler. He nodded slightly to the people behind her, and pulled Tang Zishi downstairs with an attitude that was neither humble nor arrogant. Zhou Yanqi's face didn't look good. No matter what tricks you play, people won't take it. She was also so angry that she wanted to say something, but she saw Director Li next to her with a slightly froze expression, and then suddenly realized it, smiled and walked a few steps quickly to block their way. Station Master Yu, long time no see. Don't you remember me? We just met at Chiqiao Station 2 days ago. The armed police team was short of manpower, so our public security force temporarily pulled people over to reinforce. Yu Beiping also had some clues, and smiled and shook hands with him. The two chatted while walking downstairs, leaving the people behind looking at each other in bewilderment. Especially Zhou Yanqi, whose expression was shocked and suspicious. Her face was pale and blue. It was really ugly. Chapter 62. Yu Beiping and the director exchanged pleasantries for a long time, and Tang Zishi followed behind, almost sucking his fingers out of boredom. Zhao Huanhuan and Li Shuo whispered in his ear. One of them said, "How about we say we have something to say? It's embarrassing to follow like this. What if the two leaders want to talk about business for a long time?" "What business? It's just nonsense." He sighed and hummed. The voice was already low enough, but because of dissatisfaction, it became a few degrees higher. In front, Yu Beiping and Director Li both turned their heads. Yu Beiping was smiling, with a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Director Li was not angry either. He looked at her with a half-smile, then turned back and joked with Yu Beiping, "The little girl is quite straightforward." Tang Zishi blushed. Yu Beiping tried to smooth things over for her. She is young and doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Please bear with her. How could that be? She has no ill intentions. Nowadays, there are very few children who are so straightforward. They are all obsessed with gaining personal gain, and none of the words they say are true. Tang Zishi knew that this was a polite remark for Yu Beiping's sake, and her old face blushed. She couldn't stay any longer. "We have something else to do. You guys can talk slowly." She turned around and pulled Li Shuo and ran away. Yu Beiping smiled. "She is like that." Director Li agreed. "She is very good." The next day, when she went to the hospital, Yang Qing came to find her specially and knocked on the door before entering. She usually knew how to act and didn't offend anyone, but her attitude today seemed particularly attentive, which made people quite uncomfortable. Tang Zishi laughed dryly. "Director Yang, what can I do for you?" "Oh, it's like this. We have an award this month, which is in cooperation with the affiliated hospital here to select the most outstanding representative doctors and pharmacists. I think your performance during this period is quite good, and I decided to recommend you together with Xiao Zhou." Tang Zishi was stunned. Yang Qing is fine, but Zhou Yanqi. The sun is rising from the west. But she couldn't refuse this good thing that was delivered to her door. She said calmly, "In fact, I just do my job well, which is not that good. Besides, there are a lot of people in the department who are more hardworking and have more experience than me. How can it be my turn?" "What are you talking about? Your hard work and excellence are obvious to all of us." Yang Qing said it perfectly. "I just recommend you and give you a quota." Li Shaw and others have also reported with you, so you don't have to feel too much pressure. If you refuse again, it will be too modest. Tang Zixi had to agree. Yang Qing said a few more words before she smiled and left, meeting Zhou Yanxi, who was waiting at the corner outside. Zhou Yanxi was very unhappy. If you don't know, you would think Tang Zixi is your niece, so this good thing should be given to her first. What do you know? Yang Qing was always easygoing, but she rarely spoke harshly, which scared Zhou Yanqi. She also came to her senses and hesitated. Is Tang Zixi really someone important? Then the one we met that day. Yang Qing was still angry at her stubbornness and said unhappily, "Didn't you hear? Her husband." Zhou Yanqi smiled awkwardly, "You know that's not what I'm asking." Yang Qing said, "Professor Yao's brother, the Fire Communication Station of the Beijing Armed Police Corps, is a station master who specializes in communication command. He is capable, highly educated, and has a long career. He is good at dealing with people, and his family has some background. Anyway, just don't provoke him again. I don't think they are petty people." She was afraid that she would provoke others for no reason. Yang Qing hoped that everything would be fine. Although she didn't like Zhou Yanxi very much, and didn't like her colleagues to cause trouble, she kindly gave a few more words of advice. "Professor Yang, although you look gentle and polite, you are not a good person. You should stop doing stupid things." Zhou Yanxi's face was really bad, but she had to respond. It's unnecessary to hit a stone with an egg. In the next few days, Tang Zixi had a quiet time. Because of her busy work, she hadn't seen Yu Beiping for a while. They contacted each other through WeChat. Li Shaw and Zhao Huanhuan had made a living nearby. Li Shaw had a distant cousin who was doing well in the clothing business here. He was doing well. He just got in touch with her recently and helped her a lot. Now, she is the best among the three of them. That day, she and Zhao Huanhuan knocked on her office door. "Come in." The two complained as they entered the door. "In the whole building, only your lights and the lights of the workaholic next door are still on." Tang Zixi had to put down his pen. "Two ancestors, what's the matter? Who are you calling ancestors?" Li Shaw glared at her. "Let's go out and play, are you going?" "Miss Li is so kind, how can I not go?" Tang Zixi put away the documents in his hand, really afraid that if he was late to organize them, she would jump up and beat him up. He ate something on the way, took a taxi, and drove around the Third Ring Road for a long time. When he reached the elevated road, the road was still blocked. Tang Zixi was a little impatient and asked, "Where are we going?" Li Shaw said, "C4 has been developed. In the past, buses stopped and taxis didn't go there at 8 o'clock in the evening. Now the lights are on almost day and night. Let's go for a stroll." Tang Zixi was puzzled. "You haven't been there. Didn't your brother take you around the city? What's the point of going with him? Let's go around by ourselves." When they arrived at Shifor, the car was still moving forward. After passing the station, Tang Zixi felt something was wrong. "Where are we going? Don't you want to kidnap me?" "Bah. Sell you? How much are you worth? I won't sell you even for several 100 million. "Bah. Seriously, where are you going? Give me a clue. I won't go if it's too far." "Not far, just in front. The border in this area is not obvious, and there is no charge for passing the station. The entertainment industry on the border is still very prosperous, but it is sometimes unsafe. However, with the construction of the special zone in the past 2 years and the clarification of the situation, it is no longer as chaotic as in previous years. As long as you don't commit suicide, basically nothing will happen." Tang Zixi was worried and sent a text message to Yu Beiping. "My friend and I went to Shifor and may have to leave the country. I told you that I will go back after playing for a while." Li Shaw pouted. "You are too strict with your husband. I can't stand it. When he really arrived at these prosperous commercial streets, Tang Ziqi felt relieved again. There were bright lights and high-rise buildings, which were no different from those in the country, except for the border. But there are patrols here, and the public security is good now. If you really want to talk about danger, there is no place without some danger. Li Shu jumped down first, dragged her hand and left. Do you want to eat or go shopping first? I want to buy clothes. Of course I eat, I came out to play, and I still have a lot of bags to carry back. Zhao Huanhuan said. Li Shu was embarrassed by what she said and gave up the idea. The three of them sat down at a nearby pork chop porridge stall. Li Shu picked the place because there were the most people. She didn't have much insight, but she thought that the more people there were, the better the food would be. Anyway, they came out to play, and Tang Ziqi and Zhao Huanhuan had no objection. Each of them ordered a bowl of signature porridge and 2 small dishes, and chatted about everything. They talked about the customs in the north and the human relationships in the south. Come to think of it, I haven't been back to my hometown to see my grandma for a long time. Zhao Huanhuan sighed. You're not from the north of Beijing? Tang Ziqi was surprised, put down the spoon and looked at her. Zhao Huanhuan said, You really forget things easily. Forgot? I told you that my hometown is in Nantong. Later, my father was transferred to Beijing for work, and my uncle came to Beijing. Later, I went there with my mother after finishing school in Nantong. Oh, I remember it. Tang Ziqi nodded hesitantly. Really remember it? Zhao Huanhuan glanced at her and laughed. Tang Ziqi also felt embarrassed. Li Shu stuffed a corn bun into each of their plates, stopped chatting, eat, and go shopping after eating and then go back. It's so late, don't stay outside. The two of them surprisingly didn't refute. In fact, no matter whether it is traveling or just wandering around, after going to many places, you will know that all places are similar. What you see is nothing more than a fresh scenery. Entertainment and so on, that's it. After eating, the three of them carried their bags and left along the river bank. There were still people releasing lanterns in the water. There was a boy squatting at the ferry on Tang Ziqi's left-hand side, holding a rabbit lantern in his hand. The rabbit's ears seemed to have fallen off. He was sweating profusely, but he was clumsy and couldn't put it on. Some children around were watching the joke, shouting hurry up. There was also a little girl wiping her tears and crying, You are lying. The boy's forehead was sweating more. Tang Ziqi held back his laughter and thought of the days when he played with Jifeng and others when he was a child. After all, it was a relationship that grew up together, which others could not compare to. Although we have been together less and less after graduation, and we have gone to different places, no matter how long it has been, when we meet, the feeling of intimacy will come back instantly. Laughing and scolding, wanton youth. However, some people are gone and some people have changed. You can't put the ears in this way. Someone squatted down and took the lamp from the boy's hand. He lowered his head and began to disassemble it. The parts were removed one by one, and then he started from scratch. At first, the children were a little nervous, but after a while, their eyes became brighter and brighter. Okay. He handed the lamp over and patted the boy's head. Some things, if you want to get them, you must give up something first, just like installing this or playing with the Rubik's Cube. Tang Ziqi looked over and her body suddenly froze. With just one glance, she could no longer look away. Shifu on a summer night was not as hot as during the day, and he was still wearing a long-sleeved white shirt. It was only a while since they last met, but it seemed like a world of difference. Tang Ziqi looked at him deeply and felt very strange, as if he had never known him before. The pedestrians around him gradually dispersed, following the flow of people to go to a farther place. Not many people stayed in this place with dim lights. Yang Shu stood up, patted his numb knees, looked back and smiled at her. Are you surprised to see me, Zishi? Chapter 63. Tang Zishi had thought about the scene of meeting young Shu again many times, scolding him, beating him up, giving him a few slaps. When they really met, she was surprisingly calm. Long time no see, Professor Yang. Young Shu didn't mind her coldness at all. How have you been recently? No, her voice was hard. Young Shu turned around and looked at her. Tang Zishi met his gaze and pulled the corner of his lips maliciously. Every night, I dream of Chen Luo. Young Shu didn't respond, but his expression was quite calm, without the escape and embarrassment she expected. Tang Zishi was a little disappointed and a little indignant. You are so cold-blooded. Young Shu said, how much do you know about me? Tang Zishi said, I don't need to understand, and I am not interested in understanding you. I only know that Chen Luo has fallen into this situation for you, but you are indifferent. People like you don't deserve to have friends or be liked by others. He was not angry, and looked at her with tolerance, smiled and walked forward. Tang Zishi stamped his feet, feeling as if he had punched a fist on cotton. Seeing that she didn't catch up, Yang Shu turned around and waited for her. Let's go, I'll take you back. Tang Zishi was stubborn for a while, but still walked over. Li Shu and Zhao Huanhuan called her at this time and asked her where she was. Tang Zishi said, I met a friend on the way, and he said he would take me back. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Then you go back by yourselves. I met my cousin here, and there is something to talk about. We won't go back tonight. Before she finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Tang Zishi listened to a series of busy tones on the other end of the phone, and her already bad mood suddenly became even worse. Let's go, Yang Shu said. Tang Zishi put away the phone and got in the car. There was a lot of traffic outside the window, but the car was silent, as if it were two different worlds. Yang Shu didn't say anything, and Tang Zishi didn't want to pay attention to him, so she lowered her head and played with her phone. But her attention was not on this. After playing 3 games, she was beaten within 10 seconds of the start. She was so angry that she turned on the phone and started cursing on the radio. The other party was frightened by this posture, and retreated in disgrace as if he had met a lunatic. Yang Shu glanced at him casually and said, Are you still playing this? Tang Zishi was so angry that he had no place to vent. What's it to you? Just asking casually. Then you are really free. Yang Shu said, Don't be so unforgiving with your mouth, only Yu Beiping can stand you. What do you mean? She stared at him and pointed with her big hand, Stop the car. Yang Shu didn't listen. She was so angry that she didn't even want to give in. She directly unfastened the seat belt and pressed the safety bolt with her hand. Are you going to stop? He had no choice but to release the accelerator and slowly pull over. As soon as the car stopped, Tang Zishi opened the door and jumped out at the same second, walking straight to the front. Yang Shu chased after her and tried to pull her arm, but Tang Zishi refused. Let me go. Let's talk when we get there. Get in the car. Are you going to let me go? Tang Zishi, he was responded with a slap in the face. With a snap, the vision fell silent. Yang Shu slowly turned his head back and looked at her in disbelief, and didn't speak for a long time. She was also looking at him, her chest heaving violently, her eyes full of hatred, almost gritting her teeth. After calming down a little, she sneered and said, I told you not to follow me, aren't you being a jerk? Tang Zishi didn't return to her residence, but went to the family area of the Border Defense Station Detachment on the west side of the city. Yu Beiping has been staying here temporarily for a while. It is near the mountains and next to a military base. The place is very remote. It takes 30 minutes to drive a taxi from the city center on a dirt road. Yu Beiping greeted them early in the morning. When she arrived, a soldier led the way for her. This man is a chatterbox, chattering like a machine gun. Station Master Yu looks quite young. How come you are married? He looks young, but he is not young anymore. Tang Zixi said perfunctorily. No wonder, I see how he has so many stars on his shoulders at such a young age. He is my idol. What do we say there? People have to find an idol in their life. That is the driving force for moving forward. You are quite ambitious. Those who know Tang Zixi know that when she uses the word you to replace young people of similar age, it means that she is in a bad mood and her tone is somewhat ironic. But it was not known whether this person was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He just didn't hear her, and talked to her enthusiastically about the customs and experiences of his hometown, as well as the daily trivialities of the camp. His mouth was like a flood that could not be stopped. Tang Zixi really wanted to plug his ears. Finally, when they arrived at the dormitory building where Yu Beiping lived, he closed his mouth. You go up by yourself, 3rd floor, room 302. Tang Zixi was as if he had been pardoned, and he casually waved his hand and went upstairs. She stepped onto the 3rd floor platform, and before she knocked on the door opened from the inside. Yu Beiping had just washed his hair, and the ends of his hair were still dripping. He tilted his head to wipe it with a towel. When he saw her, he stepped back and motioned her to come in. Tang Zixi took out a tissue to wipe his forehead, and when he arrived in the living room, he leaned on the sofa and yawned. Yu Beiping laughed at her. You came to my place just to sleep. Is it not okay? Fine, Miss Tang can sleep however she wants, I have no right to interfere. I always feel that you have something else to say. She didn't know where she got the strength from. She jumped up from the sofa in an instant, put her arms around his neck, and offered her fragrant lips to him. I just bought a new lipstick, limited edition, the most popular white tube girl color. Come, show me, is it good looking? She looked at him with shining eyes, waiting for him to praise her. There was a hint of smile in Yu Beiping's eyes. He stretched out 2 fingers to pinch her chin, lifted it up, as if looking at it seriously, and then nodded as if serious. Well, it's quite pretty, very healthy. Oh, you also know how to show good health. Station Master Yu, do you always show these to girls? You are so talkative, you look like a playboy. Yu Beiping didn't know what to say to her. Whatever you say is what it is, Miss Tang. Well, I have to support you. Are you still not happy? How can I? He picked her up by the waist, supported her little butt with his palm, and weighed it in his hand. Let me see, have you gained weight or lost weight recently? Low weight. Why? She said shamelessly, I work hard. Even in this hug, she was not much taller than him, and her hands were still tightly holding his neck, kicking her feet from time to time and nudging him with her toes. Sometimes, when he got itchy, Yu Beiping would not let him go. Hey, stop it. What? You're not satisfied with kicking? Ancestor, even if you are the god of our family, you can't go too far. His tone was so earnest. If you go too far, you will be taught a lesson. You dare. What am I afraid of? He pinched her face hard, and pinched it again in her unbelievable eyes. She opened her mouth and pretended to bite him, but he suddenly held her horizontally. Suddenly, the world in front of her spun around, and she screamed in fear. She quickly put her arms around his neck and held him tightly, as if she was afraid that he would fall off. Yu Beiping laughed and patted her head. Such a round little head, why do you act stupid sometimes? Who do you think is stupid? Isn't it? Yu Beiping carried her into the bedroom and poured her a glass of water. Drink some water. Tang Zixi was puzzled. Why do you want to drink water? She asked this question, but still took it obediently. Yu Beiping said, you were obviously full of questions in your mind, but you took it reflexively. Isn't this stupid? To put it nicely, you are a step behind. To put it bluntly, you are just an idiot. He rubbed her head. Tang Zixi was not happy with this and threw the cup over to fight him. Yu Beiping was used to this kind of flirting, so he grabbed her hands with his backhand, put her behind her back, and pressed her into the quilt. Are you still trying to show off? Yu Beiping, you bastard. Let me go. Let me go. She struggled desperately, shaking her two short legs, but her face was pressed into the quilt, so she couldn't use any strength. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yu Beiping mercifully relaxed a little. Kiss me, and I'll let you go. If you don't let me go, you'll sleep in the living room from now on. When we return to Beijing, don't even think about entering the master bedroom. You have the key, and I have the key too. Did you forget? Tang Zixi was choked by him and couldn't speak, so she threw out her trump card. You bastard, I want a divorce. Yu Beiping didn't fall for this trick, and was very steady. You say the same thing 3 or 5 times a week, aren't you tired of it? Can we try another trick? Tang Zixi was almost fainted by him. She stopped struggling, buried her head in the quilt, screamed for a while, and lay there motionless. Yu Beiping was anxious now, and quickly let go of her hand, patting her shoulder with some concern. You won't cry, will you? Little ancestor, you have bullied me so many times, and you can't stand it after I said a few words. Do you have to be so serious? Well, let's just play. Zixi, Zixi. At this time, Tang Zixi suddenly sat up, picked up the pillow at hand and hit him hard, hitting him from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. I let you bully me, I let you bully me. Yu Beiping, you bastard. I must beat you to death. Yu Beiping did not dare to resist, for fear of hurting her, so he had to dodge all the way, smiling apologetically. I am not right, I am not right, I am a bastard. Hit me, vent your anger, don't hold it in. She made a lot of trouble, and swept his military uniform hanging on the hanger to the ground along with the hanger. With a bang, the iron rack fell to the ground, smashing a white dent in the solid wood floor. Tang Zixi did not move, staring blankly. This time, he was really in trouble. But this is not his family's house, but the one that Yu Beiping rented. Tang Zixi looked at the hole, then looked at him, and the pillow in his hand fell unconsciously and was thrown aside. What's the point of throwing away the tool of crime? It was you who made it. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly, went over to pick up the hanger, and bent down to check the dent. The floor is good, and the iron frame is so heavy. It only made a white spot with a diameter of no more than 3 or 4 centimeters after being smashed down so straight. It can be seen that this is real wood, not a low-quality product made of laminated multi-layer boards. What should we do now? Tang Zixi looked at him eagerly, waiting for him, the backbone, to make a decision. Yu Beiping was not happy. Don't think of me every time you get into trouble. At this moment, she was honest, standing aside obediently, with her head down, and did not refute him. Yu Beiping stood up and sighed. No way, come on, come with me and apologize. Chapter 64. The other party was very tolerant and didn't care about Tang Zixi's rashness at all. Yu Beiping proposed to replace the floor for him, but he refused. The old man was at the south-facing window, with a cigarette in his hand, half bending and smiling at them while pouring water. What's the matter? It's not worth much. It's been so many years, it's time to change it. After all, I'm causing you trouble. No trouble, no trouble. You are a guest from afar, and this is my job. If you feel comfortable, I will feel at ease. Yu Beiping, such an experienced person, was also embarrassed by this person's enthusiasm. He found an excuse and slipped out with Tang Zixi. When he got outside, he patted his chest. The style here is too simple. Are you trying to say you're nagging? Tang Zixi said in a daze. Yu Beiping warned her, some things should be kept in your heart. There is no need to say them out loud. It is not pleasing. You don't like it? She looked at him. Yu Beiping smiled, put his arm around her shoulders, lowered his head and pecked her. I like it very much. She stretched out her hand to refuse, but he caught it and kissed it under his lips. Let's go. Where to? To take you home. Where do you want to go? I don't want to go back. He turned around and saw her looking at him with burning eyes. She didn't point it out, but the meaning was in her eyes. Yu Beiping smiled knowingly and teased her half-jokingly, I'm busy recently, working overtime day and night. You can't indulge yourself too much, otherwise, I will punish you severely. Tang Zishi didn't expect that he would be so shameless and say it out loud in broad daylight. She was so shocked that she forgot to spit. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and spat, Can you have a little sense of shame? We are an old couple, what sense of shame do we have? She rushed over, and he dodged neatly and was directly behind her. Tang Zishi was not good at sports, and she slipped and fell and sprained her ankle. She sat on the ground with tears in her eyes. People who have sprained their ankles know that at first, the mind is blank, and there will even be a moment of dizziness in front of the eyes, and then there will be overwhelming pain. Tang Zishi sat there and dared not move, grimacing in pain. Yu Beiping squatted down to check on her, frowning. Why are you so careless? His tone was also unusually stern. She didn't make trouble with him this time, and said aggrievedly, It hurts, don't move. She subconsciously even breathed lightly, looking at him eagerly. Yu Beiping was also amused, and looked up at her, I just asked you not to move your foot. Tang Zishi's tense nerves relaxed a little and nodded. He massaged her foot, It's okay, it's just a sprain, no injuries, I'll massage you when we get back. Tang Zi hesitated, Do you want to go to the hospital? She looked very well behaved now, like a child seeking help from a doctor, and Yu Beiping was amused, Why go to the hospital? I'll see you, you have to pay me. You're still teasing me at this time? Yu Beiping, do you have any conscience? Who did I become like this for? She even blamed him. Yu Beiping sighed in his heart, knowing that she was making excuses, but he didn't argue with her. Okay, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. My little ancestor, can we go home now? Carry me on your back. He squatted down in front of her without saying anything. Yu Beiping leaned over, hugged his neck and hung him up. Yu Beiping sighed and stood up, propping up her butt. Please be gentler next time, don't be so hard, if I'm not prepared, we will both fall to the ground together. Got it. She was still righteous. Yu Beiping smiled. It was already late when they got home, almost midnight, but Tang Zishi was not sleepy at all. She sat on the sofa, with her injured foot propped high on the sofa handle, holding the remote control in her hand, with a fruit plate beside her, lazily changing channels. From time to time she raised her eyelids to look at him busy in the kitchen, and sometimes she took a bite of the fruit at hand. This look was very much like the landlord who supervised the work of the farmers and workers in the old days. Yu Beiping was washing dishes in the kitchen with an apron on. His back was still as tall and charming as ever. She whistled, Wash them clean, we have to eat tomorrow. Don't you feel uncomfortable talking while sitting? When will you wash them yourself? You eat by yourself, why do you want me to wash them? That's in Beijing. When have you ever washed dishes or done housework? Tang Zishi felt a little guilty and lowered his voice. He muttered, Didn't our family buy 6 sweeping robots? Let's buy 2 dishwashers tomorrow. You can say that. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. She put the washed dishes on the counter to dry. The dishwasher is also. You have to put the dishes in one by one, and then take them out one by one. Do you think the whole process is automatic? You are such a lazy guy. If I am not here, I will hang a cake around your neck, but you will not bother to turn around and eat the other half. If I really go out, I will order takeout every day. What about the dishwasher? You are too lazy to wash it even if I buy one. Being exposed so nakedly, Tang Zishi was angry and annoyed. How can I do what you said? I clean it occasionally. Last time, I also washed the dishes once. It was during the Chinese New Year, when there were guests at home and our dad came over. You washed the dishes for Face, and you have been talking about it until now. Tang Ziqi was choked and speechless. Yu Beiping turned around and looked at her jokingly. Okay, don't argue, don't wash it if you don't want to. Anyway, I don't expect you to do these things, Miss Tang. Tang Ziqi pouted, but didn't argue. Because she was really unreasonable. There was nothing good to watch on TV. She switched around and simply turned on the movie channel Frozen and opened the snacks beside her. Yu Beiping didn't have any snacks here, and these few bags were just bought at the supermarket downstairs. She wanted to buy potato chips and spicy strips, but Yu Beiping wouldn't let her, no matter what she said, saying it would affect her health. She had no choice but to compromise and buy 2 bags of nuts and peanuts. This man is good in everything, but he is too mature. Some of his living habits are also very much like those of an elderly person in his 70s or 80s. He is in his early 30s, but he is like a grandfather in his 60s or 70s. He pays attention to health when eating anything. Not to mention, he really doesn't eat any junk food on weekdays, and he doesn't eat fried food much. He has a good alcohol tolerance, but he never drinks when he is alone, unless he is at a dinner party. Yu Beiping washed the dishes, came over and said, I'll accompany you to buy new clothes tomorrow. Why? She looked at him suspiciously. A conspiracy? What conspiracy can there be? There is a dinner party in 2 days, and I am asked to bring my family members. You won't let me go alone. If others bring theirs, I will lose face. Tang Ziqi didn't express his opinion, his expression was a little proud, and he was almost shaking his legs. What he meant was, you beg me. Yu Beiping bent down, put his hands on her shoulders, and coaxed her. Besides, my wife is so beautiful, how can I not take her out to let them see her? I have to let these frogs in the well gain some knowledge. The flattery was straightforward, but she just enjoyed it. Although her face was still stubborn, a smile had overflowed from her eyes, and the corners of her lips curved up unconsciously. Yu Beiping decided to add fuel to the fire. Zhou Yanqi is going too, are you going? Tang Ziqi immediately responded, yes, why not? But why is she going? I saw her at Dongfu a few days ago. She got in a car. She was from the Beining military subdistrict. The driver was the secretary of the political commissar. I met her at work before. The political commissar is in his 40s, more than a generation older than her. His wife just passed away 2 years ago. Yu Beiping was a little secretive. Tang Ziqi was startled, his eyes were a little excited. You mean? Don't be so gossipy. He raised his hand and pressed her mouth, smiling, be careful of what you say. Tang Ziqi pulled his hand away, unconvinced. With you, Prince Yu, here, what disaster should I be afraid of? You can handle it for me. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you flattering me? I'm telling the truth. Yu Beiping didn't argue and accepted it happily. Don't think that he is not showing off now, and he always leaves some room for doing things. That's because he is old and has experienced a lot. When he was young and frivolous before, it was an understatement to say that he was rampant. Other young men would avoid him when they saw him. Unfortunately, Tang Ziqi had never seen him. He learned all this from Xiao Yang and Li Tongzhou. When he was a child, he had lived in a provincial capital in the south for a period of time. He competed with others for fishing territory and broke the legs of the nephew of the vice-governor. The latter had to apologize to him. Tang Ziqi listened to all this as if he was listening to a foreign language. Thinking in his heart, he looked at him up and down suspiciously. He looks like a very kind person. But the more such people are, the more difficult they are to deal with. On the contrary, those who seem to have a bad temper are actually paper tigers, straightforward, and easy to control. For example, Jiang Ye, what are you thinking about? Yu Beiping squatted at her feet and handed her the cut fruit. She picked up a piece of watermelon with a fork and put it in her mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it in one gulp. I miss Jiang Ye. Why do you miss him? She was silent for a while, then said, is it like that between him and Chen Luo? Yu Beiping said calmly, what else? What else can we do? Tang Zushi glanced at him with a reproachful look. Why are you so cold-blooded? Jiang Ye is also your good friend, right? This is not called cold-bloodedness, it's called calmness. Even if you sympathize with them and feel uncomfortable, things have already been like that and nothing can be changed at all. Isn't this called cold-bloodedness? Tang Zishi sometimes really felt that he was too calm, and said angrily, then if I die one day, will you also? Her mouth was directly blocked by him. Yu Beiping shouted, are you itching for trouble? You can say anything. After being so friendly for a long time, she almost forgot what kind of domineering look this man had in his bones. She quickly closed her mouth and shook her head for mercy, and he let her go. I won't dare to do it again next time. She pulled the corner of his shirt. These words are like wind in my ears, just listen to them and forget it. He sneered. This time it's real. Really? He hooked her chin with his index finger. Do you want me to count for you? How many times have you said this? Tang Ziqi closed his mouth. This man has a very good memory, almost photographic memory. Compared with him, forget it, be more tactful, and save some dignity for yourself. Yu Beiping raised his hand to look at his watch and stood up. It's late, go to bed. I just had a midnight snack. Do you want to exercise? He leaned down and asked her seriously. Eye contact. Tang Zishi hurriedly shook his head. She said that casually, without thinking. Yu Beiping chuckled and picked her up. Chapter 65. On Sunday, Yu Beiping rarely had free time, so he called her early in the morning. Tang Zishi was still in bed, completely forgetting about this matter. It was Zhao Huanhuan and Li Shu who came over and woke her up. What's the matter? So early in the morning. Your husband is waiting downstairs now. Li Shu was annoyed. Tang Zishi got up with a jerk, still feeling dizzy. She was already putting on her pants, but halfway through, she realized she was wearing them the wrong way, so she quickly took them off and put them on the other way. Li Shu and Zhao Huanhuan were watching from the side, shaking their heads. They also saw her rushing into the bathroom, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and combing her hair for 5 minutes. After finally getting downstairs, Tang Zishi stroked her chest and panted. Pretty quick. Yu Beiping raised his hand to look at his watch, smiled and walked over to touch her head. Tang Zishi said shamelessly, I got up a long time ago, but I was delayed because I went to the bathroom. Yu Beiping frowned and asked her, really? You didn't lie? Of course. She looked at him seriously, her eyes were sincere. Yu Beiping held back his laughter, and didn't expose her. He took her hand and got in the car. There's a dinner party tonight, let's go together. Yu Beiping drove out of the dormitory area and asked her, what clothes do you want to buy? Are you paying? Of course. She tilted her head, put her arms around his neck and kissed him. She took a deep breath, making a popping sound. Yu Beiping smiled and rubbed her head, sit tight. Tang Ziqi sat back obediently and asked her, where are you going to buy? I don't want junk clothes. Can the clothes for you, Miss Tang, be junk clothes? I'm worried about your wallet, Station Master Yu. Although your job is highly technical and the salary is not low, you can't squander it for a few round trips. She really wasn't talking nonsense. With her moonlighting personality, she could spend someone's monthly pocket money in 3 days. No need to talk too much, never calculate anything. The place where Yu Beiping took her was relatively remote, not a big shopping mall in the city center, but looking around, the decorations of the shops were very luxurious and looked very high-end. He parked the car in the white line in front of someone's store and called to her, "Why are you standing there? Get out. Is it okay for you to park in front of someone's door? This parking space is reserved for us." He hooked her head and led her to him. "Let's go, don't be silly." "What's wrong with me?" He laughed. "I'm silly in every way." Tang Zushi didn't want to say anything after being teased by him. This kind of boutique doesn't usually have many people coming in on weekdays. Now, it's early in the morning and there are only a few people in the store. There are 2 floors, decorated in a very stylish way. After entering the door, the clerk even made tea. She should wear a dress, a lighter color, not too mature. Yu Beiping thought for a while and said. The clerk was very experienced, and his attitude was warm but not offensive. "You are so pretty, girl. In fact, with a face and figure like yours, you will look good in anything, but it's a bit difficult to choose." Tang Zushi was very pleased, but said with a stern face, "You don't have to flatter me, I will only buy it if it suits me." The clerk smiled. "Our clothes are all made by top French designers, you can try it first." She took a look and chose a white round neck one with a circle of white pearls on the neckline. The fabric is a bit like tweed, but it is very light and comfortable. Tang Zishi went to the dressing room and came out after a while. She looked at herself in the mirror. It was quite slim-fitting, not bad, made of fine material, and had a girlish style. "Try this one again." Yu Beiping handed her a blue and white pinstriped skirt that he had chosen. Tang Zushi shook her head in disdain. "The style is so simple, and I don't like the color either." Yu Beiping said bluntly, "What you like may not look good on you." Tang Zushi said, "Then it's not as good as the one I'm wearing." "How do you know if you don't try it?" Tang Zushi reluctantly took the clothes to the dressing room and changed in a few seconds. After changing, she casually lifted the hem of her skirt and glanced at the mirror. At this glance, she was stunned. It seemed not bad. The upper body was blue and white stripes, the lower body was navy blue, and the bottom was made into a hollow pattern, which was quite unique. She walked out shyly without saying a word. Yu Beiping saw her awkwardness and said to the clerk, "Pack both pieces." He patted her head again and said, "It's rare for me to accompany you out." This was the sentence she was waiting for, but unfortunately she was embarrassed to say it just now. Hearing this, her eyebrows raised, but then she thought it was not good to be so complacent, so she pretended to lower her head and suppressed it. Yu Beiping didn't say anything to her. At noon, they had a meal near the hospital, and then simply went to her dormitory. It was Sunday, and there was no one else in the house. Tang Zishi greeted him at the table in the corridor outside and poured him water. "Don't be shy, sit anywhere, this corridor is public." Yu Beiping said, "You are really not shy, you can send me away with a cup of tea." "Then what do you want to drink?" "It doesn't matter what I drink, what matters is the thought." Yu Beiping nodded, raised the glass of water to her, and teased, "I can see it." There was a burst of laughter behind him. Tang Zishi turned around. It was Li Shuo who came back, holding 2 large bags in her hands, which were probably filled with various fruits, vegetables and fresh food. "Hi," she greeted Yu Beiping. After laughing, she became a little reserved. Yu Beiping smiled gently. "Hello." Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the bag in her hand, and ran to the kitchen. "You haven't eaten yet? I'll cook for you." "No need, we've eaten," Yu Beiping said. Li Shuo was already in the kitchen, and her voice came through clearly, "Eat a little more, it'll be afternoon tea." Since she said that, it was hard to refuse, so Yu Beiping responded on behalf of Tang Zushi. Tang Zushi leaned close to his ear and said, the sun is rising from the west, and you actually took the initiative to invite me to dinner? When I was alone with her before, she was so stingy that she would jump up even if I ate one of her vegetables. Station master, you are quite charming. Don't be so funny, she's just being polite. Okay, I'm polite to you, but not to me. Yu Beiping glanced at her and smiled. It means you two are familiar with each other. Li Shu's cooking skills are first class, and she cooks quickly. She uses a multi-layer pressure cooker that can cook 5 dishes at the same time. It will be ready in a short while, and the dishes will be neatly served on the table. Eat, don't be polite, try my cooking skills. Yu Beiping was very reserved, but also very respectful. He tasted it and nodded in approval. Li Shu was like a child who was praised by her class teacher. She was overjoyed and a little proud. Then you should eat more. Looking back, she saw that the 2 dishes in front of Tang Zishi were also eaten up in a flash. Li Shu pushed her and whispered in her ear, "You pig, haven't you eaten enough?" Yu Beiping touched her head and tried to smooth things over. She can eat well, but she can't get fat. She was quite protective of her child. Li Shu smiled awkwardly, let go of Tang Zishi, and sat back in her seat. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Yanxi and Yang Qing also came back. Yang Qing greeted them first. "What a coincidence, you came to see Zuchi." After the last incident, Yang Qing also knew that this person was not an ordinary person. Her attitude was polite and a little attentive. She and Director Li were also old friends. He told her privately that this person was from Beijing, had a good background, and held a high position. Of course, after meeting him a few times, Yang Qin felt that this person had good character. To use a common saying, that is, you can tell from the looks of it that he is not an ordinary person. She and Tang Zishi didn't have any grudges. Of course, they would make friends with such people. It's not a good idea to extend your hand to someone who smiles at you. Yu Beiping didn't make things difficult for her. He nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. Zhou Yanxi's face was not very good. Without saying a word, she went straight into her room. Yang Qin hurriedly said, "She is not feeling well. That's why we came back before we bought everything." Yu Beiping nodded in understanding. It's normal. Who doesn't have bad moods sometimes? The two smiled at each other and didn't mention the topic again. Everyone knew what was going on, but they just didn't expose it. Li Shu invited Yang Qin to take a seat. "Director, you are so lucky. Come on, come and have a meal." Yang Qin was not as difficult to talk to as Zhou Yanqi. She usually took care of them. Li Shu and Zhao Huanhuan liked her very much. After taking a seat, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. While chatting, Yang Qin unconsciously passed the words to Yu Beiping, "Are you from Beijing?" "Yes." Yu Beiping smiled. "I can tell." Yang Qin said with a smile, "Where in Beijing are you from?" "I have friends there too, maybe they're neighbors." Yu Beiping didn't hide it either. "In Haidian." Yang Qin said, "That's a precious place, every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and ordinary people can't afford to live there." Li Shu said. With a smile, "Director, you are bragging about yourself. Right. Don't you live there yourself?" "You remembered it wrong, I live in Fengtai." Yang Qin smiled and picked up some food for her. "That's not that different." Li Shu said. "It's very different." Yang Qin said, "It's just the dilapidated house in my area, an old house that's 20 or 30 years old, less than 50 square meters, and my family lives in it. How about you try it instead? Isn't there still demolition?" "What demolition?" "It's already listed as a key cultural protection area. There's no hope in this life." It was just a casual topic, but as she spoke, Yang Qin really felt sad. There are indeed many rich people, but there are also many poor people. It's not as expensive as outsiders think. Who can afford those houses that cost hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per square meter except for big bosses? The few of them chatted for a while, and when it was almost 5 o'clock, Yu Beiping took Tang Ziqi out. Tang Ziqi said, "What dinner party? It's not a formal occasion, you don't need to be nervous." "Who said I was nervous?" Tang Ziqi said, "Not at all." Yu Beiping smiled and emphasized, "Yes, you are not nervous at all." She glanced at him and walked forward in a huff. Yu Beiping followed her closely, bent down and smiled in her ear. "Are you angry?" "Really angry?" "No, not yet. I'm furious." He pinched her face, and when she stopped and turned around in dissatisfaction, he took her into his arms and pecked her mouth quickly. "You can hang 2 bottles of oil." Chapter 66. A simple dinner party. The other party had 6 or 7 people, and they seemed very familiar with Yu Beiping. Tang Ziqi was not afraid of strangers. After greeting Director Li, he greeted the other leaders one by one. Although they were all in plain clothes, they were all called chief anyway, which was correct. She looked sweet, and her smile was a bit innocent, very likable. An uncle in a white shirt and black trousers smiled at her. "The little girl is quite lively." Tang Ziqi smiled and said, "I don't have any advantages, just enthusiasm, and can get along well." Yu Beiping touched her head and took her back to his arms, and smiled apologetically to the uncle. "I am young and a little silly, so I don't mind if I listen to rude things." The other party smiled and said, "How could it be? Young people should be more cheerful." After hearing this, Tang Ziqi glanced at Yu Beiping proudly. "Let you always smear me." Yu Beiping just smiled. Director Li asked everyone to sit down, and asked the waiter to open 2 bottles of white wine and toast them one by one. Everyone else had a third of a cup, but when it came to Yu Beiping, he specially filled it up and teased him. "You have a huge capacity, you are famous for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. A little more is not too much, right? Young man, you have to be considerate of us old men." Yu Beiping was not shy, and raised the cup. "I will sacrifice my life to accompany a gentleman." The 2 of them finished, and Yu Beiping drank it all in one gulp without blinking, and even tilted the cup to show that it was empty. "Good." Director Li and the others applauded. When it came to Tang Ziqi, Yu Beiping stopped him. The others took the opportunity to make a fuss, saying, "Xiaoyi, you have to drink your wife's share as well." Yu Beiping said nothing, and drank another cup without blinking, which made Tang Ziqi marvel. She had heard from Li Tongzhou and Xiao Yang that he had a good alcohol tolerance before, but she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she still had doubts in her heart. Today, she finally saw it. After 1 round, the others drank a glass each. Yu Beiping had already drunk several glasses, but he looked normal, with no sign of abnormality. Tang Ziqi was still a little worried, and quietly tugged at his clothes. "Why don't we leave, find an excuse, and get away with it?" Yu Beiping also whispered to her, "Although you can escape this way, you will also miss the opportunity to make friends. You should also experience the drinking culture of our China, right?" Tang Ziqi said, "Okay, then I'll accompany you." "Don't, just watch from the side. Do you look down on me?" At such times, she always likes to make a few sarcastic remarks, like a child who never grows up. A little childish, but true. Yu Beiping had no intention of disturbing her interest, and deliberately made an exaggerated expression. "How dare you? Who dares to look down on you, Miss Tang?" The others all laughed. Another round of booing and toasting. When leaving, Yu Beiping greeted Director Li and others, and waited until everyone left before driving the car in front of her. Tang Ziqi had been waiting for a long time, with a droopy face, looking a little unhappy. She knew in her heart that he was being polite and it was inevitable, but understanding was one thing, and sometimes one had to let go of one's temper. Understanding was one thing, but being unhappy was still unhappy. Yu Beiping went over and pinched her face. Stop being so serious, let's go. Where are we going? Where else can we go? Yu Beiping smiled. Home. I'm not going back tonight, let's go to your place. Yu Beiping turned his head, and under the light, his eyes were actually somewhat charming. He blinked half jokingly. They're already in the tiger's mouth, how can they be sent back? It's a rare opportunity to see them, I have to seize the opportunity. Tang Zishi smiled. Then you try, and see if you don't break a few of your teeth. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost, is still romantic. After all, Tang Zishi couldn't win the argument with him, so he said pooh and gave up. When they arrived at the place where they lived, the two of them quietly entered through the back door. The gatekeeper thought that the soldier who had climbed over the wall had fallen asleep, and he came over with a flashlight to dodge them. What are you doing? It's time. When the light became clear, the man was surprised. Station Master Yu, why are you here? Tang Zishi was extremely embarrassed. On the other hand, Yu Beiping remained calm and said, I went out for a dinner party. It's too late, so as not to disturb others. Please open the door for me. These regulations are for ordinary soldiers and do not limit Yu Beiping's level. He chose to enter through the back door, just because he didn't want to disturb others. The man was stunned and opened the door for him without knowing it. As soon as the door opened, the two of them swaggered into the sentry post, walked forward a few steps slowly, and when they reached the deserted bushes, they immediately held hands, ran wildly at the same time, and then went into the building. Tang Zishi was still hiding in the corridor, looking outside. It's good that no one saw me. I'm so embarrassed. What's so embarrassing? It's the middle of the night. Do you think it's glorious? After entering the house, she unconsciously closed the door more gently. Yu Beiping poured her a glass of water, but Tang Zishi refused. What do you want to drink at night? You'll be swollen tomorrow morning. Didn't I see you eat a lot of braised pork just now? The taste is so strong, don't you need to drink water? Speaking of which, her mouth was really a little salty, but it was difficult to go down the stairs, so she was a little stiff. Do you want to drink it? Yu Beiping saw what she was thinking and handed the cup to her. No, still arrogant. Tang Zishi laughed. Then you coax me. How do you want me to coax you? I have contributed all my coaxing skills of nearly 30 years to you, Miss Tang. My little princess, my ancestor. He handed the cup a little more. Be good, drink it. Are you coaxing a puppy? She took it in her hand with dissatisfaction in her mouth, took a sip, and swallowed it. However, this water is still quite thirst-quenching. Mineral water? It tastes sweet. No, I think so. She was a little surprised, frowned and took another sip, smacked her lips, and murmured, is it because my sense of taste is gone? Yu Beiping smiled and picked her up, taking her into the house. Your sense of taste is fine. This is not mineral water, it's water from the water purifier. Do you have a water purifier here? I brought my own. Tang Zishi laughed and bumped into him. You are living a comfortable life, Station Master Yi. Yu Beiping quickly patted her head. Don't stop talking nonsense. It's so late. Go to bed. The room is not big. There is only a 1.5-meter bed. He usually sleeps alone. Suddenly, two people squeeze in. He is a little uncomfortable. But before he complains, she tosses and turns there, muttering from time to time, this bed is so small, uncomfortable, I don't know where to put my hands and feet. He joked, then lie on me and put your feet on my legs. That's not good, she said. Politely, but her feet were already on top without any hesitation. She turned over half of her body and lay on him like an octopus. Fortunately, Yu Beiping was strong. If it were someone else, it would really be too much. He also did not forget to tease her, ancestor, you should also take it easy, remember to turn over in the middle of the night, don't really crush me to death. You are a widow at such an age, how unfair. You always say that I am poor, but sometimes you are also so frivolous. Tang Zishi choked him. You are a person who looks serious, but in fact you are stubborn and difficult to serve. Why am I difficult to serve? Xiao Yang told me all your past. She began to tell him everything. It was nothing more than someone chatting with him, someone flattering him. He did not refuse, and directly used words to choke people to death. Those things were old sesame seeds and rotten grains. But when she said it with a smile, it was as if she had grasped his handle, and her smug little look made him feel very happy. Yu Beiping was a person who was easy to get along with. He was polite to everyone, treated everyone equally, never shirked small matters, and was very polite in dealing with people. But if anyone really wanted to get some benefits from him, or deliberately get close to him, it would be harder than climbing to the sky. When he was young, he had a bad temper. When someone tried to flatter him, he would always fight back in a veiled way, not giving them a way out. Now that he is older, his hard knife has become a soft knife, and he is actually more difficult to deal with. In Xiao Yang's words, this guy looks gentle and knows how to deal with things, but he is not a good guy. In their circle, he is the most difficult to mess with. He can kill you in a minute without knowing how he died. Tang Zishi asked him questions with a smile as if he was having fun, and also learned some of his embarrassing stories. After laughing, she felt warmer in her heart. In the past, he was always sharp and calm in her impression, omnipotent, invincible, able to solve any problem, and no matter how big the problem was, it was not a problem. It can be said that he is a god in her heart, and she needs to look up to him constantly. Although he is poor, she is also in awe of him in her bones. Now, I think he has more human touch. Just like ordinary people, it turns out that they also have joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness, and they also get angry and embarrassed. What are you thinking about? He patted her little head against his chest. I didn't think much. She said, her tone was calm but with a smile. When I first met you, I felt that you were the best among the best, so aloof and cold. Later I found out that you were a cunning and bad person. This is the rank. She stretched out her thumb and shook it, not caring whether he could see it in the dark. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and grabbed her hand, put it under his lips and kissed it. She laughed. Do you have a good eye? I am a reconnaissance commander, and I need to coordinate the overall situation. What do you think of my eyesight? I complimented you a few words, and you are proud of it. She said bad things, but in fact, she still admired him very much in her heart. Tang Zishi chuckled. Next time, let's play hide and seek. I'll blindfold you and hide in the room. See if you can find where I am by listening to the sound. He agreed to such an unreasonable request. Okay. I'm just afraid that you will cry if you lose. Tang Zishi said, Pooh. Chapter 67. Tang Zishi is always a happy person, no matter how unpleasant things are. But she has been in a bad mood these days. The reason is that a few days ago, a group of people went to Lujiao University to attend a seminar, and Li Shu reported her to the wrong time. When she entered the door, everyone was there, and she was the last one. She was the center of attention. The small conference room was full of people, and all eyes were on her. She has always been eloquent, but now she couldn't say a word. Fortunately, a guest in the back row spoke for her. Forget it, it's getting late, let's have the meeting earlier and solve the problem earlier. This is how she got through it. After the meeting, Tang Zishi walked out of the conference room. Yang Shu was waiting for her outside. When they met, he nodded first. Although he helped her a lot, Tang Zishi still didn't like him very much. She just glanced at him and went straight downstairs. Yang Shu followed her and asked her from behind, Where are you going? I'll take you there. Tang Zishi was curious about how he had the nerve to ask her, but she didn't want to quarrel with him in public. Let's go to eat. Do you want to join us? God knows, this was a bit of a mocking remark, but he actually continued with his words. Okay, I haven't eaten anyway. Will you treat me? How thick-skinned is this? Tang Zishi held back for a long time, but couldn't say a word. At this time, the phone rang. It was Yu Beiping calling. Tang Zishi quickly picked up the phone and stood aside to listen. Hello, Yu Beiping said something over there, and Tang Zishi smiled and responded, okay, I'll be right out. When they got downstairs, Yu Beiping was standing far away by the car, raised his hand and waved at her, with a friendly smile. Tang Zishi also jumped up and waved to him, ran over in 3 or 2 steps, and hugged him tightly. Yang Shuo stood aside, watching them loving each other, and didn't say much, but his eyes were somewhat silent. Yu Beiping also saw Yang Shuo, paused for a moment, and nodded to him. Have you eaten? He spoke first. Yang Shuo knew that this person always liked to take the initiative, and didn't want to be at a disadvantage, so he shook his head. I haven't eaten before, do you want to eat together? Okay, I'll treat you. Yu Beiping smiled. Yang Shuo also smiled. Let's eat together. The 3 of them went to the nearest pickled fish restaurant, ordered a super large portion of pickled fish, and a few side dishes, and sat around. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and it was Yu Beiping who spoke first. Have you been in Lujiang since leaving Beijing? Yang Shuo nodded, picked up a piece of fish and ate. Working for my adoptive father. Would you rather rely on others and help the tyrants than stay with your brother and father? Yu Beiping has always been experienced, and his words are like a sharp blade, piercing Yang Shuo speechless. In terms of level, the younger brother is still inferior. Yang Shuo smiled bitterly and looked at him. Brother, has anyone ever told you that you are sometimes really too? Some things, I only say to my own people. This is indeed the truth. Yang Shuo thought about it, nodded, and could only smile bitterly. You are quite right. What are your plans for the future? Yu Beiping asked him again. Yang Shuo said, Brother, can you please not be so aggressive? Do you think I am aggressive? The topic was deadlocked. Yang Shuo just looked at Yu Beiping for a long time, as if testing, judging, and competing. Yu Beiping also let him look at him. Neither of them gave in, and there was a turbulent undercurrent in the calm. Tang Zishi couldn't stay any longer, and hurriedly ate 2 bites and pulled Yu Beiping out of here. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? She has always been outspoken. Yu Beiping said, in fact, he is a lot like me sometimes. Tang Zishi didn't understand what he meant. Yu Beiping tilted his head and smiled at her. He is soft-hearted and does not respond to hardship. You should talk more about some truths, so that he won't really go astray. After all, he is my brother, right? Tang Zishi was embarrassed. You were talking about reason just now? Why do I feel that you two are going to fight? Yu Beiping also smiled bitterly. The two have similar personalities, and this younger brother has always been hostile to him. And Yu Beiping looked at Tang Zishi, hesitant to speak. Tang Zishi was confused and asked him, what's wrong? Yu Beiping sighed, looking helpless. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? What do you mean? Yu Beiping said, he likes you. Can't you see it yourself? Tang Zishi was struck by lightning, with an unbelievable look on his face. The two stared at each other for a while, and she swallowed her saliva. What the hell are you talking about? Yu Beiping was not angry either, and smiled and said, if he didn't like you, he would have fought with me for so long. Although he hated me before, he could at least maintain the surface peace. Now, he is so angry that he wants to cut me into pieces. Then you have to ask what you have done to him. You, the 6th young master, you have always been self-centered. Who can stand you as a normal man? What's more, the two are brothers, and they look like they were cast in the same mold. They are born competitors. What can't Yang Shu do to compete with him? How could he really like her? Yu Beiping said, "You are too young, Ziqi. Why don't we make a bet? I bet he likes you and has improper thoughts about you." What kind of person is Yu Beiping? Many times, Tang Ziqi couldn't guess what he was thinking, and only felt that he spoke sarcastically and with hidden meanings. She tried her best to guess, but it was in vain, and she was very angry. But she loved him so deeply. Sometimes she felt like she was losing her mind. If you think about it carefully, if a woman worships a man, she will think he is good in every way. What are you thinking about? Yu Beiping patted her head. I'm thinking about your words. She raised her head and said to him, "You always have something hidden in your words, and we mortals can't understand it." Yu Beiping rubbed her head, held her hand, and took her to his side. Tang Ziqi ran to the side, but he chased her and caught her back, holding her head and walking back to her residence. "What are you doing? Let go." Yu Beiping laughed. "You are too dishonest, little thing. I will deal with you when I get home." "You bastard. Just say something else. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. My ears are almost calloused. Don't change the subject. What makes you say Yang Shu likes me? Are you really that stupid? Can't you see? He just wants to go against you and wants to steal your wife. The focus is on your wife, not me. Do you understand?" She was also anxious and actually yelled out like that. Yu Beiping laughed and nodded. "What you said makes some sense." "Does it make sense?" Yu Beiping said, "Just saying that there is some truth does not mean it is completely reasonable." Tang Ziqi was furious. What kind of person is this? Tang Ziqi didn't take Yang Shu's matter seriously until a strange thing happened this Sunday afternoon. That day, she got off work and had just finished work when a red sports car blocked her way. The road here is not very wide to begin with, and with the blockage, the sidewalk cannot be reached. Tang Ziqi could only stop and watch the car door open, and a pair of red high heels stepped out. Bright and dazzling. Comparisons between women are inevitable. Tang Ziqi is also a relatively aggressive girl. When she sees someone as outstanding as herself, her nerves will be unnaturally tense. When women compare with each other, it is nothing more than face, figure, money, and status. Her eyes unconsciously fell on the other person. Similarly, the other person was also looking at her. After getting out, he looked at her for a full 5 seconds before slamming the door. Tang Ziqi raised an eyebrow. He didn't even look for a place to park, but parked right in front of her. "Let's find a place and talk." The woman was straightforward. Tang Ziqi could sense the hostility from the other party, but she didn't show weakness. She crossed her arms and smiled slightly. "Who are you?" "I don't know you, why should I chat with you?" The other party was not angry either, and smiled at her. "I am Song Fangling, Yang Shu's fiancé." The smile on Tang Ziqi's face froze for a moment. Things seemed to be getting complicated. Thinking of Yu Beiping's words, her head began to hurt. Song Fangling said again, "Can we chat now?" Tang Ziqi had nothing to hide, and he was not a coward. He thought that if there was anything to talk about, it would be fine, so he nodded, "Okay." The two sat in a nearby cafe and ordered a latte of different flavors each. They didn't come here for coffee, so naturally, they didn't order any other desserts. Song Fangling couldn't sit still after taking 2 sips, and looked up at her. Tang Ziqi couldn't stand this inexplicable scrutiny. "If you have something to say, just say it directly." The other party also spoke quickly. "What is your relationship with Yang Shu?" Tang Ziqi was stunned for a moment. "Friend. You can't say that he is my husband's brother and my best friend's underground lover, right? You can't say such things to people you don't know very well." But in Song Fangling's eyes, friend is too ambiguous, too unclear, too insecure, and it seems like a perfunctory one. She sneered, I wanted to have a good talk with you, but it seems that you don't plan to have a good talk with me, Miss Tang Ziqi. You have found out a lot. Tang Ziqi raised his eyebrows. Why do you ask so many questions when you know it so clearly? She became impolite, and it would take only a minute for her to turn her face. If I don't want to pay attention to you, I don't want to pay attention to you, and I'm too lazy to explain. You and Yang Shu's dirty things, you should solve them yourselves, don't involve me. However, since she didn't say it clearly and she was too lazy to say it, Song Fangling thought too much and her face became more and more ugly. I don't know if he was angry or what, but he picked up the coffee on the table and splashed it on her face. Tang Ziqi stood there in a daze, watching the grey-brown water stains flow from her hair to her white clothes. She asked herself that even though she splashed the water, she couldn't do such a thing. After splashing the water, Song Fangling seemed to feel that she was impulsive. She looked around and saw that many people were looking over here with faces of watching the fun. She wanted to apologize, but she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she just toughened up, serves you right. Who do you say deserves it? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Ziqi and Song Fangling turned around at the same time. Yang Shu pushed the door in from outside. Every word was heart-piercing. What do I need to tell you? What is our relationship? Song Fangling was struck by lightning. The most terrifying thing is this invisible indifference. In the past, I always felt that this person kept people at a distance, and was like this to everyone. Now I understand that it depends on the person. Song Fangling watched him take the person away, unable to move a step. What are you doing? When they got outside, Tang Ziqi shook off his hand. Yang Shu was annoyed and raised his hand to the left front passage, take you to wash. Tang Ziqi was still angry. Facing this instigator, of course he was annoyed. Where's the coffee? Do you think it's water? How to wash it? Yang Shu was not angry either. Then I'll buy you an identical one to compensate you. Tang Ziqi didn't take any soft or hard words, just to embarrass him. Limited edition, it's sold out a long time ago. Yang Shu also saw that she was not getting along, and fell silent. The two of them stood at the door of the store, staring at each other. Later, it was him who spoke. I'll take you home, we can talk about it. Where to go? She stared at him. Yang Shu really couldn't help it, and said coldly, your husband's place. Tang Ziqi also snorted coldly, followed him to the parking lot, watched him back out the car, and opened the door. She hurried over, opened the door for herself, and got in the car. Let's go. Yang Shu didn't say a word, started the car directly, and drove the two away quickly. When they got to the bottom of the building, Tang Ziqi opened the door and went down, walked 2 steps, and for some reason turned back and stood in front of his car. The two confronted each other for a while through the brown windshield. At this time, Yang Shu slowly lowered the glass, and Tang Ziqi looked at him for a long time, which made Yang Shu laugh. He raised his hand and knocked on the steering wheel, and raised his head to her. What? What's so good about it? The first day we met? I hope it's the first day we met. What do you mean? Facing his burning gaze, Tang Ziqi just smiled, and he was not as sarcastic as before. There were still dried coffee stains on her body, but she didn't look embarrassed at all. She told him clearly, do you think you have a future following Liang Xingshu? Can you live up to the conscience of heaven and earth? Or, just live up to yourself? People are not plants or trees, who can be heartless. I don't believe that you are really indifferent to Chen Luo's efforts. Tang Ziqi took a deep breath, and it was rare for him to speak to him so seriously and calmly. I also know about your relationship with Sixth Brother, and I understand it. I probably know why you always target him. But some things cannot be changed. In the end, it is not him that you can't get over, but yourself. For example, blood ties can never be changed or severed. Yang Shuo left, and Tang Ziqi was still there, watching his car go farther and farther away. She didn't speak for a long time, sighed, and was about to go back, when she saw Yu Beiping hugging his shoulders and looking at her under the poplar tree not far away. In the evening sunset, his smile was particularly dazzling. Although she hadn't done anything wrong, it was still strange for him to see such a thing. Also, because of the half-smile on the corner of his mouth, he actually felt like he was caught in bed. Tang Ziqi stood there for a while before walking over awkwardly. "Why are you here? Can't I be here?" He wanted to tease her, so he lowered his head close to her, scaring Tang Ziqi to shrink back. Yu Beiping laughed silently. Tang Ziqi was really angry and said something without thinking. "Aren't you very busy at work? And you still have the leisure to tease me here? Nothing is more important than my baby." Tang Ziqi said, in disdain, and turned to walk into the house. Yu Beiping followed behind, serious, and his tone became low. "Yang Shuo is not a good guy either. Stay away from him. I will handle these things myself." He knew that she was also worried about him. Although her ability was limited, she always wanted to fight for him, so she said this. Tang Ziqi paused and turned back after a while. The two people's eyes met in the air, and they understood each other's intentions. It was rare that she didn't argue with him, and nodded slowly and heavily, laughing through tears. "I know." She responded so well. Yu Beiping also smiled and waved at her. "I'll take you to eat delicious food." Tang Ziqi shook his head. "I want to eat the potatoes and beef brisket you made." He came over and took her hand and walked into the house. "What else?" "No more." "What are you embarrassed about? Just tell me, as long as you ask, I will make it for you." "Really? You're not busy?" "Is it really okay to sacrifice public for personal gain? Is cooking a dish for your wife considered sacrificing public for personal gain?" "I'm so scared." Tang Ziqi sneered and patted him. For 2 people, 3 dishes would have been enough, but he insisted on preparing 5, saying that it was rare for him to have time to accompany her like this. Tang Ziqi didn't agree with it, but he was happy in his heart, picking up the chopsticks while serving him soup. The 2 of them were alone, quietly, with an old lamp above their heads, emitting a dim light, which was actually quite cozy. As long as they didn't think about or mention those unhappy and messy things, life would be smooth and happy. One was thoughtful and steady, and would not change his expression even when faced with a catastrophe, while the other was heartless and would not think too much about anything. "Here, eat this." Yu Beiping picked up some food for her. Tang Ziqi took a bite of the braised potato, nodded, and then frowned. "Did you put wine in it? It has such a strong smell." Yu Beiping smiled and said, "The beef brisket was marinated with beer, so it is more flavorful." "Sorry, I forgot that you are a sickly cat who doesn't drink alcohol. Hey, don't eat it now, or you will pass out in a while." Tang Ziqi originally planned not to eat, but after hearing what he said, the stubbornness in her heart came up again. She snorted, dragged the whole plate of potatoes and beef in front of her, picked up 3 bites in a row, and raised the chopsticks in her hand to him as if to protest. Yu Beiping laughed. Eat quickly." She stopped making trouble and nodded. At night, the wind was very strong outside, blowing the curtains in the room. Yu Beiping got up to close the window, and suddenly stopped. For a long time. Tang Ziqi didn't see him move, so she turned around and looked in the direction he was looking at. Through the French windows, one can see the dim street downstairs, and the streetlights clearly outline a long and narrow shadow not far away. Familiar people who have been away and come back. Almost identical faces, the same calm and unperturbed expressions. The difference is that one is standing at the window, and the other is looking up at them downstairs. Tang Ziqi rarely compares these 2 people so quietly. In fact, sometimes, when they are not talking, she can hardly tell them apart. Yang Shu is like his shadow, looking at him calmly in the darkness, with an unwilling and desperate attitude. He had no choice, and it was doomed since he was lost at the age of 8. Doomed to crawl in the darkness, destined to follow Lian Xingshou, destined to take a path that he himself despises. On the surface, he seems calm, but in his heart he is unwilling and lonely, desperate and crazy. Yu Beiping greeted Tang Ziqi, took the car keys and walked downstairs. Tang Ziqi was worried about him, but did not stop him. Looking out the window, she saw the two men confronting each other on the road for a while, then Yu Beiping opened the car door, held Yang Shu's shoulders, and pushed him in. He stepped on the accelerator and left with the man. The car was speeding on the road, the windows were not closed, and the rapidly passing wind cut each other's faces like a knife. Yu Beiping turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the accelerator, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Shu did not stop him, but just sat there calmly. It was rare for the two of them to sit together so nonchalantly. There was a whistling wind outside the window, but the car was calm. But was it really calm? When bypassing the mountain road, Yu Beiping suddenly changed direction and stopped the car with an emergency brake. The two leaned forward instantly, and Yang Shu almost hit the windshield head-on. Even so, he was still smiling. After meeting for so long, he finally looked back at Yu Beiping, his lips slightly curved, clearly with provocation. After so many years, your driving skills are not that good. Yu Beiping also smiled and raised his eyebrows. Then how about you drive? Originally, he was not here to quarrel. Yang Shu put away his smile, turned around, and looked at him solemnly. He said, after so many years, have you really treated me as your brother, Yu Beiping? Or, do you always want me to come back because of guilt? Sometimes I feel that I am you and you are me. If we switch, our fate will not be like this. Yu Beiping also knows his unwillingness and paranoia in his heart, but he can't do anything about it. He feels that he owes him, but he will not compromise unconditionally for this kind of guilt. This is Yu Beiping. He has his own bottom line. He knows clearly in his heart what he can compromise and what he can't do. For example, Luo Zhong, for example, Tang Ziqi. But he also knows why Yang Shu came to him. This person is very similar to him in some aspects, even thinking. After all, they are brothers. Although they are unwilling to admit it, they have a tacit understanding. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Shu said, let's make a deal. Yu Beiping, what deal? Yang Shu looked at him and said with a smile, haven't you always wanted to save your comatose brother? Over the years, all the drug research and development of Shinka Group has been through my hands. Yu Beiping looked at him and said nothing. Yang Shu said again, including those dirty things of Lian Xingshou, I can give you whatever you want. Conditions. Don't pursue me anymore. Just that? Yu Beiping sneered, staring at him without blinking, and finally said bluntly, if Lian Xingshou falls, no one will control you anymore, and all his industries will be yours. Yang Shu was not angry, but just laughed. He said, brother, if you think of me like this, I can't help it. Chapter 69. In the blink of an eye, it was early September again. In the autumn of Beijing, the climate has gradually turned cooler. Tang Ziqi and Yu Beiping walked side by side on the street covered with fallen leaves, feeling a little dazed, as if it was just a night of rain. He took her restless hand and looked down. Their fingers were intertwined, one big and one small, and they matched very well. Above their heads was the blue sky, and in their nostrils was the fragrance of fruits wafting from somewhere. Tang Ziqi sniffed hard, and closed his eyes in ecstasy. She suddenly said, I want to eat dates. Yu Beiping touched her head lovingly, I'll buy them for you after we go to the hospital. Keep your word. When have I ever lied to you about something like this? Tang Ziqi stood on tiptoe, hooked her neck, and smacked her face, leaving a heavy red lip print. Yu Beiping reached out to grab it, but she grabbed his hand and told him not to wipe it. He could only smile bitterly. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and finally arrived at the military general hospital. In the intensive care unit, Sun Ping was feeding Luo Zhen slices of cut papaya. The nurse was checking the case nearby and asking questions as usual. There were also two people standing at the door, who seemed to be the family members of the patient who had walked into the wrong room. The corridor was quiet. After the people at the door left, Yu Beiping carefully pulled Tang Zishi in and knocked on the half-open door. Sun Ping turned around, a smile on her face, and hurriedly put down the things in her hands to greet them. Yu Beiping hurriedly raised his hand to refuse, and pulled Tang Zishi to sit on the nursing seat at the side. The nurse was still checking. He took a look and asked Sun Ping, "Are you feeling better?" Luo Zhen was struggling to prop himself up. Seeing this, Sun Ping hurriedly rocked him up and added 2 cushions behind him. "Brother Zheng, go slowly. You're not dying." Still the same temper. He's been lying down for a year and a half, and there's no change. He was relieved. Yu Beiping laughed, and a big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Luo Zheng saw it, and didn't understand. "What are you laughing at?" No, I'm happy for you." Yu Beiping patted Tang Zishi's shoulder and motioned her to go out. Seeing this, Sun Ping knew that they had something to say in private, so she followed the nurse out. Before leaving, she closed the half-open door. When the two were left alone, Luo Zhen put away the smile on his face. He couldn't tell whether he was touched or sad. He sighed heavily. "Sun Ping has relied on you to take care of her all these years. Sister-in-law, it's my duty. Besides, we are friends. If it weren't for you all these years, I really couldn't imagine that I would wake up one day." Yu Beiping smiled calmly, not caring at all. "This is related to my work and the interests of the country, not for you. This is really impolite. If you don't know, you might think he is scolding someone. But after knowing each other for so many years, how could Luo Zheng not know him? This kid said this on purpose, just to make him feel less guilty and let him relax." Yu Beiping, still the same Yu Beiping. He is proud and conceited. He has his own principles and way of doing things. He is never moved by others and rarely listens to other people's opinions. But when he does something for others, he never takes credit and doesn't want others to remember it deliberately. He is a real man. For example, he loves Tang Zishi, but he never talks about it. Instead, he works hard, manages, and lives hard to give her a better future. He loves her and always likes to make her laugh. When she is happy, he is happy. When she is unhappy, he feels even more sad. But he never shows this sadness. Because he knows that if he is not feeling well, she will definitely worry more. "Why did you take so long?" Tang Zishi waited outside the house for a long time before seeing him, feeling a little dissatisfied. Yu Beiping quickly stroked her head again and took her little hand. "Let's go." "Wow. Are you hitting me again?" Hitting is love and scolding is love. "I won't feel happy if I don't hit you for a day." "Nonsense. Then let me hit you and let me bite you to try. Isn't it easy to bite? I'll let you bite me enough at night. Do you want to bite the top or the bottom?" He said it so naturally. Tang Zishi's face flushed when he heard this. He shoved him hard on the back and scolded him, "Don't drive recklessly in broad daylight, okay?" Yu Beiping smiled when he heard this, turned around and pinched her angry cheek. Walking among the golden fallen leaves, with the warm sun above her head and the person she loves most by her side, there is nothing else that she is not satisfied with. She asked herself that even though she splashed water, she couldn't do such a thing. After splashing water, Song Fangling seemed to feel that she was impulsive. She looked around and saw that many people were looking over here with a look of watching the fun. She wanted to apologize, but she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she simply toughened up. It's what you deserve. Who do you say deserves it? A familiar voice. Tang Ziqi and Song Fangling turned around together. Yang Shuo pushed the door in from outside.